We are live.
We
Yep.
are
We
live.
live. Greetings, Ranger fans. Welcome to all of you out there, followers of Morphin Legacy, Ranger fans of all stripes. My name is Database Ranger. I will be your MC for this weekend, the master of ceremonies, if you will, as we are running through the second half of Power Rangers Turbo. We started this weekend's live stream actually on SDay's channel, so if you haven't checked out SDay the Awesome Gamer, you should absolutely check out his channel. He does some wonderful Power Rangers work. Now, I am Jake Brody, aka Database Ranger of Database Rangers Power Reviews, a friend to Morphin Legacy for many a year of doing YouTube, over 8 years now. I am joined by you will hear her voice from the ether, our stream queen, the second Batgirl of the Toku Ladies podcast.
Hello, all.
We are also joined by Shadow Ray, who's one of our wonderful Morphin Legacy moderators and co-hosts of The Grid. You will be hearing his voice as well.
Howdy, Ranger Nation.
And
I actually credit Jay with helping me getting back into Power Rangers.
Really? That's interesting.
I think I found his Ask the Grid videos.
Yeah.
And I even got answered in a couple of them.
Oh yeah, I remember those.
Yeah. And
then as I started using Twitter a lot more, then Morphicon happened, and I found a lot of other people in the fandom, and it's basically been that way since. I mean, I'm credited with helping name the Powers Group.
Nice.
Jake and I collaborated on a couple songs for the start of Ranger Command Power Hour.
That's true. Yes, this is Scott Sandler. He's a Ranger fan. He's been very passionate. We'll be having multiple Ranger fans rotating through our Skype call as we go through the weekend, along with some special guests as well. Writer Mark Litton, who's already done commentary on a number of different Power Rangers episodes with us, will be joining us later today. And if there are any other Power Rangers alumni who you happen to be in contact with, feel free to reach out to them, let them know about this stream. Now, what is this all about? Let us unlock the mystery. What we are doing here is fundraising for Fair Fight in the New Georgia Project. Our goal here is to try and be Power Rangers, save the world. And one of the ways that we can do that right now is through a decidedly focused effort on the runoff Senate races in Georgia. Those races will be happening, those elections will be happening January 5th. And we have only until December 7th for people to register to vote. So these two causes are to make sure that people in Georgia can be registered to vote through the New Georgia the New Georgia Project. It's a great outreach program that gets people registered, gets people the information they need, get people the resources they need. And Fair Fight makes sure to protect people's voting rights. So if for any reason their voting rights are challenged, which is a problem in Georgia.
As the Georgia person, in the last 2 years, our ease of voting dropped from 36th best in the nation to down to like 48 or 49. So It is a big problem down here.
So we are working to help correct that problem by getting people the legal and logistical resources that they need, because these runoff races are going to decide who controls the United States Senate moving forward, and that has a great impact not only on the legislative future of our country, but also on what appointments can be made by the President of the United States, and all those different aspects impact the world as a whole. For better or worse, the actions of the United States do ripple out to the rest of the world, so we want to make sure that voters in Georgia are fully supported and able to make strong evidence-based decisions in terms of who will be representing us as a country moving forward. And that way we can make sure that they're acting in the best interest of the world at large. So that's how we are trying to save the world through this live stream. Everything that is donated will be split between these two wonderful causes. You can find the donation link below in the description. It's streamlabs.com/database rangers power reviews. again, that's all through my channel, which has been linked to Morphin Legacy for years and years now. And we are to reward you lovely donors and Ranger fans and watchers out there, for every additional $20 donated to the cause, we will add another episode onto our live stream, which is why right now it says Power Rangers Turbo, but you might have noticed in the thumbnail it said, and beyond, because right now we have funded up through, I believe, episode 41 of Power Rangers Turbo. We've got another $80 left to go to get to the 45th episode, the final episode of Power Rangers Turbo, Chase into Space Part 2. And after that, every additional $20 will go towards Power Rangers in Space. So if you want to see Power Rangers in Space be discussed this weekend, then you're going to have to donate and get us up over 2,000. And we have cleared out our schedules, so we are happy to continue throughout the rest of this weekend, making it all the way to Countdown to Destruction Sunday night, if we raise a total of $2,860. So, long way to go, but we've made it a long way already. We did all of Zeo live streaming on Orange Ranger's channel last weekend. Yesterday, we did the first half of Turbo and then some through Este's channel. And now we're settling in here on Morphin Legacy to go for that long haul, the rest of Turbo, and hopefully into Power Rangers in Space. So that's a quick breakdown of what we're here for. If you'd like to follow along with our discussions, follow along with our watch through, you can open up your Netflix, your DVDs, whichever it may be. I'm sure they're obviously perfectly legitimate internet resources that you can access. No winking or nudging there. And you can track down these different episodes so you can watch them with us, ask us questions if you have them, offer your own thoughts. But we will be getting into in-depth discussions of all these episodes and more as we go through. And we're going to be starting with the 27th episode of Power Rangers Turbo. So if you need to queue that up in your Netflix, your DVDs, your TikToks, your YouTubers, your perfectly legitimate streaming sources, then you can find those and get yourself ready to go for one last hope. That is the 27th episode of Power Rangers Turbo.
Pause, guys. Before we start, can I add one of my grid co-hosts, Austin, aka the Ranger Cheat, to the call?
Oh, absolutely.
Of course.
Right.
Do you need me to add them, or can you add them?
I can add them.
Okay. I'm not always
Alrighty.
familiar with how the intricacies of Skype, how they may operate. Also, so we'll get Austin in here. Is that who we're joining in there?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, everybody.
Welcome, Austin. Good to hear from you.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. So one thing that I linked on yesterday, because we had a number of technical issues, I do want to do before we kick off our stream. We have on my channel, what we like to do before every live stream is repeat our 3 non-controversial phrases. We've got 3 that we start with and 3 that we end with. So you're gonna have to keep sticking around with us for the long haul if you want to get to the end. But to kick off this morning, these are 3 phrases that I think we should all be able to consider non-controversial, and we should treat them as such. So, again, our 3 equally non-controversial phrases. I'll say them, you repeat them. So say it with me in the chat here. First up, Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
Lives matter.
Next up, say it with me, chat. Fascism is bad.
Fascism is
Isn't
bad.
as bad.
And last up, say it with me, chat. Superheroes are fun.
Superheroes are
Superheroes
awesome.
fun.
These should be equally non-controversial, something that we can all agree with as we move forward. Let's kick things off with episode 27 of Power Rangers Turbo. 1, Last Hope. Kicking it off in 3, 2, 1, go Turbo. Gotta get my headphones on. Oh, there's Diva Tox's smiling face. And we are zoom. Oh, there we go.
Wow.
And we are. Oh, my Netflix is taking a moment to kick it off. There we go.
Wait, are we sure you're on the dark? Are you sure on One Last Hope or the Darkest Day?
I think my Netflix accidentally did Darkest Day for a moment there. So I'm popping it back over to One Last Hope. So we'll start that over. We're off to a
Okay.
good start. We're only
Yeah,
10
it was
minutes.
like,
Starting.
it wasn't starting on Duvatox's face for me.
Yeah, with Phantom Ranger just coming in.
Sorry, I thought that it went to the next. Oh, my bad. All right, here we go. Again, episode 27. One last hope. One more time. Kicking off in 3, 2, 1. Go Turbo.
Alright.
And here we go. Here's my Ben. Here on screen.
Do you have your...
Any-
Oh, there's your helmet.
Any of you who know me know I have a deep and abiding affection and connection to.
You're a stan.
And we were just revisiting this little scene from last time. But this time we continue with what's going on at the space base. Oh, what's our favorite Power Rangers in space episodes? Well, it's hard to top Countdown to Destruction, but Always a Chance is naturally up there near the top, and there are just so many others.
Always a Chance is my favorite episode of Power Rangers ever.
It is
Oh.
very good.
Uplifting the Rangers is a pretty good episode.
Oh, yeah.
Austin?
And I don't hear
Yeah.
I don't hear that one ranked as often, but it's definitely deserves respect. Phantom Ranger, him again. Getting the little background. I love this.
So how do they know that the
Has a
Power Ruby is his
manual
life
about
source?
Ranger.
Yes, Power Ruby is very important. Oh, I've got my Phantom Ranger armor off to the side. It's a little buried.
Eldar looks so bizarre in Sentai footage.
Yeah, his head is very, like, smaller and, like, creepier.
Like squished a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, which one?
Sentai
Elgar?
Elgar.
Elgar.
Yeah,
Oh
Sentai
yeah.
Elgar.
Well, Elgar's it's far more. It doesn't have all the servos and expressiveness that.
Mhm.
I think they used the movie budget to enhance him and Rygog's head. Because
Yeah.
Rygog's head's a little different, too.
Mhm.
Oh, Rygog's head doesn't. The mouth doesn't even move. To turbo, go. Mighty engines roar, turbocharged for more, drive for on the floor. Go, Power Rangers Turbo, go. Power Rangers Turbo, go. Power Rangers Turbo, bam, 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 bam. Go, whoa, 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 whoa.
Girl, what are you wearing? Jesus.
She's a fashion icon, didn't you know? Didn't you see how yellow plaid swept the 90s?
Oh, gosh.
I'm pretty sure that I saw that hat a lot in high school. Well, middle school.
Oh, no.
But not with the pants.
Still remember life from the 90s. There we go. That's the spirit.
Ranges.
Ray is Alpha 6.
Yeah, Alpha 6 is me.
I believe-
I do very much appreciate a softened Alpha 6's personality in the
Definitely.
latter half.
First half, Alpha would be like, "Get in there, Reddies.
Yeah.
So what if you're depressed? Go fight."
I'm also glad they dropped Demetria asking questions. Like, that's not helpful, girl.
Mm-hmm.
We talked a little bit about it yesterday, and it worked for, like, Tommy and the others who were graduating as a way to kind of transition them into the next phase of life where they couldn't
sure.
rely on anyone else anymore. But now
Yeah.
we've got the new ones, and they need a little more guidance.
Also,
True.
it's always fun to troll Tommy.
That too. I still love the Monster Tours. That is still such
I
a
don't
brilliant
know.
piece of world building.
What sort of misprint did this thing have that is perpetuated over multiple days of people thinking that they were supposed to see monsters or rangers.
Probably the words "not" was left out.
This whole tour seems like a setup for the Mom, I want to see Power Rangers at home, and then you see the Power Rangers at home, and it's some sort of, it's not what they were looking for kind of meme.
So it's clickbait.
Angel Grove is over here in Angel Grove. The
What
hospital
kind of map is that?
And I agree. I do like the second half of the season much better than the first
Oh.
half.
Oh, it's much.
Yeah, we mentioned that.
Everything looks good here. Let's check out downtown. Oh, downtown has a robotic
A
Godzilla.
giant dragon.
And it's also nice that in the intro, the inset footage of the morphed Rangers is original footage.
Yeah,
unlike
this footage is original.
Unlike the split screen in season 1 or the shot after in season 2, where it's the same Z Ranger poses.
Got some nice original footage there with Metallosaurus. Always those same two buildings. Like, they make use of that one shot of Metallosaurus in between those two buildings quite a bit.
Especially, and even when they change the head, they gotta be using that footage.
You want a monster next to your army friend. These people don't know what they want.
Well, considering it is one of the busiest retail weekends, I would say that anyone who's worked retail certainly is aware of that fact.
Mm-hmm.
Ah!
It's just fun that she just has a random laser that she's using these next couple of episodes. It's fun.
There's
She's
the
vibing.
way that Diva Talks. It's really interesting looking at the two different Diva Talks performances. Hilary Shepard Turner's definitely has much more of a childish glee compared to Carol Hoyt's, which was really more of a traditional villainous menace. And there's those two buildings again. He's just chilling out between those same two buildings.
Well, there was that one building from Mighty Morphin that they managed to explode in like every single episode for years.
God, I feel so bad about that one construction crew that needs to keep at work making that recreation.
Just blow it up again.
What a waste of taxpayers' dollars.
I've said before, like, the tax base in Angel Grove must be insane.
Mm-hmm. I would never live there.
But, the housing prices are probably really cheap.
Yeah. Oh, we got the Piranhatron. It's not quite it's not quite on par with Tenga Bye Bye, but Goodbye Piranhatron still flies.
That's still a bop.
Ooh!
Still a bop.
Thank you so much, Athena. We are now at 1940, which means we are up to episode 42 of Turbo, and we are 3 away from getting to Power Rangers in space.
Oh, we've made it up. That qualifies us for the Rival Rangers, where we get to see Cassie and Ashley fight over their man.
Any episode where they're fighting is a good episode, to be honest.
Truth be told, I don't think I ever noticed until I pointed it out just now that Metallosaurus just keeps stomping in between those same two buildings over and over and over again. And
Well, you can't unsee it now.
Yeah. And it's because I recently covered the episode right after this. The Fall of the Phantom.
Flash of the Fall.
Well, one piece of headcanon that I've had for years is that Trini and Zach, since we never really see them again, one of the things they learned how to do at the Peace Conference was to do a lot of organizing and things, and they end up basically starting a construction relief fund that they basically go every time a new city is attacked. They step in and are like, okay, this is how you do your monster shelters. This is how you do all this.
Okay.
I love that.
Now, remember when I said in Honey, I Shrunk the Rangers how that tunnel looked so familiar?
I was just gonna say. You did mention that. And like I said, they're using the turbo headlights.
Yep. There you go. And the Phantom Laser, the actual Phantom Laser.
Pew pew.
Now this, I will admit, this has not yet appeared in Power Reviews, but I do have it in mind.
Athena, I hope you do get some sleep. That's a lot of time being awake, and thank you so much.
All right, yeah, that's. Hope you get some rest there. You are as always a trooper, and we very much appreciate it. Whew.
Diva.
But I find it really interesting that Phantom's got this crazy like bat-like claw laser, but in Heroes of the Grid and like everything else, we've never seen that him with that weapon in any other media. And
because he's on one of the cards. Like Phantom Ranger has cards for Heroes of the Grid, and that weapon is like is one of them, right? Yeah, Heroes of the Grid is very like intricate with their designs.
But the weapon that they give him in the toys and in the toys in Legacy Wars and Heroes of the Grid is the Turbo Navigator.
Oh.
Which he never
The
wants.
gun mode?
What's that?
The gun mode?
The gun mode.
Because I know it can turn into a gun.
Yeah. The one
Weird.
that Cassie used in Vanishing Act.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the only time that we've ever seen it used as a weapon. And it wasn't used by him, but it's been adopted as his weapon because it was given to him as in the toy. And so Morphin in Legacy Wars, he was given that for his weapon.
Oh.
And in Heroes of the Grid, it's given as his weapon as well. And the card where it shows him using it is actually called the Phantom Laser. So they actually misattributed the name Phantom Laser to the Turbo Navigator instead of the actual Phantom Laser, which is
Change.
Okay, I do love that Divatox's laser runs on tokens. And also, yes, please do not let Eldar near the laser. That would be bad.
That one, touch it.
It's not a toy.
And hello, welcome back.
Welcome back, Sheree. Here we go. That's a big boy right there. Artillatron. That's just a beast of a carrier sword. Wonderful. I love my little command center here and everything. Boom. Now, I've been talking before about how different aspects of Phantom Ranger in this saga have informed his abilities in Power Reviews, and his role as sort of a distributor of Zords,
Pretty much,
was what inspired me to provide him with Technopathy, which is something that pops up here and there in Power Reviews. That's how he has his connection with the little floating invisible camera this week.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. So
I like that.
it was inspired by him always going around distributing Zords, whether it's Artillatron or the Delta Mega Ship.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Delta Mega Ship is totally my nickname for my station wagon.
Love it.
That's how you knew you were on the right floor. This whole thing with them and the food. Metalosaurus just really likes those two buildings. Also, I absolutely love that there's one building with that one curved side, and you know that it was just built explicitly for this sequence.
Yeah, it's like it's being dared to be a little ramp for a Zord to drive on.
Oh, I would love to see like the penguin Zord from Jungle Fury, using its little surfboard on that.
Oh, yeah, the little surfboard.
Video like a quarter pipe. It'd be great.
Oh, that would be awesome.
I want to see a penguin do a kickflip off a skyscraper. Let's see a penguin do a kickflip off a skyscraper.
I mean, I can't do a kickflip off a skyscraper.
Neither can I. I can't kick any of the flips.
I know that we say a lot that toku means never having to say you're kidding, but sometimes it's just like, yes, let's describe a penguin doing a kickflip off of a skyscraper, and I'm just like, God, I love this
Toku is
fandom.
oddly weird enough to have that possible.
Yes. Woo! There we go.
Whee!
That was the entire reason for that building's existence, and it was beautiful.
It is completely worth it for that building.
Yes.
And
Loads of thunder.
okay, Carlos, hit it with your balls.
What even are those? They're just giant marbles.
I don't know, but Carlos has inherited Adam's bad luck of having the oddest of issues with swords and things.
Okay.
Like, were they supposed to be concrete or metal?
This whole milkshake routine is so unnecessarily dramatic.
It's pretty hilarious. Like, I'm not usually here for, like, the pointless comic relief stuff, but Bulk and Skull can pull it off late in the later seasons.
Oh, it's like nobody else.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the problem is that they've been trying to recreate Bulk and Skull.
Yeah, without doing their own thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, specifically, they're
Even when
trying to do season 1 Bulk and Skull.
Yeah, season 1 Bulk and Skull without, like, the, like,
Yeah.
motivations and, like...
Right, so somebody's asking what
Reasons
we
for
are
doing
doing.
stuff.
We are watching and reacting to Power Rangers Turbo, episode 27, One Last Hope. If you want to follow along with us, bring up your Netflix or your DVDs. And we are doing this long series of discussions. We're going through a marathon here to raise awareness and raise funds for Fair Fight and New Georgia Project. Every additional $20 adds another episode to our stream. So, oh, they got their milkshakes. So if you would like to be a part of it, please, by all means, use the link below the donate. You can donate through streamlabs.com/Database Rangers Power Reviews. Ooh, it's real nice. Did I write any Power Rangers novel?
Does fan fiction count?
I feel like there has definitely been the equivalent number of words to a novel written.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about if so Batgirl, I know you've done quite a bit of fan fiction. I don't know if you stick to long form or short form.
The longest I've written was about 20K. In total, though, I've probably written 80,000 words of Power Rangers fanfic.
Nice.
Of what? Like what ships?
Mostly fic about Adam being sad. As mentioned, Always a Chance is my favorite episode.
Phantom. Bringing the inspiration there. I like that Phantom Ranger gets to deliver the moral of the day. Never give up.
The longest one I
Never
ever
give up.
wrote
Never try.
was What If Tommy Never Stopped Being Evil fic, where basically Rita successfully took over the world.
I love it.
Well, that came into
He wrote a
power for the Pat Comics.
Yeah, I made a lot of jokes about that when it happened because I wrote that in 2012.
Oh.
Come out to the parking lot.
For Apocalypse Big Bang was the challenge.
I'm a little sad that the Monster Tours bit was just a 2-part routine and didn't keep going.
Yeah. It's nice
I'm
when
kind of
Skull
surprised
have,
that the
like,
All-Fan
recurring
Ranger
motivation
suits that they use for it
goals.
don't have that, like,
prominence.
representation.
Are you talking about the the little mooks that they have, because those are the actual, like, little henchmen from Car Ranger.
Yeah, it's the Car Ranger ones, the Chromites.
Yeah.
That's what they're called, Carmites.
Yeah, Chromites.
The chromite. Well,
Chromites.
they're styled off the chromite, but they're just called just staring off
What
that.
about warriors?
Just striking a pose there.
Just thinking. What you thinking about, Evie?
What was I thinking about? I'm thinking about
Georgia voting rights.
Yes.
the people in Georgia can vote in this runoff election. That's what I'm thinking about. 23 years in the past, obviously.
I don't know if the situation was exactly worse than it, or better than it is today, but I'm sure there was some suppression going on.
Oh, no, absolutely. I'm sure it was not great.
For that specifically, you would have to ask my wife, since I was still living in New York at that point.
Yeah. All right, so, ladies, gentlemen, Ranger fans of all stripes and orientations, please join us as we continue through this journey. We have just wrapped up One Last Hope. We're about to head into Fall of the Phantom, so if you're able to queue up your Netflix, your DVDs, your YouTubies, your TikTokies, your downloadies, whatever sort of video medium you have for watching Power Rangers Turbo, get it ready, because we're about to pop over to episode 28. Now, for those of you who are wondering, who are these faces? What are we doing here? We are raising funds for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project to make sure that people are able to successfully and effectively vote in the Georgia Senate runoff elections, which will decide the shape of our legislative futures and can ripple out to impact the rest of the world. So this is how we are working to save the world this weekend, this wonderful Thanksgiving weekend, where there's plenty of things that we should be focusing on, giving thanks, but also trying to make a difference and make the world a better place for people who have suffered within it. So if you can donate, please do through the link below. That's streamlabs.com/Database Rangers Power Reviews. I am Database Ranger. We are taking over Morphin Legacy's channel for this weekend. Big thanks to Shadow Ray, who is basically has granted us this spectacular exclusive access.
You're very welcome. It's for a good cause.
And each day of Thanksgiving seems to have a different theme. Friday is Black Friday, Saturday is Small Business Saturday, Monday is Cyber Monday, and Tuesday is Giving Tuesday. So you can get a head start on your Giving Tuesday and donate to help raise funds for the Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project.
All right, so
I was DigiRanger 1994 on Twitter, but
it's
Twitter being Twitter, and now I'm currently at the Nick Fan Club.
There we go. So we are continuing on. So please, for every additional $20 you donate to they will be split between these causes, and we will use this to justify our continued descent into Turbo and hopefully our continuation through Power Rangers in Space.
We are
right now, we are about to kick off.
We are $60 away from Power Rangers in Space.
Yeah. So,
and we are $20 away from the
Parks and Parks
season finale of Power Rangers Turbo.
Not quite. We are still correction. We are $60 away from finishing Turbo. Everything after that goes towards Space.
My apologies.
So, speaking of Turbo, let's tackle this next episode, an episode that I definitely connect to and look forward to speaking about. As I said, episode 28 of Power Rangers Turbo. Cue it up. This is The Fall of the Phantom, and we are kicking it off in 3, 2, 1, go. Go Turbo. Fading in on Angel Grove High. Oh my goodness. I'm so familiar with this episode now because I edited the review so recently. And I love that Cassie has a flashback to something that didn't actually happen.
Oh, right, yeah.
No, I don't think she's flashing back. I think she's just dreaming about him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely a daydream. That is a high school girl's daydream of, look at the cute, mysterious guy who is helping save me. Yeah, that is a high school girl daydream.
My Phantom in shining armor.
My Phantom in shining armor with his...
In translucent armor.
I'm so
Cassie,
glad.
are you sitting here? Detention.
I do love that they managed to bring back Principal Kaplan all these times and Miss
Yeah.
Appleby.
No, Miss
Mhm.
Appleby, I believe, had her last appearance.
Yeah,
her
unfortunately.
first season. I think it may have been Alarmed and Dangerous was her last actual physical appearance, but this was her last mention.
Mm-hmm.
One of the fun things with doing this for Database Rangers Power Reviews was framing it as the villain of my show reviewing this episode, and just reveling in all the punishment that's about to be issued upon the Phantom Ranger.
So, if Divadox has now been promoted to Queen of All Evil, what does Rita think about that, since last time I checked she was the Empress of Evil?
Oh, she's mad.
Oh.
Yeah, the Queen of Evil title seems to be something that any female villain just seems to designate herself as.
Yeah, basically.
Catherine, we are doing this fundraiser until the end of the weekend, assuming we keep getting donations. Right now we are finishing with episode 42 of Turbo, but if we keep getting donations, we will go all the way through the end of Power Rangers in Space tomorrow night.
Yep. So how long we do this fundraiser depends upon how much we raise. The amount that we raise determines the length of the fundraiser. So this is looking at right now carrying us through to about mid-afternoon, but this can very easily keep going all the way through tomorrow night. Oh, and there's Phantom in those opening credits where he should be. That's what he deserves.
It's what he deserves.
One thing that I found fascinating with this episode that I talked about in the review was how it is ostensibly a Cassie focus, but it's not a focus where it's where she's driving the plot, but more where she's treated as just kind of a prop throughout the plot, and it's unfortunate. Cassie is a kind of a great independent character most of the time, but she has so little actual engagement with the other characters that she runs in. She gets kind of run over by the rest of the plot throughout this episode.
Yeah.
And very much is sort of caught up in the
It
swooning.
seems out of character for Cassie, honestly.
Yeah.
It's also so early that they haven't quite set her character yet.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they did define her pretty well, I would say, in her introduction.
Yeah.
But this
Like
is,
with Ashley's mechanic dad.
yeah.
Although I will say the fashion for her is on point, as was her locker. Like, that was every middle school girl's locker, or at least every middle school girl I went to school with.
But I do feel like there could be so much more dialogue for Cassie throughout this episode, and so much of it is just Cassie struggles to respond. Cassie struggles to respond to what Principal Kaplan is telling her. Cassie struggles to respond to Ashley as Ashley walks away. Cassie struggles to respond to Havoc as it's being captured. It's just she keeps getting cut off or trailing off or just sort of like looking at a loss for
Where
words.
did they get those?
I mean, at this point, I assume that, like, every costume store sells knockoff Ranger suits.
That's fair. It's like Paulie's finally able to buy
and every little knockoff is a potential for a Lightning Collection figure.
But with Cassie, she does have that problem. I'm just thinking of how many of her episodes tend to be not entirely driven by her, but like other people's actions. When we get
and now she's the damsel in distress.
Yeah.
I mean, she's getting treated kind of like Kimberly did towards the end of Kim's run when she's all unconscious and the pink is falling out of her in season.
Yeah.
I do need to hand it to Havoc here. He is very effective with his planning in this episode. One
The framing could be a little better though.
One thing that he manages to pull off very well, and as you'll see when he pulls his switcheroo later. Right now, he's done a really good job establishing. No, I have Cassie here. I'm threatening her. But when they go to rescue her, he's not. You don't see him there. But you just kind of assume that he's somewhere because and there's no reason to assume that he's taking on the guise of Cassie when they get there. So it's a very clever move, especially since the only one who's aware that he can shapeshift like he did when disguising as himself as the Phantom Ranger is Cassie.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really good plan, and he's a really fun villain, especially since, like, Divatox is the pirate, but he's kind of like the gentleman thief type sort. He's very polite, he drinks his tea, and he plans.
He's an excellent schemer, and it's a shame that that he hasn't had more time to shine, because over the course of these 3 episodes that he's in, he really does deliver. The only thing that really he's just like, I came here to deliver, the space base and the Metalosaurus to you, and I'm doing that. And then he captures the Power Ruby, and he does that. He doesn't really fail at anything that he sets out to accomplish across the course of his 3 episodes. Metalosaurus is defeated, but it's not really the result of any design flaws. It was the result of the Rangers getting a new addition to their arsenal from an outside source. And he wasn't hired to deal with an outside source. He was hired to deal with the Turbo Megazord, which he was hired to deal with potential threats, but it was initially used against the Turbo Megazord, and it was used effectively. I also gotta wonder if the Darvanian dust is even a real thing. Like, is that something that would normally turn someone to stone? There's so many of these plot devices in Power Rangers that he could totally just be making it up and they wouldn't know.
Honestly.
She's all glittered. God, that had to get everywhere.
Well, it's also, I assume, not actually her. It's just like some sort of foam carving or something of her, I imagine.
Definitely, but still, if glitter gets somewhere, it gets everywhere.
That's true.
Yeah, it's over.
And you'll be finding specks of it for years to come.
I mean, I would say that that's probably some sort of real thing if the Phantom assumes it is.
I mean, at the very least, they assume that it's done what they thought it was going to do. Now, that being said, it could be real, and this could be a super gambit where he actually turned himself to stone, relying upon the Phantom, which would be a really bold move. But that might be assuming a little much. I
will say that the vaguely evil look on Cassie's face before she turned back into Havoc was fantastic. And now I want a whole thing with evil Cassie.
Write a fanfic.
Yes. I mean, I've gone into... Okay, so Batgirl, I don't know how deep you've gone into Power reviews.
Not nearly as deep as I should. I am very bad about following things on YouTube in general.
Fine. Episode 86 and 87, I address how the relationship between Cassie and the Phantom ended.
Ooh.
And it, I suppose you could say it ended cordially, but it did not end well. And no, this is only how it ended in a specific timeline. Specifically Database Rangers timeline. But, the episode that I reviewed that explains what happened to their relationship was Power of Pink.
Ooh.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. Power of Pink hit Cassie hard.
Mm-hmm.
And she was kind of done with relationships after that, as a result.
That makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense.
I also have a very specific timeline branching point. As I've mentioned before, with Countdown Destruction being my timeline branching point for power reviews. And Lost Galaxy is a separate timeline from the main timeline in my interpretation. Because with their whole use of wormholes every time they travel back and forth to Earth, there's nothing saying they're even in the same universe as the rest of the mainline Power Rangers universe.
Mm-hmm.
So, Lost Galaxy, as I said, is a separate timeline, a timeline where Power of Pink broke apart Cassie and the Phantom, and there's those same two buildings again.
Mm-hmm. And the same monster head for Metallosaurus. You know, that version was destroyed last episode.
Upgraded this episode, they're still using the same shot.
I want to know exactly how Bulk and Skull recruited them.
Yeah. How Bulk and Skull recruited
the elderly rangers there.
Senior Center.
Yes, but how did they talk them into it?
And the Mystery Shack seem to be.
I would not say that Bulk and Skull put a lot of points into their charisma stat. They put a lot into bluff, but
I mean that's a form of charisma.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
And one of the things I do love about Power Rangers, as you were talking about branching timelines, is how canon they've made that at this point.
Yeah.
So it makes it so much easier for everyone to choose their own personal continuity and what they want to acknowledge in there. But I just like nerding out about what canon and continuity means as I do that repeatedly.
Well, as far as with that branch timeline I was referring to before, Lost Galaxy isn't completely off to itself. Lost Galaxy is in I did, as far as the branching timelines idea, I do have it branching off to a specific established timeline. I have it be the precursor to RPM. Because that way we do have a means by which a large portion of the Earth can still be saved from vengeance. But also the whole so I'm spoiling significant plot points from Power reviews here. But Cassie, as a result of the events of Powers of Pink, established that universe's version of Hexagon, where all Power Rangers were united under a single organization. And that centralization of power left them vulnerable to a singular computer virus attack.
Uh-huh.
So basically, Cassie's attempts to keep all Rangers safe as a result of Power of Pink led to leaving them all vulnerable to the events of RPM.
Oh.
I remember
So
when
Lost
everyone
Galaxy,
was...
in your interpretation, is in the RPM dimension?
Yes, Lost Galaxy is in the RPM dimension in my interpretation.
I'm not against that.
Yeah. It works as a very good bridging device if you use Cassie's. If you look at Hexagon as being the Space Rangers mission that they need to implement following Power of Pink, and Hexagon as being the sort of the linchpin that allows for Alphabet Soup to take out all Rangers in basically one go through vengeance. So definitely.
I love this song.
There we go. Even the villain of my series acknowledges that Invincible is a great song.
It's good to have this music again.
My show about like reviewing Power Rangers episodes has gotten so convoluted.
Yep.
I mean, that is what happens if you start writing something, then more and more
I mean,
subplots.
there's a reason why production has been so, like, elongated.
Yes. Those
Okay.
early episodes I could put out in a week.
I
Not
do
much.
love that, when he gets hit, he turns back into the car. That is kind of awesome as like a de-transforming, demorphing, take a hit, go back down a stage.
Yes, I approve. But I mean, it's also just dynamic. It works for the situation.
These are some really cool Zords. Like I was saying before we started, I have not rewatched this part since I was reviewing it for Ranger Recaps.
Yeah.
And we were concentrating more on how does this make sense? How do we make a coherent story out of it? Rating things on a scale of fish. Okay, our reasoning for rating things on a scale of fish is because Queen Riley, my co-blogger, would rival Pocky for biggest Billy fan, and our argument was one fish means it made sense, and 5 fishes, Billy, who is canonically afraid of fish, moves to a planet to marry a fish alien. She was a little bitter. So
Billy did overcome, I think, pretty solidly overcome the fear of fish by that point. Which we kind of discussed as we were going along.
But
okay,
we were
fish monsters by that point.
Yes.
He kind of got over it.
We were doing our things on like counting, mostly concentrating on character dynamics and also like continuity and how much internal sense things made. I cannot believe that in the year 1997 they got away with 2 ginormous artillery guns cannons.
they got away with it in
suicide
1996
bomb
because
stingers.
that's what Power Ranger is.
Yeah.
Not something that children can imitate. It's like, what are they going to do? Go, like, pick up a bazooka at a Toys R Us? No.
I guarantee you could have bought a Nerf bazooka.
Yeah, exactly. It's something that's perfectly reasonable for them to have Nerf versions of, so it's perfectly fine to have on children's television as a result. That was actually something interesting when I was talking to Mark about Wild West Rangers. When it came to the censors, what they generally tended to censor out were things that were imitatable. So when he had a joke in the saloon where like the one-eyed bulk would ask for like, I'll have a I'll have a juice in a dirty glass, and then Old West Ernie would be like, all our glasses are dirty here, and that got cut from the script because the censors didn't want to encourage children to drink from dirty glasses because that was something that a kid could reasonably do. And not something you'd think of for a censor to care about.
It's weird that, I mean, you get why kids might take it too literally, but I'm surprised dirty wasn't more metaphorical.
Like boobs?
Like, Phantom is like right up there with Trey in terms of, his focus on others. But he
we get another next time on.
Yes. Because this deserves like attention. It's like, fans, you need to see what's happening. The Phantom Ranger's in trouble. You need to see what happens. We're gonna have a clash between Megazords.
But how is it that these episodes were the ones that had theirs intact while all the others were?
Oh my goodness.
I don't know, but
she cannot keep a straight face through this. That is great.
I mean, would you?
Especially when you're when you're stationary and supposed to be stone,
Yeah.
you
See,
Glitter on top of you.
oh, MJ
can't
says that
help it.
1997 was the year of the Nerf Rototrax gun. And good morning.
Welcome. We just finished up Fall of the Phantom. As I said, an episode sort of near and dear to my heart since I had just reviewed it on Database Rangers Power Reviews, and that was our last cliffhanger. The Phantom in trouble. Who knows what's going to happen to him? That's another thing. He's somebody who sacrifices himself willingly, regularly, with no one knowing his name. And that is a layer of nobility to the character that I don't think generally gets enough acknowledgement. Phantom Ranger is a pretty amazing character for someone who you never learn about in the show.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I've made, an episode that's 90 episodes going about figuring out who would be behind that mask.
We are looking into what happened with yesterday's live stream. We're talking to SABAN about it to figure out exactly what happened.
Yeah. I know it's still. I need to reach out to him because it's. I didn't want to. I figured I believe he was already asleep by the time that I found out about the issue. So I do need to double check with him to see what's going on. He should be up now. I should message him.
Flash.
We're not 100% sure what happened with that. So I will shoot him a message in a moment right after we kick off this next episode of our marathon. We just had the Fall of the Phantom, so if you're just tuning in, you want to queue up your Netflix, your DVDs, whatever sort of video source you have for watching Power Rangers Turbo, to the 29th episode of Power Rangers. Again, we are raising fund. 29th episode of Power Rangers Turbo, specifically. Once again, we are raising funds for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project, and this is how we are doing it. You can donate through the link below. That's streamlabs.com/Database Rangers Power Reviews. I am Database Ranger. I'm the master of ceremonies for this marathon live stream. We discuss all Power Rangers Turbo and hopefully beyond. And as we move along through it, every additional $20 another episode free. So we haven't quite qualified for Chasing the Space yet. We're about 3 episodes away from as far as funding goes. So we need another $60. We did ask Mark, and he didn't have a specific answer because he hadn't worked on that specific episode. But I believe that he said that it very well may have been written in. Considering the framing of the shot and that zoom in, that is not outside the realm of possibility, but we didn't have the certainty on it. I imagine that we would probably want to double check with the director or the writer of that episode, which would have been either Judd Lin, who wrote Fall of the Phantom, or Steve Markowitz, who directed it. So one of them would probably be a better source of info on that. And unfortunately, we haven't been able to get in touch with them for this stream, Chip Lin, because he's obviously been busy with the franchise.
But we did ask. We did not forget you.
Yes. All right.
Well, it was nice that you didn't immediately dismiss the possibility, but
yes. And the way that it was framed, it did seem as though, okay, that is how we're opening up on the shot. So it absolutely could have been part of the script.
Angelico, who do you want to say that?
What was that?
In the chat.
Power Rangers! Ha!
Power Rangers.
All right, so
Episode 29, you guys should all be ready to go because we're about to jump on into it. This is Clash of the Megazords, episode 29 of Power Rangers Turbo, kicking it off in 3, 2, 1, go Turbo. Fading in on the command center.
I really want to go there one day.
Me and Ray went there last PMC for
What
the
is-
Yeah.
What's
trip there.
the shot of the Earth's gonna help with finding Divatox's space base.
Yeah.
Got some good pictures out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's that tunnel again. They made good use of this tunnel throughout the season. Mm. It's so weak. And there's that ship. I love that ship. It's great.
All right, from the Phantom Phenomenon.
Yep. Oh, Phantom, my heart, my
Power Ruby.
crystallized ruby heart that's been ripped out.
I don't know. I'll take off the helmet and see if he's breathing.
Turbo shot for hot over on the floor. Go, Power Rangers Turbo, go. Power Rangers Turbo, go. Power Rangers Turbo, bow, 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 bow. Go, whoa, 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 whoa.
Catherine, so do we, which is why we are doing this.
Boom and Juma Thingamajiggers. I think that should be our name for all the Zords now.
I love all of Divatox's alliteration, but I love, alliteration and wordplay in general.
She is still trying to avert that Millennium message.
Yep.
MJ presented a very good stat from Babylon 5 that really does well represent the Phantom Ranger here. No greater love hath a man than he lay down his life for his friends. Not for millions, not for glory, not for fame. One person in the dark where no one will ever know or see. He gave up his ruby to try and save Cassie, and just went off.
Okie dokie, everything is brought in.
No one knowing his name, and that's just, ooh, the emotions. They really have their hand motions down at this point. I gotta give kudos for that.
Props.
It helps that they put the light where they on their wrists when they get to that part of the morph. Because they forget that infrared, and you can see someone hit his wrist instead of the keyhole.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
There's no way to actually get the key in there in that
Without like
hole.
breaking
There's
it.
that SENTAI Rygok head.
Like they really did just integrate the Phantom Ranger into this arc so well, with his power ruby and everything with the invisibility monster.
I'm just always impressed with how well they're able to take the Sentai footage and tell original stories.
Yeah.
And even when they stick pretty close to it, like in Samurai or Time Force, they still manage to put some sort of new thing that's just delightful. And
like even Samurai added that Dayu and Decker romance.
I loved
backstory
that
thing, which was really good addition to Samurai.
It was cute. This Mega Magnet is also ridiculous. It is nothing about this is how magnets work. It's amazing.
Oh, giant magnets in the PRU
I love
never
the
make sense.
Doom here.
Like that one in Ninja Steel.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
That attracts Ninja Steel.
Oh, and this is also just a really fun way to write out the neutron laser cannon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, too late. Go for it. Yep. Yeah, do the thing.
You know, considering how hard it is to remember all the techno babble at age like 13, Blake Foster's doing a pretty good job with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everything about just how this magnet is working is absurd.
Someone in the chat keeps yelling cat, cat, cat.
That's true. Somebody.
Well, I'm not on video, so...
Cat, cat, cat. So here we go. Here's a cat, cat, cat.
Aww.
Also, Metal Mangler. This was just the worst. My laser.
I'm not on video, so I cannot show off my cat, but he is wearing a very dapper bow tie and is very angry about it. I did
Oliver.
tweet a picture of him yesterday to encourage people to come to the stream, because a cat in a bow tie told you to. And you have to listen to that.
I mean, that's on God.
I mean, you can't just ignore that.
You know what? I will retweet him, because cat in a bow tie, and I like showing off my cat.
Oh my God, I just saw the picture. Does not look happy at all.
He was so mad at us.
This is trying so hard to just figure out where the off is instead of just smashing the magnet like most grunts would do.
You know what? I also have one of him with a morpher, so let me find that picture.
Oh, that sounds cute.
Fluffy buddy. Oliver is so confused. He does not know what's going on in life. Aww.
You blew up to be on screen.
He's a sweetie. Mary's a good girl.
Well, we had family Zoom Thanksgiving, and, you know, had to dress the cat up for it.
Yeah.
Oh, naturally.
And, yeah, we're seeing how long we can wait before he murders us.
He'll wait until you go to bed.
I did not sleep super well because he decided he wanted to sit on my face.
What?
Already getting his vengeance.
Oh no, here comes the Turbo Megazord. I think Rygog is so weird.
Yeah.
Something very strange about the way his mouth moves. Oh no. Interesting they're still using Havoc's troops for this fight, even though Havoc ran off in the episode.
There you go. I have retweeted him with his morpher and his bow tie.
Oh, that is so cute.
Aww.
Okay. The use of that shot, not the best shot to use. Who can tell me what was the problem with that shot of Artillotron right there?
I'm not sure. What was it?
Did anyone notice what was next to Artillotron in that shot?
I was distracted by your cat.
I'm good with anything.
The Turbozords were in the base.
No,
Ooh.
Oops.
Did they not notice that they used footage that had turbo swords in it?
How do you end up using that shot?
I'm being honest.
Out of all the ones you could use, you used that one.
Why did you say the Phantom Ranger didn't do that?
Awkward.
It's a good emotional anchor for what would otherwise just sort of be a spectacle episode of Megazord fighting.
Yeah. For dinner.
I do like this as a carrier Zord.
Oh,
Yeah, that's fine.
Keeping the ground beef.
We're invincible.
Yep. But yet the Rescue Zords are just an unexpectedly fantastic design in a season that you don't think of as having for Zord designs. Like the Turbo Megazord, after the Zeozords of the previous season, feels very simplified because it's a set of 5 cars.
Yeah.
It's not an overly complex assembly.
Mm-hmm.
You can have the Rescue Megazord, where every individual Zord transforms to a humanoid form from a vehicle.
Love it.
They did that 3 seasons in a row because season 3 had the Shogun and the Zeo had the Super Zeo Zords.
Yep.
Then after Turbo, it kind of was like.
That was pretty much.
Mystic Force, I think, was the last time they had humanoid Zords.
I want to say.
You know, I do love the Super Zeozords are another one where they're very simplistic, but they're just awesome.
Oh, they're
Oh,
so
yes.
good. Mm.
Yet, don't destroy me. He's a little fluff. You all good there?
What is your
Yeah.
cat's name again?
This is Oliver.
Aw.
Frankie is elsewhere.
Oh.
You just want some more? Cut it.
Mr. Buddy was originally supposed to be named after a Power
Okay.
Ranger, but he was a stray, and we were trying not to name him because we weren't sure we were going to catch him, so we were just calling him our little buddy, and
Yeah.
then it kind of stuck.
I like to imagine the Power Ruby actually has just untapped wells of power that David Talks just haven't fully tapped into here.
Just 2 minutes.
Okay.
So a nice way to just kind of beef up, this Megazord battle. Having the 2 Megazords fight while still establishing the Rescue Megazord as being the generally superior Megazord is a tricky needle to thread, and the use of the battery pack with the Power Ruby really kind of...
Yeah, it definitely. I was wondering, like, why are they using the battery pack? So I'm like, I guess it's to have equal footing with the Rescue Megazord.
Yeah, exactly.
Which makes sense.
And, it's a control pack as well.
All that too.
Okay. I feel also like... I mean, I haven't watched Car Ranger, but it does feel like during this arc, Car Ranger must have had a greater dramatic arc here, which just...
I watched Car Ranger and kind of
here is a pretty...
because they kicked out the villains for a while when
Yeah,
General Havoc's Sentai counterpart came on the scene.
He was sort of the to use chibi tropes, the Knight of Cerebus there.
Yes.
Car Ranger was... I think we stopped watching after the super, super racist monster.
What?
Don't know which one that was. Whoop!
That
was
it's in the
crazy.
mid-20s. Luckily, they did not adapt that one. But
Oh, was it like the Greek-looking one or something?
it was the one that was black and the giant lips and
Oh, I think I've
Oh
seen
my gosh! Oof.
I think it was one of the sports themed ones in the middle.
feels right.
Oh my gosh.
I would need to check it out, but yes, that seems right.
I'm gonna look that up one right now. And Car Ranger didn't really have that many good monster designs. It's definitely a flavor.
Car Ranger took this weird little detour in the middle where it was just like advocating tourism for different parts of Japan, and they were traveling all over.
Well, that's a fun premise.
What flavor would you want?
Ooh,
Oh, I see it.
This is a nice little fight here.
This is a really nice little fight.
Catch is not a
okay.
standout monster design, but it's still a nice sequence.
Car Ranger is not one of the ones I go to for good monster designs at all.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, sure, yeah. Okay.
TJ is such a good red, and I know I talked about this a little bit during Zio, but it's so weird because Rocky is the one who kind of gets flack for not being the ideal of either a red or a blue, whereas TJ has the exact opposite experience where people hold him up for both.
Mm-hmm.
He's a very good example of both.
Mm-hmm.
But they really had to do a good. They really had to make up a good character to replace Tone, because, like, the same thing kind of happened to Kat, where it's like, oh, you replaced Kim, so you're going to always be in her shadow.
Yeah. Like, that was one of the nice things that this team was able to do, even though they were definitely in the shadow of the previous team, like, no question about it. But they were able to kind of finally grow past being in the shadow of the original team.
It also helped that they pretty much replaced the entire cast, too, so there aren't really that many veterans except Justin, but Justin was new himself, so
yeah,
they're all on equal footing with each other.
And good morning, Ross. We are streaming Turbo and discussing it while raising money for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project. Feel free to join us.
And we are on Clash of the Megazords.
We are currently on episode 29.
Yep. This is Clash of the Megazords, episode 29 of Power Rangers Turbo. We'll be hitting into episode 30 after this is done and bring in the writer of the next episode, Mark Litton.
And the stream will continue as long as we keep making donations. We are currently funded all the way up through episode 42. And It is $20 an episode, so we are $60 away from finishing Turbo and $80 from starting in space.
Yes, it's true.
I want Cassie's dress.
Nice.
Like, I know the 90s were a mess for fashion, but the problem of having been a teenage girl in the late 90s is just like, I'm like, yes, that choker! I love it! Yes, her dress, I love it! Because
the 2000s didn't get any better.
Yeah.
Because I was never allowed to buy anything from Medelia's catalog as much as I wanted to.
There we go.
The king is back.
Yes. Yes.
So, how does Jake survive without his power ruby?
Oh, what? How do I survive without power ruby? It's kept internally.
Well, DBU.
Yeah, Database Ranger. His power ruby is kept internally. He summons it whenever it's time to morph.
Oh, okay. So it's just a morphing thing and not a life support.
Putting it on your chest.
Well, it's still a life support thing, but it's one that's kept internally, so it only emerges when it's morphin time.
Okay.
So he does have the power ruby, as you see each time that he morphs. But you know, it's in his chest, under his clothes and everything. And away he goes.
Ross, we have already watched both of those episodes.
Yep.
Hopefully we will figure out what was up. We were on Estei's channel yesterday. I'm losing my voice after talking for 12 hours yesterday. Hopefully we will be able to get that stream saved somewhere so that you guys can all catch it.
Yeah, it looks like it did save. It's just currently unlisted, so SA will have to sort of
unlisted.
Yes. All right.
Once again, I failed to hit watch the credits in time. I am sad.
All right, so you got it ready to go?
Yep.
So, I'm about to call up our special guest, Mark Litton, who is the writer of our next episode, The Robot Ranger.
And who is amazing for joining us at 7:20 a.m. his time, because, frankly, I would still be asleep at that time if I could.
Yes. All right. Here we go. Let's talk to Mark. And if you want to follow along with the episode, get yourself all queued up to the 30th episode of Power Rangers Turbo. Let's call up Mark Litton.
Hi, Jacob.
Good morning, Mark. How are you?
Good morning. Almost awake.
Almost awake. I think we're about 3 hours ahead of you, and I think we're still in the almost. We're almost there.
Yeah, it'll take me a few episodes before I'm up and running, really. But hey, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. All right, so we just said farewell to the Phantom Ranger. He's served his purpose and moved on to his next mission.
Excellent.
We are very appreciative that you're willing to come and join us so early in the morning, and all of the help you have given us over the last few weekends.
You're welcome.
Yes,
You're
absolutely.
welcome. I always liked the Robot Ranger, so I'm here for it.
Awesome. All right, so should we just dive in?
We certainly can. Let's do it.
All right. So we have this all queued up. For anyone at home following along, again, this is episode 30, The Robot Ranger. We have the writer Mark Litton here with us. And we are still at $1,940. Every additional $20 adds another episode to our stream. So we are currently just $60 away from hitting the end of Power Rangers Turbo to start working on Power Rangers in Space. Right now, we are raising funds for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project. So let's dive into this next episode. Power Rangers Turbo, episode 30, The Robot Ranger, kicking it off in 3, 2, 1, go Turbo. And there we go, fading in on the youth center.
Here we go, back with the tennis.
So you guys were just really going on a full-on roulette with what Bulk and Skull were doing from one episode to the next.
They could do just about anything. As I said, we had a list of everything they'd done.
I kind of imagine at this point you guys just had a giant dartboard and of Mad Libs and just threw darts at it to decide who gets which for which episodes.
What odds are they going to do this episode?
That's not inaccurate.
Ooh! Thank you so much, the Ranger T. We are at 1960, which means that the next $20 gets us into Chase into Space Part 1.
Yep, that's Austin. Thanks, Austin.
Austin on the call with us?
Thanks, Austin.
I have to say, Robot Rangers, to me, always felt like it had something of almost a Twilight Zone feel to it.
Yep. The robot reveal is kind of...
it does feel very Twilight Zone, especially at the end. Love it.
It does. It's so... I mean, I remember watching this and going, have they been replaced by... Has Ashley always been a robot?
Yeah, that's a good point.
It felt, at least to me, very much like a throwback to... Twilight Zone and those other, and 50s
Or
movies.
the Diva Toxin down replacements.
Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
That's what I thought, honestly, this episode.
Power Rangers Turbo was a contemporary of the Second Outer Limits series.
Well, it was, but if anything, my inspiration would have probably come from farther back than that.
Yeah.
Because I've been a fan of the original Twilight Zone, the original.
Sure, of course. But it's
also various Star Treks along the way. A good friend of mine is Andre Bormanis, who is the science consultant to Star Trek.
Oh, really?
Awesome.
And he and I knew each other in Arizona. And when he first went over to California for the job of science consultant with the Next Generation, and like the last season of that, I had already been to Paramount to pitch for Star Trek.
Wow, really?
In about just about a year or two before I came here, before I moved to California in 1993.
Oh. Yeah, I also saw. And by the way, for those who are following along in the episode, and like, hey, we're talking to Mark Litton. Why did it say John Fletcher? John Fletcher being your pen name, this sort of your pseudonym during this stretch of time.
Right, during this era of Rangers, I became John Fletcher.
Yes. And this was another episode that you worked on with your brother. Apparently, this was another one of where Larry was directing.
Yes, which is another reason I liked it, because he usually does a good job with these things. We had some script changes that I sometimes preferred some of the original script to what got on the air, but overall, I think it came out well.
Oh yeah. It was definitely an unexpected kind of episode to follow up the major arc of the Phantom Ranger and the Rescue Megazord.
Yes.
I do have to wonder how Bulk and Skull got this job, though.
Just because they were in line for it. There's certain jobs that incompetence find us a way to the top.
Was the tennis court attacked recently, and after the monster attack, people quit?
Let's
say that.
Yeah, there we go.
That's a reasonable explanation. There's got to be job openings all over Angel Grove. I can't imagine a lot of people remaining in town after each monster attack.
Yeah, I'd move.
Oh, man.
And I like this episode because, well, for what it does for the future.
Oh, right.
Because we have both the Space Rangers and the Turbo Rangers at the Legendary Battle.
You can have them on the same. You can have them on the same little thing because the Robot Rangers still have their turbo powers, presumably.
Yeah,
and they could interact with the Space Rangers.
Yeah, I don't know, Mark, how familiar you were with the big Legendary Battle episode for the 20th anniversary. But for the finale of Super Mega Force, they used a Sentai scene of every Ranger team ever teaming up to fight the bad guys.
Oh, okay.
And people are like, wait, how can you have the Zeo, Turbo, and Space teams there at the same time with so much team overlap? And this episode is the excuse that pretty much all fans rely on for how the Turbo team is able to be there at the same time as Zeo and Space, because we establish here that they have robotic counterparts. So you filled a plot hole about 15 years in advance.
Great.
Thank you for that.
Great. I will have to let James W. Bates know that.
There we go. Oh yeah, do you stay in touch with James? I know you guys have chatted at Power Morphicon before.
Yes, we met at the Morphicon, so I didn't get a chance to actually see his years on the show. But yeah, we definitely stay in touch.
Well, that's fantastic. if we manage to make it to any more recent season live streams, which it'll be a long haul to get there, we'll have to reach out to him.
Right, that'll be far in the future, but yeah, we can certainly reach out. You can reach out to him through me.
Those poor Piranatrons are just getting pelted. But yeah, I think that we really need to take some lessons from Angel Grove because they've got just such a remarkably robust economy. Anybody who wants a job can get a job. The fantastic tax base, continually rebuilding all these structures. It's impressive. It really is.
Well, they don't just rebuild structures; they rebuild their abandoned warehouse district.
Exactly.
I mean, the idea of having an abandoned warehouse district, though, is such a great idea because it's just like, okay, hopefully we keep building this up really cheaply, and that's where the monster will go, and no one will get hurt. Like,
it would explain why.
It's insurance.
It also explains why they look like they're made out of cardboard. Just really cheap construction in the abandoned warehouse district. That would keep construction costs down.
And the villains never learn it's abandoned, so they.
Now, this is an example of an episode where the monster footage doesn't really seem to connect to the main plot of the episode.
It's definitely its own story.
Yeah. Was there any particular point of inspiration that led to you going with this, as we said, sort of Twilight Zone invasion of the body snatchers kind of plot with this film head monster?
Besides it just being awesome.
No. It's going to be too long for me to remember the exact inspiration on this, especially with the monster. I know that sometimes a few writers, usually I would work from the footage outward, but I know that some writers on the show would actually create the plot before they even saw the footage. And there's one person in particular I'm thinking of, but I'm not gonna say the name.
Oh, you're not gonna call them out there.
No need for that. But also, this particular writer wrote some of the most popular episodes of the show.
I believe that.
And also was instrumental in creating some of the fundamental characters of the show too. So, but often this writer would have in mind different pitches before even seeing the footage, and then just work the footage in.
It's intriguing.
And I'm not saying that that's what I did here, but it could have been.
Oh, it's definitely a valid approach, though. You have stories you want to tell, and you look for the opportunities to tell the story, as opposed to looking to the footage for the inspiration for the story.
Right.
And I imagine that it can make certain things easier if you sort of have that bank of stories in mind and are just looking for the opportunities. And this is one of the ones where you got to mash up two different monster footage episodes, which is a little unusual.
I'm not sure how we got so lucky with that, but yeah. Yeah, we did.
It is nice that Justin is now the more experienced of the crew. It allows for him to connect a little bit better to the younger new team.
It's such a good dynamic with him being the experienced veteran.
Yeah. Because then they can just kind of roll with it a lot more. Because they're just like, oh, yeah, he's a little kid, but he knows more than us, so we'll roll with his experience.
Right.
I gotta love those.
That's not suspicious at all.
That's super sus.
Red is sus.
The little prosthetics there are fun.
Yeah, it's a really nice.
He's the imposter.
Someone more is just selling it here with that giant grin there. And Larry's really playing with the Dutch angles right now.
I love when they ham it up.
Let's see which one. Oh, this is
the Volkswagen.
What?
Looks more like a giant Mr. Peanut, doesn't he?
Oh, he does.
Now I can't unsee it.
Veronatron are just keep being used as test
abuse.
That's soldier abuse. Consistent.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, I forgot that it's just so odd to see payphones outside the office.
Oh man, yeah.
That was a different era.
Yes.
It's good that I hurt you.
That's a good bit too. A good way to give him a bit of hope that at least one of them is still real.
And it's also such a thing that okay, right, he's 13 now, not 12. It's such a thing that a 13-year-old boy would say.
Yeah.
True.
But it's definitely a plot that keeps you guessing.
And here I'm using the monster alert again.
Yep.
Because you don't often see the monster alert going off in the town, but of course they'd have one.
I feel like you're one of the only writers to actually make use of that too.
Yeah, that was in Ranger of Two Worlds.
Right? The only one that there was one.
Yeah, because we had it during Vulcan Skull's detective license exam, which you did during Rangers of Two Worlds, and then we had the monster tours. I really like the touches that you had to Angel Grove.
It does such a good job of fleshing out, like we said last night, what it means to live in a town that's constantly under monster attacks.
Well, you'd think that would have an effect on the citizenry after a while.
Exactly. I feel like, you between you and Chip and Jackie, you each clearly brought different strengths to this run of Power Rangers, which a lot of fans really appreciate. This was considered a strong run by I would say most Power Rangers fans, where it seems like Chip was kind of giving the overall direction of the series. Jackie was acting as sort of the mythology guru.
That is such a good moment right there.
That's a jump scare.
Adding all these little touches to make it feel like a more fleshed
out.
Oh!
It's just so doesn't
this does feel like a Twilight Zone episode.
Yeah, I know.
There we go.
Now we.
That was like somebody pulling his face out of shape.
Yeah.
To make it look like he's putting on the mask.
And that was a great prop too. The hollowed out head, Carlos head. Now this is just, to a certain extent, just kind of cruel to Robot Justin. This whole sequence.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's the fight.
And Alvin just was like,
yeah, what's wrong with that?
Well, the question, I guess, is it scary to kids too? Or is it just fun?
It was definitely a mix in that sort of Goosebumps kind of, oh, this is creepy, but it's kind of fun that it's creepy. So it may have been a little scarier for some kids than others.
Why wouldn't they tell him? I guess. Well, there you go. Needed a sleeper agent.
Yeah, it's a good test.
Huh? Yeah, I think he'd notice that.
He could have discovered he was a robot a long time ago.
Yeah, there are a lot of little subtle issues with these with the robot rangers, where it's just like, oh man, we know now they're susceptible to smoothie damage.
Yes.
The face will just pop off whenever they demorph. Oh, we need patches on these guys.
There's a whole list of things that they need to do.
But the whole idea of an AI having sort of blind spots to their identity. I know I keep bringing up my own work on these streams, but one thing that I have with Database Ranger, he's the amnesiac Phantom Ranger. But for the first 28 episodes of Power Reviews, he doesn't even realize that he has amnesia. He's just not thinking about it until it's pointed out to him that he doesn't know who he actually is, what his past is.
Right.
But he knows he wants to get published.
He knows that he's obsessed with Power Rangers. That's all that he knows.
I mean, that's all you need to know, to be honest.
Yeah, there you go. But yeah, when it comes to, programming to an extent, when you erase certain memory banks, you still have those procedural memories, unless you're trying to specifically remember individual events. Your past is I think often ignored in your day-to-day life. It's more so just focusing on getting through the things directly in front of you. You live in the present.
Sure.
I was going to say, smoothie damage is definitely a big concern in Angel Grove.
Yeah, exactly. This little tag with Elgar is a little odd, since we already had the film monster destroyed. This was also a fantastic setup for Chase into Space that we weren't really aware was happening at the time.
Right.
Now sending them to Eltar, was Power Rangers in Space at all being figured out this early on, or was it sort of a coincidence?
Oh yeah, no, it's we always know what the next season is going to be pretty early.
Okay.
We would have been preparing for it. We would have been getting together audition sides for the for casting.
Interesting. Because yeah, there's still another 15 episodes of Turbo after this, and this is the first sort of hint we have into what's going to be the finale of the series, and I forget about that sometimes. That I joke how basically every episode after Clash of the Rangers to Chase into Space is largely a filler episode, because it's more standalone. It doesn't have the status quo changes that we were experiencing throughout the whole Phantom Ranger arc.
Right.
But it is nice when you get these little touches of things that kind of prepare you for what's coming next. So, and I know that that in another, so now I think next up is a little two-parter before we're back to your work again. But
right.
So maybe you can relax a bit, have a bit of breakfast.
I'll see what I can do about finding something to drink, and not a mimosa, just
I miss brunch.
or something.
Oh, okay. We don't want to reveal too much of the behind-the-scenes secrets.
Yeah. I hope that your call to the Netherlands the next time you try goes well.
Oh, we did. It actually, we got on afterwards, and oh my gosh, we talked for about till it was 6 in the morning in the Netherlands anyway.
Oh wow.
So and I said, well, is light coming up there? And he said, and my friend said, no, it's the sun doesn't rise until about 9 a.m. Right now in the Netherlands.
Really?
I keep forgetting how far north it is.
Yeah. I totally didn't realize the Netherlands were that far north that the sunrise was late. But then again, I don't know if they do daylight savings time and how that impacts things.
I'm gonna double check it.
Yeah. All right. Well.
But anyway, yeah. So we had a good discussion. We're working on a couple of different projects. One a possible TV series and the other a possible film. So.
Oh, fantastic.
But that's more in the future, and I can't talk about that. The specifics of that now. But yeah, that's what we're doing.
I suspected as such. I was going to ask.
Yeah.
All right. We'll keep her.
Anyway, I will see you at the next episode.
Yes. For fire in your tank. So we'll see you then.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. That's a good one.
All right. Fantastic.
There's fun behind that.
No, I'm good.
Okay, sure.
All right. Talk to you soon, Mark. Thank you again.
Okay. You're welcome. Bye.
Bye.
And for those in the chat saying hello.
Hello.
There's five. There's 4.
What we are doing is streaming Turbo to raise money for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project to protect and expand voting rights in Georgia before the upcoming Senate elections. We are streaming Turbo as long as the donations keep coming in. We are currently paid all the way through episode 43, which means the only 2 Turbo episodes that we currently will not be streaming are Chase into Space. And we are $40 away from being able to finish Turbo. And after that, if the donations keep coming in, we get into Power Rangers in Space, which I believe we all love.
Yes.
Oh, yes. It's my favorite season.
It is one of my favorites as well. It is one of the best plotted ones, certainly.
Oh, yes.
And set up so much. It is all for a good cause. Giving Tuesday is coming up, so you can get a little bit of a head start on that today.
There we go. All right. So again, all those funds will be going to Fair Fight, New Georgia Project. We have just been informed that Wario rams his car into a Burger King. Don't know why. Conversation, but thank you for informing us. We're sorry to hear about the loss of Wario.
I would be more concerned about Waluigi than Wario.
Honestly,
somebody check on Waluigi, please. Make sure that okay. All right, but yes, our next episode, we are about to go into Beware the Third Wish. That's the 31st episode of Power Rangers Turbo. So if you want to join us in our watch-along, please queue up your Netflix, your DVDs, whatever you may have to watch Power Rangers Turbo in the VHSs. The kids watch the Betamaxes.
I don't think they did Turbo VHS tapes, except for the movie.
I had Turbo on VHS.
Yeah,
the movie.
I had the movie on VHS.
Mm-hmm.
So, here we go. We're kicking off episode 31 of Power Rangers Turbo. Beware the Third Wish. In 3, 2, 1, go Turbo.
And we had a Laserdisc player also until my younger brother broke it.
Ashley's wishing for world peace.
World peace is an excellent wish. But yeah, no, my brother was attempting to put the Empire Strikes Back Laserdisc in and did not get the disc in all the way, and it jammed and broke the Laserdisc player. He also broke our satellite dish. And when I say satellite dish, I'm not talking about the tiny little one that sits on the roof. I'm talking about the ginormous thing from the 80s when you paid for satellite. Because he and his friend thought, hey, we'll just put in random numbers and see what it did, and it turned it outside of its thing.
Oh, gosh.
Baby Justin there in that flashback.
Oh, Justin misses his dad, and I mean,
baby.
It is awful for Justin. I mean, I've said before that my headcanon backstory for him is that his mom died in an early monster attack, and that's why his dad threw himself into work.
Yeah.
That's why he doesn't want to live in Angel Grove.
Yeah.
Blame him.
But poor Justin, like, it is so sad. I owned that shirt, Cassie.
That is, I believe, what the kids refer to as a whole mood. An entire.
It's a vibe.
This is so shipped into turbo. Go! Mighty engines roar, turbocharged for more. Drive 4 on the floor. Go! Power Rangers Turbo, go! Power Rangers Turbo, go! Power Rangers Turbo, bow, 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 bow. Go! Whoa! 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 But yeah, this is a long stretch of episodes where it's really trading back and forth between Chip and Mark. Now we've got Clash of the Megazords with Brett Bourne was one of the last ones that wasn't Chip, Mark, or Jackie. So this is a 2-parter from Chip. That is, it's a weird 2-parter. I'm just gonna say it's a weird 2-parter. It feels like a one-off kind of story that gets somehow turned into a dramatic 2-parter, and I don't entirely know how or why.
I think it's because of the footage of Blue Centurion turning evil, so I guess they wanted to connect it.
I suppose.
Because he turns evil for like 2 or 3 episodes in Car Ranger. But it's not doing the wishing coins, it's like some like evil gas or something.
Yeah, everything about the wishing well business is just very strange.
Oh, also Blue Centurion in his first appearance since when? He's been gone for a while.
Yeah. Yeah. We didn't. He was gone throughout the whole Phantom Ranger arc.
That's because what's his name in Car Ranger? Racer or something? Not Racer or something. The Blue Centurion in Car Ranger.
Signal Man.
Left to his home planet for like 10 or so episodes and came back evil. So that's why he wasn't in the footage.
Signal Man's tiny child was in danger.
There you go. Signal Man.
Yeah.
Think again.
I do like the idea, though, of Signal Man being, of Blue Centurion being vaguely related to SPD and eventually Time Force.
But we do see him in that episode of SPD in that video game, so.
True. Why is this? Like, this is just. I'm sorry. This is a bit of a frustrating plot.
Wait, did he just steal Tommy's hair?
Well, his Zeo hair, because it's actually strange.
Yeah.
I know Jason David
It's
Frank
only
has said
letting
that
it-
the reason he didn't have his hair straightened for the Turbo movie is because he was so sick of having to get up early to be in hair and makeup and refused to do it.
Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah.
That's valid.
Oh no. Just got evil-fied, which is, again, supposed to be impossible. Somehow they keep doing it anyway.
I thought we decided that, when the little wasp was in his head, the fly was in his head, it broke some wiring.
I hate bikes!
Oh, he's mad.
Wicked Wisher.
He's very...
Kind of? What? Kind of? Yeah.
This is such a story-breaking kind of power to have. And it just kind of come. It's such a weirdly specific ability too. So I'm not an old monster anymore. So he wasn't a created monster. I guess he was a recruited monster. Everything about the monsters in Turbo is very strange.
That's a really good comment from Sheree.
Yeah. Oh, connecting Blue Centurion to Captain Shaku and Sheriff Skyfire.
Yep.
But yeah, we are now getting deep into the Turbo what is your life kind of zone here.
I mean, we were saying, you know, that Turbo, the second half, has a reputation of leaning into the camp, and I think that this episode is another another reason for it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is I will recognize that everything after Phantom is when they lean into the camp.
It's just a weird tonal shift, but a fun one.
Yeah. For coming off of Zeo though, it is still jarring. Especially since a lot of the Zeo tone hadn't fully evaporated during that first half of Turbo.
Yeah.
Okay, Evil Blue Centurion is still pretty great.
I am in favor of any and all Evil Rangers, so...
Honestly.
Yeah, he kind of rides that fine line in terms of whether he qualifies, because he is a more of a robotic ally. But I do recognize that he has his own sword.
What's the term? It's like extra hero or something?
Yeah. He was included in the Gokaigers as an extra hero, unlike the Phantom. But I would count Phantom also, and I will throw in Blue Centurion also.
Yeah,
I honestly feel like it's also
Phantom as Ranger. But Blue Centurion, Mag Defender, and Robo Knight, even though Robo Knight has been designated as 6th Ranger, I still very much see him as an extra hero type of terror. Oh, here we got Turbo Navigator in weapons mode again. This is one of the... I forgot that it was used outside of that of Vanishing Act. Mostly because Vanishing Act was the only case where it really was relevant, that it could track while shooting.
What about then Steel? I mean, he is also a robot, but he is very clearly a Ranger.
Well, he does have a designated Ranger form. I can't really exclude Steel without excluding, like, Mac. And as much as I have issues with Mac, I will not deny that he was the Red Ranger of that team.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of it, I think, comes down to whether your Ranger form is your physical body or not. Are you capable of morphing, and do you have the designation of Ranger? Like, Ranger is a designation, and I feel like when you have, like, Robo Knight, Mag Defender, Blue Centurion...
Ninjor.
What was that?
Ninjor.
Yeah, when you don't have Ranger in your name and you don't exhibit the Ranger ability to have an unmorphed form, you don't have the same sort of helmet and suit, it kind of bypasses it. Phantom Ranger is the only one that we haven't seen unmorph, and has an armored body that I would still consider a Ranger, specifically because he has Ranger in his name.
Yeah, pretty much.
And, he does have a helmet. He has supposedly an alternate identity that is just not revealed. So that he has those implications of still fitting the Ranger persona. Whereas Robo Knight doesn't really fit those parameters. And neither does Blue Centurion.
So Magna Defender 1 does not qualify, but Magna Defender 2 does as a Ranger?
Magna Defender 2 is a dicey one because because Magna Defender 1 wasn't, and I don't know how to qualify him as a result. He definitely has very Ranger-like abilities, but
I mean, he can morph and demorph.
But he doesn't have the Ranger designation, which makes it a little dicier.
Yeah.
Solaris Knight is another one.
Yeah.
The Wolf Warrior.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say Solaris Knight. You got kind of a little spectrum there of what does and doesn't quite count as a Ranger. Like I would say, way over here you have like Ninjor, Blue Centurion. Very much not Rangers, but still Ranger allies. And then you have, obvious standard Power Rangers. And then you start to get into the grayer zone. I'd say Phantom Ranger is still a Power Ranger. Solaris Knight doesn't have the Ranger designation, but he still functions as a Ranger in every other regard. So he's still a little bit gray because he doesn't have the Ranger designation. Magna Defender is next up on that spectrum because Magna Defender, again, doesn't have a Ranger designation. One Magna Defender was, as far as we could tell, not a Ranger, and that didn't have an unmorphed form, and the other one did, so it kind of puts those powers kind of in limbo.
I kind of want to draw one of those little graphs where you've got them in the quadrant, like robot, human, ally, Ranger.
Oh, that'd be cool.
And then in the middle.
And somebody pointed out that excluding, any robot who can morph also excludes Dylan, and now I want Dylan and Mac to hang out.
Dylan is explicitly a cyborg, though. He started off.
Yeah, he's a hybrid.
After Magna Defender, I'd say next would be Robo Knight, who receives a 6th Ranger designation, but presents none of the other really, but what otherwise is very clearly in the Blue Centurion kind of vein beyond that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I put like the Ranger classifications on a little bit of a spectrum where we've got that gray area ranging from Phantom Ranger through Robo Knight.
We should draw this as a chart. It would be very useful.
I mean, Magna Defender is pretty great. Oh, and then Wolf Warrior as well would be sort of in that same zone with Magna Defender.
To answer in chat, we talked a lot yesterday about who exactly the Phantom Ranger was supposed to be, and yes, Billy is one of the ones that people have thrown around as one of the most common ones, along with the Spirit of all Rangers past and Zordon's son.
Yep.
And I threw around Adam because I have a favorite. But
and then I have my, and then I'm kind of in my own separate zone of the fandom where I have constructed my whole web series around presenting an alternate identity for who the Phantom Ranger's unmorphed form is. Which is post-series where he's an amnesiac who absolutely loves the Power Rangers franchise and loves discussing and exploring it.
You know what? I'm going to add another theory that I just came up with, where he is a time traveler sent to help the Blue Centurion ensure that the Millennium message is taken seriously.
I can roll with that.
Oh, yeah. He gets the rescue swords and...
No time travel.
I mean, it would kind of fit
time
with...
travel's messy sometimes.
Where he just... He works alongside Blue Centurion during Countdown to Destruction. So that does kind of match up.
Got a point there.
Or maybe, since Divatox was the one who heard the whole message, unlike them, he comes from a bad future where it was averted, and that's why he is like, no, let me help them.
Yeah.
I just like coming up with theories. It's fun.
But I do lean into the, this... I always sort of lean more into show canon whenever trying to make these decisions. And him being referred to as an Eltaran warrior is something that I generally factor into quite well. Is she using?
And the comics are doing a story arc with Eltarian Warrior, so maybe we'll see Phantom Ranger in there.
Is she using those hair trimmers on her lips right now? What is she doing? Also, Elgar just shaved his head, and Elgar.
Oh, that's weird.
A wish on that. Yeah, MJ is pointing out that Blue Centurion did a bad job because we still don't know what the Millennium Message is. But yeah, here's that same shot where you can see both Artillatron and all the Turbozords. If you missed in the previous episode, where they really shouldn't have been able to do that.
Yeah, they probably took it from this episode on the SENTAI. And they're like, oh, we need a shot of the Artillatron and the hangar, but they're like, oh, Turbozords are there, we were fighting them.
How did Phantom Ranger get Artillatron down there into that stadium with nobody noticing?
Good question.
Well, we talked about his ability to phase.
It's true. I was just thinking.
True.
Really, Phantom Ranger, I just love interpreting him as having such a wider range of abilities than where we really only get to see it hinted at in the show.
Like, I read a lot of, I haven't read in a while, but I read a lot of comic books, and it's like when we were talking about him phasing through other dimensions, I'm like, okay, so he's got kind of Nightcrawler's powers there, he's got this character's powers, he could probably take down the whole X-Men. Well, except for telepathy, he couldn't take down Jean Grey anyway. But being able to be slightly out of phase, and that's the thing we also see in Star Trek sometimes with characters.
He's a little bit of a Shadowcat Nightcrawler.
Yep.
And I like one idea that I lean into a little bit during Power Reviews. Where there's a little bit more of an excuse for it because he's amnesiac in Power Reviews, is I don't believe that even he knows the full extent of his powers. His power sets, I'm willing to believe, are a mystery even to him.
Porto's mouth looks like it's fixed open with like one of those like dentist things where they hold your mouth open.
Oh, it does. It's a forever smile.
I'm sad I missed Trouble by the Slice where we got Porto and Drag.
Oh yeah.
Wild Weeder.
That episode is just so great.
It's so iconic. I love it.
Oh, Trouble by the Slice.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It's Wild Weeder, like you look at him and you do not think, oh yeah, this is the big threat that should lead us into our cliffhanger.
The cliffhanger.
Right.
Just the whole idea of there being a cliffhanger about a magic wishing coin is just so... It's so weird. It's not even a... And that's where your to be continued is, on Vulcan's skull putting the coin into a pinball machine. It's such a weird two-parter. The stakes are...
The Gardener of Evil!
The stakes have never been higher.
There's so much there's so many strange aspects to this whole setup. Like there have been plenty of two-parters where, you know, that you could see them wanting to sort of explore the premise, where it may not be particularly high stake, but you can still see why they do a two-parter to explore an interesting premise. But this one is just like, they're not really exploring much of anything. It's who can get the magic wishing coin first.
I can understand that.
All right. So once again, to those of you who may be just joining us, we are doing our live stream discussion of Power Rangers Turbo. We just wrapped up episode 31, Beware the Third Wish. We are doing this to raise awareness and raise funds for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project in light of the upcoming Georgia Senate runoff elections coming up this January 5th, and we have with the registration deadline being December 7th. So we want to make sure that people are registered and capable of voting using these two great organizations. They're very, one for being voter outreach for registration, the other for being voter right protection through legal funds. So everything that is donated through the link below, streamlabs.com/database ranger, gets us a little bit closer to contributing to these great, contributes a little bit more to these great causes, and gets us a little bit closer to completing our watch through of Power Rangers Turbo. We're currently $40 away from hitting our next goal of completing Power Rangers Turbo. Everything after that pushes us forward into Power Rangers in Space. So if you want to see that, please donate below. Spread the word of this chat. If you can share it around with your friends and family, we'd appreciate that. And if you'd like to follow along with us, you can queue up your DVDs, your VHSs, your Netflix accounts. To again, we're now at episode 32 of Power Rangers Turbo. This is The Gardener of Evil. We are kicking that off in 3, 2, 1, go Turbo. And good, we're picking back up on that very stressful cliffhanger of the pinball.
Oh no, we're just repeating it.
Yeah. What is happening to this pinball machine? It is freaking out. It is now on fire. It is exploded. How do
He's
you
a
do
pinball wizard.
Pinball wizard.
Wizard.
A pinball wizard's got such a supple wrist. How do you think he does it?
I don't know.
It is fun. He just keeps finding jobs for them.
I mean, he is basically their dad at this point. Like, he is their mentor.
He adopted them.
I wonder if he feels guilty for, like, not noticing that they'd vanish for...
Yeah, for half the season.
When they were monkeys.
Monkeys.
I also, I wrote, Walt's face lit up at the idea of a baby nursery. And that's kind of cute, and I don't know why.
Maybe that's why he gets to help raise Spike.
Yes.
I mean, we saw them babysitting back in the Ninja Encounter, so we are, leaning a little bit into into both paternal instincts as he's and when he was taking care of little baby Jacob.
There's some background noise.
Fine, they really want to play with them. What on? Oh man, this was so weird. I forgot how weird this was. Hey, Rhonda,
that is luck.
I think it worked a little bit better when they decided to just lean in on the insanity.
Yeah.
I mean, there's leaning in and there's coming up with your own varieties. And this is definitely like, what is going on with these bee people? I'm 12-year-old me was so confused by everything that was going on here.
The second half definitely played up with the footage. Like, the first half was still trying to be Zio with this wacky footage interspliced.
But I don't feel like the Rangers are I feel like the Rangers are still taking everything pretty much just as seriously as they did during that first act of the season.
True.
Mm-hmm.
Aronde, right now we're on...
Because Diva Talks gets a little over the top when Hillary takes over, which I love.
Oh, yes.
I mean,
it's just weird that they did these to random humans, especially since they have Foot Soldiers that could probably do the same thing
Yeah.
as these
well, I mean,
humans.
they're trying to widen their search.
True.
But it's still just such a strange ability. There we go.
Well, okay.
But yeah, as a kid, I was, when going from Zeo to Turbo, I was very skeptical because I was not into cars, but I really like Power Rangers, and I really want to try and sort of give this a chance. And I did keep feeling kind of let down by the season because it kept coming up with interesting ideas that then we'd switch up gears, shifting gears, if you will. And it kept throwing me off because I couldn't get a beat on what the show was supposed to be. And it made it very...
It kept on changing itself with all the rider change-ups and cast switch-ups. It's definitely a Frankenstein
What
season.
is that laser gun doing? Did you see that just there? He used it stationary, and it shot in like 3 different directions.
That standard issue.
We have a bunch of people dressed as bees going coin, 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 coin. And I'm just like, what is happening? And yeah.
Oh, like a gardening nursery, not like a... Okay.
Not a baby nursery.
I thought I was going to be in the episode.
Just a little baby.
I appreciate that long list there.
That is human rights.
Brown cow special.
That is human rights.
Yeah, but... Go ahead. This also really feels like an ineffective way to search. You are just like...
Like you're not actually stopping to look at anything.
I like the "have you seen me" for the coin.
That's hilarious.
And again, just such a strange thing. It's such a strange plot line to be following up the whole long, Phantom Ranger and whatchamacallit, and Rescue Megazord arc, where everything was taken fairly seriously, and then we went for very outside the box kind of plot. We're not going to hear MJ yell in the background, but I'm not sure what it was. They still have that coin. There we go. And of course, once again, Vulcan Skull being the nexus of everything.
It really does. It's the only thing that can possibly explain them.
Like even she knows Vulcan Skull because those were the first humans that she captured.
Of course it's them. It's always them.
Huh?
Yeah.
Dimmadrones?
But yeah,
The Dimmadrone of the Dinsdale Dimmadrones?
the way that Vulcan Skull are used during this half of the season is also. I know I keep saying weird, but it's there's really no cohesive theming to Turbo.
Yeah, especially
There's
for
a lot
them.
of experimentation, and there's never really a clear cohesion to the show as a result. Pirate versus Cars, just as a premise, was already something that made real sense.
I wonder how much of that was because they were
Oh.
trying to do the spin-off and then they were like, oh crap, we have to keep them around. What are we going to do with them?
Oh, yeah.
They kind of already sort of written them out of the show in certain regards.
Yeah, the Zeo finale pretty much cemented them as leaving.
Yeah.
But then they were like, oh, we have a movie to film. I guess we want to put them in there too. So just put them back on the police force.
Yeah.
And then we're like, oh, we still have them in Angel Grove. So we got to do something where it's like, they're still there, but they're not there.
Right.
And then they changed most of the cast out, and it's like, oh, we gotta bring them back because they're the only characters left that were been there since the beginning at this point.
I think that's part of the reason why they didn't work so well in Samurai with Vulcan Spike.
Yeah.
Was they were like, okay, nostalgia, season 1 bulk, go.
Yeah.
Like, Wild Force was a great end point for Vulcan Skull.
Mm-hmm.
Forever
Sure.
Red. But then it was just like backtracking. But honestly, maybe it would have been better if they just saved Paul Schreier for Megaforce, and then he could have been the one in charge of Ernie's brain freeze.
That has
could've
been
been.
my thought for a while, was
Mhm.
that I wish that had been there, because that would have been a perfect full circle, and it would have been much more appropriate than just whatever it was he did in Samurai.
The character, and it would have just have been a random place named Ernie's, but it's not Ernie.
These bees, it just keeps going. This scene just keeps going. Just the bees just keep buzzing around.
Flower bees.
I mean, if there is one thing I have learned from playing Final Fantasy XIV, it is that the bees are incredibly annoying.
Here we got the Turbo Navigator being used offensively again.
There's 2 of them?
Yeah.
I thought there was only one Turbo Navigator.
I mean, we've always seen them being used, multiple of them being used as trackers. This is the first time we've seen multiple of them being used.
True.
Oh, Robo Racer. We haven't seen Robo Racer in a while. But yeah, and it's hard to kind of pin down exactly what it is. It's not quite gelling, and I think part of it is just that up through Zeo, it did feel like we were exploring the character development of Vulcan Skull. And in Turbo, although we are seeing the next stage of their lives with them searching for jobs, the emotional through line has been completely separated from their characters. They are.
That's good.
They're not showing their emotional development as they're running through these different jobs right now. And I feel like that's what's making the sort of random side jobs subplot, which is fun in its own regard, not quite mesh well. Combined with the fact they're no longer connected to the Rangers, so the lack of interaction there is further making.
They just when the cast change happens, they just pretty much just gravitate to the new cast like they've always known each other, even though they haven't.
More arguments for them being the Nexus.
Yeah.
True.
There's a relationship disconnect and a character development disconnect going on with them right here. And they no longer really feel like they're a well-integrated part of the show, even though, they come up with fun different ways to incorporate them. It's feeling more obligatory and less focused.
You kind of have to wonder how it was with them, like, as they went into each season, wondering what it was going to be, and seeing their role dwindle. It just...
Yeah. Well, one thing that's interesting, it's easy to compare the way they are here with the way they are in season 1, where they're, the bumbling, side characters. But in season 1, they did have a narrative purpose as counterexamples.
Antagonists.
They weren't not just as antagonists, but as counterexamples for whichever moral weak might be. They had to be displaying the bad behavior so the Rangers could display the good behavior. And that's something that they're not really doing here, and that no real pairing since then is quite captured. Victor and Monty kind of went for it a little bit.
Oh, Lord.
But it didn't quite. This right here is a genuinely good moment for them.
Mm-hmm.
I do love how many times, when you think of it, those two did save the world.
Yes.
Unintentionally.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes they did it intentionally.
Yeah. Hey, you all good in there? There we go. Nice.
I mean, Justin could have just wished for TV Talks to be defeated or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or just
then we wouldn't have
the existence of evil to be wiped from the universe.
Yeah.
A comprehensive wish would have been clever, but it's one of the things that makes this whole thing weird. Oh my goodness, the beat.
Come on, rock and roll. Rock and roll.
That be.
Oh my god, ew.
There.
Dive.
Also, just the way that they do the growth with the gas out of the mouth thing, when they start using that footage, it's always looks so doofy. Because there's always like an eye rolling and like a kind of look. It's kind of not the most flattering shots for those monster costumes.
Yeah, I don't get why they kept that part in for the growing method, because the growing method is they eat something and then they like. That's
yeah, it was. They ate those weird potato things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think they're neat.
It was an interesting way to
make them grow.
Yeah. I mean, it's certainly not something that's been reused since.
By the way, I realized I haven't brought out the old sketchbook so far today.
All right.
I've had that here the whole time. Let's see who we've had here.
Definitely want to see your interpretations on some of these crazy designs.
And some of them weren't finished. That was one of the reasons I wasn't really highlighting them too much. But there's Foxter and Crosspiece who did.
Oh.
And then here we've got. Yeah, this was tricky because there were two of them in the same episode. We had Flashhead and Voltmeister.
Torch Tiger.
Yeah. Torch Tiger.
Torch Tiger.
Oh my God.
Was his name Torch Tiger or was that the next one?
No, Torch Tiger is our next one.
Oh no, Electrovolt.
That was Voltmeister.
Oh, Voltmeister. There's so many electric-based monsters.
You are flopping, Ray.
I know.
Wicked Wisher and Wild Weaver. I got a little better. I really went to town on that V though.
Oh, wow, yeah.
You definitely did. Your art keeps improving the more we watch this.
Yeah.
Well, you know, at this point, we've seen several years worth. But yeah, I was getting there's a number of these monsters where I didn't get around to their hands and feet because I either didn't find the time or I didn't really get a good look at them because they move so much. Because it takes a while to get things right when it comes to things like that.
Daddy? Dad?
Dad!
Can you hear me?
Papa, give me.
It's the Gold Ranger.
Yes, Papa.
I forgot that this two-parter actually did end on this note.
Aww.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Not that it really gets referenced.
Yeah, it's not. We don't see.
I will
Justin's
acknowledge.
ending until the
Okay.
finale.
As much as I have been, you know, kind of critiquing this as filler so much. That poor Pirantron. As much as I have critiqued this as heavy filler, like that is a notable character moment. I will.
Oh,
Mhm.
for sure.
It is a notable character moment that I don't think they reference back to again in terms of until the finale, but it is
finale.
All right. Ready to bring our main man back in?
Bring on Mark Litton.
Bring Mark back. Yeah, how was doing?
Icons only.
Here we go.
Hey there, Jacob.
Hey there, Mark. We just survived the Wicked Wishing two-parter.
Oh, okay.
Which is a trip. Think the plots are definitely getting a little wackier as we go along through here.
Yes.
It's about to get wackier.
That's what I recall from that part of the season.
So to a reminder to everyone following along, we have Mark Litton here on the phone. He is a writer throughout much of early Power Rangers, and we're about to take a look at one of his episodes. This is going to be Fire in Your Tank. It's the 33rd episode of Power Rangers Turbo. So as always, if you want to follow along with us, cue it up on your DVD, your Netflix, your your VHSs, your Betamaxes, your Laserdiscs, your phonographs, whatever it is that you have watching Power Rangers. Get it ready to go.
Ranger, Dave Ranger's name is Dave.
We are raising funds for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project. Every $20 gets split between those two great causes and adds another episode to our list for our discussion today. We have $40 left to go before we get to the end of Power Rangers Turbo for our list. But every additional $20 past that will get us into Power Rangers in Space, which is a season that I know is a fan favorite. So we definitely want to try and see if we can get there for this weekend. That is up to you, Ranger fans. So if you want to donate, use the donation link down below, streamlabs.com/database-rangers-power-reviews. And we're all ready to go. Let's jump into episode 33 of Power Rangers Turbo, Fire in Your Tank. Kicking it off in 3, 2, 1, go Turbo. And we've got Lightning Cruiser flying through the sky.
SABAN.
So thank you again for joining us, Mark.
Oh, you're welcome.
We get this super rocket fuel here. That's fun.
And realized I wasn't on the right episode, so I'm catching up with you.
Oh, okay. Sorry there.
No, it's quite all right. That began the wishing episode.
Oh, okay. Oh, because that was the next episode on the list here.
There we go.
Yeah, we're in the monster boot camp now.
I do love this monster boot camp.
How many seconds in?
Yeah, that they like they pretty much repainted and
about
like
45 seconds.
Frankenstein a bunch of old monsters into new monsters. That's pretty cool.
We're gonna have monster just zap some targets.
Right.
Elgar's running deep.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Looking throne. That is a great throne.
That is a fantastic throne.
Only the finest for
the queen.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and any thoughts on this monster boot camp that you would like to share with us?
I would definitely like to know myself.
We just thought we'd give them some training. If they're losing all the time, why not train them a little bit more?
Why not?
So she's thinking in a little different direction than Rita Repulsa would.
Yeah, that's pretty strategic.
Now, what in your opinion, why is it that when she has apparently so many monsters at her disposal that she only likes to use one at a time?
Well, that's a good question. She thinks about these things, but not very carefully.
Oh, okay. Still very much bound by the rules of engagement, even unknowingly so.
And the footage that we have.
Well, yes, of course.
She doesn't want to play all her cards at once.
Well, yes, that would be our doylist explanation is always in play. We have been having fun discussions of doylist versus Watsonian rationales throughout the entirety of these live streams.
I want that car.
And there we go. You're once again your pen name John Fletcher popping up. I do enjoy the repeated use of variations on Bob Pappenbrook's Rito Revolto kind of voice here. He's got just a fun monster voice that he just does little.
He's got range though. He did Deviant in Lost Galaxy, and that is way different from Rito.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Deviant is very different. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, you were about to say?
No, I was just going to say because I've just come across the Bulk and Skull job of the day.
Yes.
Which this time is fire spotting.
Yeah.
And the inspiration for this is the fact that my father was a forester.
Oh, really?
Oh.
In the Great Northwest, and they actually allowed me to have a lookout tower.
Oh, that's fun. Wow.
And we went back and forth about it because I said, Chip, can we have a lookout tower, please?
Oh, that's great. It's always fun when you can draw on personal experiences with these.
Oh, Ashley's wearing her coat again.
Yeah, Ashley's got her yellow plaid, which we were pointing out from her first focus episode.
And this was probably as close as we came to doing a drug episode.
Oh yeah, I guess so. With the rocket fuel being sort of an addiction for the monster.
As I recall, the network was very specific about not making it a drug episode.
Oh, okay. Were there more overtones of that in the original drafts?
As I'm watching now, I want to see how much is left into the script before I mention.
Also, the way he ingests it later on is very different to how you ingest things. So.
Yeah. Yeah, it was, basically, it's liking this to some of the Saved by the Bell episodes.
Oh yes.
As I recall.
I'm so excited.
So many of us, I think, at this point have seen that Saved by the Bell clip of I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so scared.
Oh, I thought you meant from the new one.
It's gonna live forever.
Yeah.
Sorry, don't count on your birthday.
These cars as additional characters to the show was such an interesting addition as far as because they are sort of part of the cast.
I guess they are, yeah. I would agree.
Yeah, don't often think of them as such because they're, you know, a pair of vehicles, but they do sort of have their own wills. We were joking during their introduction episode that they were sort of when they first allowed.
Is that a Beetleborgs comic? It is.
It is.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's great.
That's fun.
So there we go.
Marvel do those or something?
It'd be in the same universe. You don't know.
I think Marvel made those comics. I think.
Possibly.
Don't quote
Possibly.
me.
I think that this time Marvel did the comics for like Turbo and stuff. So that's possible.
Yeah.
Gotta check that archive.
So, you know, we focus primarily on you know, the details of the individual episodes, the seasons themselves. But what was life like for you at this time working on these? Like, it did seem like it was a major time commitment.
Well, it was. It was. We were working at the office. It was. For me, for Chip and Jackie, it was 5 days a week. For me, it was 4 days a week. But on the fifth day, I actually worked from home. On that as part of our agreement, and we. It was about. This lasted for about a couple of months, I think.
Yeah.
2.5 months that we wrote about. To where I think I wrote about 10 episodes in that period of time. Didn't, you know, obviously including this one.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a strong stretch. I think I count off 9 in pretty short succession. It seems like you and Chip really traded off writing credits for a good stretch of this run.
Yeah.
There were 1 or 2 from Jackie, and then there was 1 snuck in there from Brett Bourne, which was a little unexpected. I think he was the only one who kind of had one last script sneak in there.
Right. Well, because he was, you know, he was there at work all the time.
Oh yeah.
Because he was, you know, an accountant for the show.
Right. I love that teleportation gag there, where they leave it behind and then half teleport back to grab it.
Can't forget this.
Yeah.
And basically, the unobservant Vulcan skull.
I mean, one thing that we were discussing a little bit was that that over the course of this season, Vulcan Skull sort of lost their connection to the Ranger cast in a number of ways, and it did make their scenes a little bit more disconnected as a result. But the fact that they were still, you know, tied into the plot of the day was still fun.
Right. See, now notice the Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Oh my goodness.
Wings.
I just heard the little, yeah. So, this car was from the Sentai footage, right? And then you guys...
No, it's an original one.
I think it's an original car. I think we built that.
Okay. Yeah, and here we can kind of see the rocket fuel inspiration from the Sentai for the story of the day.
Right. Because that part actually is Sentai footage.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It doesn't look like anywhere near Santa Clarita.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, the footage quality and the lighting is it's always interesting to, and now we're back to American footage again. He's using his he's not
right,
drinking
the monster has a problem.
Yeah. And the fact that he drinks through a gas cap in his ribs is definitely a special scenario there.
Yeah, that's not disturbing at all, is it?
And it's interesting that was original footage for that. So that was a choice for him to drink through his ribs.
Guess they didn't want to show him actually drinking it through his mouth.
Yeah.
Well, we probably wouldn't have shown it if he had.
Yeah, because the kid's imitating it.
Yeah.
Like, remember, kids, if you are going to drink gasoline, drink it through your ribs.
Through your gas hole.
That is quite a major fire there.
Yes. Every time they're trying that they do the turbo morph hand motions, I just look at their faces are so focused because I'm sure they're just like, don't screw it up, don't screw it up, don't screw it up, because they must have done those motions so many times.
So many times.
Well, it's a good question about whether or not they did, because often what they'll do is they'll shoot it, take a day and shoot all of that, and then just keep reusing that footage.
Well, that's fair. I mean, I know that the actual morph sequences themselves are the cutaways, but the
right.
But they do it.
Yeah, they do it in other cases too. Absolutely.
It's smart. Get into a good groove with it, so that, because if you gotta figure out how to do it once, do it a bunch of times, then that way you don't need to go back to it. But yeah, it was just kind of as we're talking, I do little bits of research on the episodes where I can, and it looks like the episode that this was adapting apparently featured some scenes of alcoholic drinking.
Oh, okay.
From
the Rangers, or from?
I believe from probably from the monster.
The villains.
Okay. Yeah, most likely the monsters.
Yeah.
Is there like base or something had like a bar?
Yep.
Yeah, well, they called it Geki Baka, was the drink. And apparently that was what he was getting his getting his boost from.
Okay.
It's Divatox, deal with it.
I just love her. She's such a fun villainess.
Oh, yes.
Such a bizarre vehicle. So, was this whole plot line with the car just was this totally you? Did they already have the car built and they just wanted an excuse to use it more?
Oh, I think they may have built it for this.
Okay. Because I think that the same car was used in the introduction of Lightning Cruiser and Storm Blaster, but it didn't have the wings yet.
Right.
I think they changed it up a little bit.
Yeah.
I'll have to see if I can find this script somewhere.
Yeah.
Because I don't have all of the scripts. I only have a few of them where they're on different computers and tucked away in a closet somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to keep track of everything after so long.
Especially plots. Because as I was recalling, this is that when I was... Oh, there we go.
They're finally figuring out that everything...
there might be a fire somewhere.
Like, oh, it's cloudy. So they actually built that whole watchtower?
Oh, yes.
Oh man, I assume they just found a location and made use of it for the day. That is commitment there.
That's us. We built that.
That's great.
That makes Skull's earlier line of "Where did this come from?" even better.
Yeah. This whole setup here where they need to jump from the windows of the car. Yeah, I suppose you guys would have had to build that just to make sure that everything would line up right with the car. I didn't even think.
And then notice they don't show Narvi landing.
Yes.
In the car. There's not really room in that car for that.
No.
And hello there in the chat.
Yes. Again, we are checking out Fire in Your Tank. Mark, along with the writer of the episode, Mark Litton, discussing it and having a good time, raising funds for Fair Fight New Georgia Project. You can donate using the link below.
Also writing under the name John Fletcher here.
Yes.
So if anybody goes to the episode and say, "Hey, that's not Mark," it actually is.
Yes. He's so proud of himself.
Yeah, that's an act we don't want kids to imitate.
What, you mean driving a car out of a building?
Driving a car into a monster?
I mean, what do you think they should... Are you saying that the children should...
They shouldn't drive at all, but we had we have a mandate that you don't do repeatable acts.
Yes.
That if a child can see it and possibly repeat it, it doesn't go in the show.
Yep. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier with the dirty glass in the saloon with Wild West Rangers.
Right, and that's why we had to lose, many times footage from the Japanese footage because they people. There is a Scissors episode where there was a Scissors monster, and don't believe we ever used it.
Oh, I must have missed that. Well, that's hilarious.
There's also the scene where the grandmother pulling on a kid's ear and kind of slapping at the kid, and it's like, no, we can't use that either.
Yep. It's pretty funny. But, it is perfectly reasonable for a kid to be able to fire a pair of twin bazookas at a monster.
Sure. Well, as long as it's a monster.
Yes. Oh yeah, they try to make their own fuel for it. But if I recall correctly, you do get to see the car again flying around. I think in Parts and Parcel, if I recall correctly.
It's likely.
Yeah. Where I think she uses it as a as sort of a plug-in cockpit for her own Zord when we get there.
I think that's a different one. It's a pink car. I think they use this car again in the finale for part 1.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a while, so I'm having trouble remembering clearly. Porto is very amused at the moment. You need to figure out some way to get something on Bulk's face at some point.
Yep. That was another thing that we definitely did.
Yeah. And of course, our little blooper reel is always fun. Where we get to.
Yeah,
Did it skip ahead on your end?
No. I chose watch credits.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, which is tricky sometimes to get that timing right.
Yeah, you do. Sometimes it's a little faster than you expect.
Yeah. All right. So to everyone following along, we just wrapped up the episode Fire in Your Tank, the 33rd episode of Power Rangers Turbo. Once again, we have Mark Litton, otherwise known as John Fletcher, the writer of this episode, as well as the next episode of Power Rangers Turbo. If you would like to join along for our discussion of these episodes, queue up your Netflix, your DVDs, whatever you may have, to episode 34 of Power Rangers Turbo. That's our next episode, The Turn of the Wretched Wrench. And that'll be kicking off in just a moment. And don't forget, if you would like to see this stream continue throughout the day and into tomorrow, through the end of Turbo and into Power Rangers in Space, please donate below using the link that's streamlabs.com/database Rangers Power Reviews. Thank you again to Morphin Legacy for hosting our live stream here on their channel. And if you can donate, please. Every additional $20 adds another episode to our queue. So speaking of our next episode, let's get into Turn of the Wretched Wrench. That's the 34th episode of Power Rangers Turbo. We're kicking that off in 3, 2, 1. Go Turbo. Thank you again for joining, Mark.
Oh, you're welcome. It's almost about getting to be the time when I normally am awake on a Saturday morning.
That is fair. I at this point, teaching high school, I'm used to being up at like 5 a.m. each day.
Sure. Well, I used to teach high school, so I know what that's like.
Yeah.
But I only taught it for maybe a couple of years, and then went over to the university where the hours were better.
That sounds like a fair choice, right?
Yeah, it was.
Nothing.
I know I have my grade due on Monday, so I've got my work cut out for me this weekend.
Have you done any of it yet?
I've done some of them. Fair bit.
Okay.
They're not quite there yet. I may have had a few quizzes last week that need to be taken care of.
How many students do you have?
It's actually a pretty small school, so it's not too bad. So I've got like maybe about 50 students across the course of my classes.
Okay.
So it's workable.
Yes.
I teach 3 different classes. I teach physics and 2 math courses, and it's a fairly small school, so that helps. These monsters had such very grotesque kind of humanoid faces this season.
What are you doing tomorrow?
Very strange.
Scott,
Depends how much they raise.
what do you mean?
This is one of our first, well, not our first Ashley focus, but one of our few Ashley focuses. We had previously. So far, she has been in her first introductory episode, she was a cheerleader. Then she was in her fashion design class with Stitch Witchery, and now she's learning to be a mechanic this episode. She's just picking up new skills.
She's trying to find her way.
Yeah.
Yep. Pretty much.
And I appreciate that this episode does tackle some sexism and...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And some empowerment.
Yep.
We were doing what we could.
Yeah.
It's very appreciated.
It's always a little tricky. It is nice that you had, like the lead female villains for such a long stretch, even when at times that wasn't reflected in the source material. Oh, and of course, who is there to help them out? Who's going to be driving the tow truck this week?
Yep, there you go. Did they ever graduate from high school?
That's a good question.
At so.
They just kind of started.
Maybe got a GED.
Yeah. And it's got to be extra weird for the Rangers in all this because they never. Oh, that poor car.
Ooh.
They never did. Yeah, it's not like they went to high school with Vulcan Skull. They never knew them prior to becoming Rangers, and now it's
They kind of just inherited them from the
everywhere
other
they turn,
Rangers.
there are these two guys again. It is sort of a bizarre series of coincidences for them. I can. I love locking the door while the window is still completely open. Oh, there you go. Gotta roll it up.
I love that it's having to roll up the windows in the days before power.
Yes.
Apparently there are kids who do not know how to do that if they get into a car.
Oh, roll up the window?
Yes. Her friends tell me about their like nephews or nieces or something when they said they wanted to roll up a car window, and I said, "Okay, roll it up," and then, just go ahead. And they just looked at the door and didn't understand that you had to crank it up.
Yeah, exactly.
Same with rotary phones.
Well, it's getting to the point where now you need to explain to teenagers how to hit the save button on like Microsoft Word because they're just used to Google Docs where everything is auto-saved. So they don't even recognize the save button, let alone what it actually even is supposed to look like. Because of course they don't know what a floppy disk is anymore.
They have started changing it to a file folder and a lot of things to save to because people don't recognize floppy disks.
Yes.
I barely recognize a floppy disk anymore, and when we first began, that's what we were saving the show on.
Yeah.
I mean, they do the scripts anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just we're just all kind of finding our own ways to make ourselves feel old whenever we can. I had far too many people yesterday when we were on Este's channel ask if I was his dad. and somebody thought that I was a 52 years old, and I'm like, no, I'm 35, but thank you.
Not remotely close, but okay.
Definitely a different audience on our channel.
At least with this audience, you've been on the grid before, so people might know your voice at least.
Oh, that's true. I have done little guest spots on this channel before through the grid.
Mm-hmm. Going back, I do appreciate how much it was just Ashley did this because her father doesn't think she could. So, yes, work through it with spite.
And this is good teaching. There we go. You don't just answer the question.
Yeah. Here's a part of the car I'm unfamiliar with.
I mean,
you can do. But he doesn't want
my dad has worked in well, he's basically retired now, but my dad worked in car customer service for years.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not going to pretend that I picked up much of anything on that.
Yeah, we don't automatically assume the knowledge of our parents.
Yeah. So, every now and again, I do still occasionally reach out to be like, hey, what do you think might be causing this? Is this something I should get checked out? And, more often than it usually is. And you like this sort of recurring thing that it's just like, he's a maniac. And everybody just... This guy looks like he's raided Skull's wardrobe.
Oh, totally.
But I do rather like this teacher character here. He's kind of rolling with.
Yeah. Yeah, there should be a memo sent to the office about when the students show up like that.
I mean, yeah, this when your 25-year-old teenage student is acting very suspicious, you probably do want to check with the office. Although I'm not going to pretend that I haven't had plenty of students who just kind of transfer into my class, and I'm just like, okay, sure, we're going to talk about math.
And this has no relationship to it whatsoever, but of course the title, Turn of the Wretched Wrench, is taken from Turn of the Screw.
Yes.
Which is a horror novel developed by Henry James, and
yes.
Currently also on Netflix as The Haunting of Bly Manor.
Yeah, I just checked that out a few weeks ago. Well, more than a few weeks ago now, back in October. Sort of my Halloween watch. The Haunting of Hill House was so good.
Oh yeah, that was.
How was Bly Manor? Did it hold up, or did you?
I thought I'd say it held up. I wouldn't say that it was as good as Hill House, but I'd say that it did still have its own strong story. I felt like the pacing wasn't quite as strong, and there were some plot points that got kind of picked up and dropped, and there was a little bit leaning into the melodrama. But it's still sort of a nice little gothic romance, and they do have an interesting exploration of the rationale behind how the ghosts operate. That they explore pretty thoroughly. And it is. I know that there's a strong LGBTQ fan base here with Morphin Legacy, so there is also some nice representation in that series as well. If you haven't checked it out.
Oh yes, Hill House or Bly Manor?
Bly Manor.
Oh, I haven't seen Bly Manor yet.
Yeah,
I've seen Hill House.
Yeah, it's the sequel to Hill House, and it's all set in the 80s.
Oh.
Well, that's interesting. I'll take a look.
Yeah. With a focus on creepy children, and the nanny who's in over her head. I feel like looking under there would actually be the easy way to find out what's under that.
Sure.
But he said it so assertively that it did still successfully pause them.
Yep, and there he goes.
Yep. Apparently he decided to take some action while they were busy morphing.
I like the fact that we only had to create the outline of that car under that sheet.
Yes.
It doesn't seem like we had to create the car itself. So.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Good thing you had enough
it
footage.
looks a little bit like a recreation of the Batmobile from the Burton movies.
It does.
Interesting that it's basically now identical to the wrench he was using previously in the episode.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And now they're in a completely different location because, of course.
I love the puns.
They really tightened up the performance there. Yeah, it did feel like there were definitely so many references to the maniac mechanic being a maniac throughout this episode that feels to be the prime recurring gag here.
He lives up to his name.
Well, he's a maniac.
So with some of these wackier kind of episodes, were there any notable cases you can recall of just seeing the Sentai footage and just being completely taken aback of, okay, what's happening here and what do I do with it?
Well, not generally. I mean, you kind of expect this to some extent, but yeah, this footage was goofier than some of the earlier stuff, and you just kind of roll with it. It's like, okay, what can I do that kind of is the tone?
Yeah. Power Ranger, from what I've gathered, is definitely a bit of an odd duck from Sentai.
Ain't alright.
Yeah, and it's true with the whole series, because sometimes what we would do is we'd have a series that has like more of a comic tone in it, and then they would repurpose it for a series that is more serious in tone.
Yeah.
So that's I don't know, we managed somehow.
Yeah. I mean, it does still feel like a good amount of the wackiness in is the Ranger's borderline deadpan reaction to the absurdities that they are perpetually facing this season.
Right. Right.
Just checking out the chat, see if you got any questions there.
No.
Got a nice, exciting fight here on this. So when it, we were talking before about how you work from home. Was that sort of
Right, and so it was either this one or Fire the Tank that I was working at from home, so actually took the water. Those episodes. Yeah. But otherwise, it would come in and just would be working 8 hour days generally. Yeah. We just go at a more leisurely pace, but you'd still be using the entire weekend most of the time to just write the episodes.
I do still love the design of the rescue make. The versatility of having the vehicles that are able to transform into humanoid robots and then combine into the Megazord altogether is great times.
No, it does look good.
Now, here's a question: if you hadn't been a writer and you had to choose a job, That was one of the jobs that Bulk and Skull had during the course of this season. Which one would you have wanted?
That's a good question. I don't know if I like any of their jobs. They were detectives this season, right? They were detectives in a different season?
They were detectives the previous season.
Yeah. Because that seems like that would be interesting. Actually, the last couple of years I've actually met a investigator.
Oh yeah?
And so I'll see on Facebook the different things he's up to.
Oh, nice.
And that sounds like, I mean, actually seems dangerous at times. But otherwise interesting.
Yeah, it is a. I feel like it is a little bit of an although it's a job that you see in media a lot. It's not sort of professional that you run into too often in day-to-day life.
That's true. That's true. It's and this guy should have his own television series. There's no question about that.
Oh yeah.
And just you sit down and you hear a couple of his stories and you go, okay, this needs to be a show.
Oh, that's cool. Any fun cases that you're able to share or no?
Not on air.
Okay, that's fair. So you're. Yeah, that was an hour ago.
Gotta say, that ending with Ashley is just so personally satisfying for me.
Yes. It's a great episode for Ashley.
So you're saying that you wouldn't want to be a singing telegram?
No.
No?
No, not if you've heard me sing.
All right. I will admit, one of the many I've had many different little side jobs over the years, not too dissimilar to Bulk and Skull. One job I did almost have was I was almost a singing telegram. And I went down there. I did a little song number. They tried me out for some costumes. I was apparently a good fit for Spider-Man if that had popped up for birthday parties. But the thing that made me choose not to take the gig was the first gig they offered me was the Chippendales dancer.
Oh, okay.
Felt like that was not a path I wanted to go down.
Understood.
So there's definitely quite a few weird little career paths that we definitely get to play with Bulk and stuff.
Well, there are certain career paths, of course, that we did not explore with Bulk and Skull. The Chippendale dancer is one of them, I think.
Oh, you don't think that they could have pulled off that?
Oh, they could have pulled it off, but I don't think that we would have. I don't think the network would have said yes to that.
I don't know. They could have pulled off that old Chris Farley and Patrick Swayze routine. Live back in the day.
I just don't think our audience was ready enough or old enough for that.
Ahead of their time, I guess. All right. Well, thank you again.
You're welcome. Do you know what the next episode will be for coming up?
Let's see. Next up, we've got in the next one in the queue is Spirit of the Woods. That's the 35th episode of Turbo. And then next up after that, we have Song of Confusion, episode 36, followed by The Accident as episode 37. So we've got another twofer coming up after Spirit of the Woods.
Oh, am I listed on Song of Confusion as well?
You are according to my list. Yeah.
Fusion.
John Fletcher right there.
Does Jackie get credit for that as well, or is it just me?
You're the only one who I see credited on Wikipedia.
Interesting.
I may need to double check some other sources, as I do have a few.
I'm sure that Jackie had some input in that.
Well, I know that she made an appearance in that episode.
Oh, does she?
Yes.
Well, I'll definitely be back for Song of Confusion.
All right. Yeah, we'll play Spot the Jackie.
Yes,
When we check out episode 36.
that sounds perfect.
I'll give you a little break from us in the meantime as we check out Spirit of the Woods.
IMDb also only credits John Fletcher.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I think the show too.
Yeah. I was checking on.
We were writing so many things at the same time.
I can imagine.
Things that were flying back and forth between us. That it can get mixed up after 20 years.
Oh yeah,
in my head anyway. So yeah, let's take a look at that and see if we can figure out who wrote what.
All right, so we'll be seeing that in about another 22 minutes or so.
Sounds good.
All right, we'll talk to you then.
All right, see you soon.
See you soon, Mark. Bye. And probably good timing. I realize I need to toss this phone on the charger. I realized just now that I'm down to only 11% on that phone.
Oops.
Oh.
Fortunately, it's a fairly new phone, so it charges up quickly and maintains a good charge. But it's paid to have gotten cut off there. All right, so let's keep this train rolling. You're coming up on episode 35, Power Rangers Turbo. Cue it up in your DVDs, your Netflix, whatever video service you have available for watching.
Be the Spirit of the Woods.
Spirit of the Woods. And once again, we are doing this to raise funds for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project. We have raised a total of $1,960 across the course of last weekend and this weekend. But we still have quite a ways left to go if we want to be able to finish Power Rangers Turbo. We are so close. We are $40 away from being able to see Chase into Space. And if we make it past there, then we'll update our goals. And we will be continuing to roll through Power Rangers in Space. We would love to make it to Countdown to Destruction this weekend, but we need more donations. So if you wish to donate, if you wish to contribute, you can do that through the link below. That's streamlabs.com/Database Rangers Power Reviews. I'm Database Rangers, Master of Ceremonies throughout this whole long marathon live stream that we have going. And if you are ready to go, so are we. Let's kick off episode 35 of Power Rangers Turbo. That's Spirit of the Woods. Kicking it off in 3, 2, 1, go Turbo. And here we go. There's those woods. There's the titular woods that we are going to see the spirit of.
Now where's the spirit?
It's the mirror of Erutan.
Oh, Erutan.
This is such a weird plot for Turbo.
I know, and we keep saying that too about so many of the episodes.
Yeah.
This is such a weird one.
This one in particular was kind of weird.
Turbo's a weird stretch of episodes.
Well, we're getting the please don't litter, please don't destroy nature. I wonder if he's at all related to Wild Force and Anima.
Yeah,
Kite.
if he's Kite.
Kite.
Related to Kite, if he's
Kite.
Kite.
For Kite.
He knows Animus.
He's definitely
playing some Animus towards these.
Okay, if that happened to me, I would freak out if leaves blew.
If that were to happen to me, I would be like, all right, duly noted. I am not welcome here. I will depart.
I'm never coming back here again.
We have seen this tree before in multiple places. I recognize that tree.
It's a good tree. It's very...
If I recall correctly, I think that Leo and Andros fought the Red Psycho Ranger by that tree.
Oh, shit.
It does look like the area.
You know what? It's a very distinctive tree.
It is. I think it might also be the area where Adam, Tanya, and Justin were having their little camping trip. I may be mistaken.
No, I'm pretty sure that was where they had their little hammock.
That was the hammock tree?
Yeah.
DJ's so worked out right now.
I sympathize with TJ so much right now.
Yeah, TJ was me waking up this morning.
Kudos to TJ.
I
Kudos.
agree with TJ right there.
Lieutenant Stone, you are being a taskmaster right here. I feel like it's easier to stay in shape like that when you live in some place as nice as Angel Grove and the West Coast in general.
Like, where it's always warm.
I mean,
patrol bike.
Upstate New York, you're not going out. Like, I'm not going outside at 6 in the morning in upstate New York. It's freezing out there. And here they are.
Not to mention, half the year there'll be snow.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there are people who do go out jogging like that. Honestly, I just don't have the mental energy for that sort of thing at this stage. I try to get myself a little bit of exercise. Not quite to that same extent.
Lord Litter sounds like something straight out of Captain Planet.
A little bit, yes. I'm Lord Litter of the Baskerville Litters, and it is according to our heritage that we will just dump a bunch of Milky Way and Snicker wrappers across every possible location we can. Now there's TJ being responsible citizen right there.
And then Ayrton's like, I like you.
There's an interesting thing when it comes to, I keep coming back to our efforts to save the world. And there's so many different issues when it comes to taking efforts to do good things. Right now, what TJ just demonstrated by picking up that piece of litter is sort of a clear analogy in terms of taking proactive action in making the world a better place. Because when you look at things like, for instance, racism or bigotry, or taking care of the environment, a lot of people will look at those lessons and be like, okay, I know what not to do. You shouldn't litter. You shouldn't, be hateful. You shouldn't use slurs. You shouldn't do all these things. But that is also not enough. If you see somebody who is just littered, you not littering doesn't negate what they just did. Okay, yeah, that was the lawnmower, I think, going past. I know, Scott, you were saying before that there was gardening going on outside. It's not enough to just not do the wrong thing. You need to do the right thing in order to negate the people who are doing the wrong thing. You not littering doesn't make there not be litter, because there will always be some people who will behave irresponsibly. And so when you do have the chance to sort of clean up the mess that someone else has made, it's not fair. You shouldn't have to, but it's what needs to be done to keep everything in balance, to keep the world a better place where things can continue to improve and people can continue to live there safely.
And one thing that it is also showing is that some problems are too big to just solve it your own, but there are lots of little things that you can do to make a difference. And that piece of litter, just picking it up, is a tiny step. And if everyone works with the tiny steps, it can start leading up to fixing the bigger problems.
Exactly.
And Chen in the chat, what is it that you don't understand?
So, yeah, like right now we're talking about this whole litter analogy, and it's, oh, welcome, Mara. Good to see you.
Hey, Mara.
No, I had to have some lunch first.
We're watching Spirit of the Woods right now.
Hey, Mara.
on Turbo, the 35th episode. We're about 7 minutes in. We've got creepy little boy, Error 10, using wind to fend off Lord Litter. And we were just talking about basically sort of being a good steward of the planet.
That would be important.
That it's not enough to just not litter.
Am I the only one noticing? Like, how long did it take you to realize that there were like shapes on top of the turbo helmets? Like,
well, keep in mind, I've told the story before of when I went to see the Turbo movie, and my dad joked, "Oh, wouldn't that big cardboard poster at the movie theater look great in your room?" And then the manager of the theater walked by, and I was like, "Oh, actually, we were about to get rid of that thing if you want it."
Oh, nice.
So I still have that, 8-foot cardboard Turbo Power Rangers movie poster, in my parents' garage.
Yeah.
It's cool.
So I got a pretty good close-up, zoomed-in look at those helmets from the get-go. So I noticed those different shapes pretty early on.
This is actually one of the episodes I've seen. Hey.
Oh, good figure. Good old nature boy. But yeah, this extends to other things. Not litter, I think, is one of the ones where you have the clearest physical example in your mind of how it operates. Not littering doesn't prevent litter, because there will always be people out there who do litter.
Right.
You need to also act as a counter to what is happening out there, in order for it not to be a problem.
Right. Well, proactive versus reactive.
I do not like TJ's U.
I uses sort of the lowercase u when everything else is uppercase. But the same thing goes for things like racism. People have talked about what it means in more recent term. More recently, people have used the term anti-racist. It's not enough to just not be racist. You need to also be anti-racist, because there will always be people who are engaging in racist activity. And just not being a part of the problem doesn't mean you're a part of the solution. You need to take action to inform people, to correct people when they are behaving.
To change the system, the systems that that help racism along.
And a lot of times we act like voting is all you need to do as an individual to be engaged, and it is. And voting should be considered sort of that neutral activity that everyone's engaging in.
Right.
And what you need to do to make it a little bit more effective is to give people the opportunity, is expanding that to other people. There are certain people who are not going to be able to vote, and for those people, others who can.
Walking on water.
When we come from these places of, it's sort of that with great power comes great responsibility.
Great responsibility. Yeah, it's a classic for a reason.
But any level of power does come with a level of responsibility to exercise it responsibly on behalf of those who cannot, who don't have that power. And there's so many different powers we take for granted. We may not be Power Rangers, but we all have power that we take for granted, due to the very systems we live in.
Yep.
Which is one of the reasons that we're raising money specifically for Fair Fight, which is an organization developed to help protect people's right to vote.
Yeah.
Yep. We need to fight the voter suppression. We can't just say, "Oh, gee, that's terrible." We need to do what we can to stop voter suppression.
Acknowledging the problem is only the first step.
Exactly. So that's why we're not just raising awareness, but we're also raising funds to directly combat the problem.
Because sometimes you just got to do that.
And we're trying to do that through watching Power Rangers, which is a
fair.
Yeah. And I will admit, an unusual avenue for that, for those efforts.
One of my friends is like, if you watching Power Rangers for great justice is the most you thing I've ever heard.
it's what we got to do. We're building our own ranger team here. Is kind of our. I'm doing my best to unite all these rangers together. To keep making efforts. Keep building this better place, because I know that. Well, right now I might be in the position to raise that awareness and raise these funds and engage with all of you right now. I'm not always going to be in that position. As I've mentioned several times, I am, expecting my first child in the next month, and I know that
will take up a lot of time
for quite some time, and I don't know what that would be for my availability for efforts like this.
And so, there are other things that you can do as well besides donate. If you have the ability to, there's phone banking, there's text banking, there's sending postcards to voters, and of course you can always call your own elected officials to advocate for things that are important to you, whether or not they currently agree with what you are there. They need to hear it, even if you're just saying, I agree with you, because they need to know that they are representing you well. And if they are hosting a position that you find personally repulsive, they need...
Are you speaking from experience, Bats?
You know what? I only cursed out my senator once, okay?
I was very proud of you. It was only once. Because really, deserved more than that, but yes.
Yeah. Like right now, I'm in New York, and in many regards, our representatives do represent a lot of our values as a whole.
Yep. Same here in Maryland.
But I know down in Georgia, you're not experiencing that, and a big part of that is because people in power are working to disempower those who don't reflect their same values.
You know what? At least I no longer have the worst representative in Georgia. I have the second worst representative in Georgia. And Jenny C. asked us an excellent question. Which color on a ranger team would we be? So let's have something lighthearted for a minute.
Yeah, let's go.
According to the Toku ladies, I am the leader, a leader pink, a la Jen, or Delphine, although she's a white ranger, but I assume I would probably be a pink, but I'm not so sure I would be the leader, but that is what they keep telling me. So.
Yes, you are. You're definitely our leader pink. Now, I don't know, I assume that I would be green or blue, probably.
Yeah.
Something, geeky standing around going, no, wait, that's not how that works.
Yeah, it's tricky because I suspect you probably have to fight Pocky for blue.
Yeah, that's why I usually say green, because if we're doing the Toku lady, she's definitely our blue.
Pocky is also occasionally a yellow.
That's true too. I don't think I'm a yellow. I think I'm probably green.
It's fun.
Well, for my podcast, The Grid, we have Grid Rangers, and I am the Silver Grid Ranger.
There we go.
There you go. You're all set.
So that's what color I would be.
Yeah. And I think I pretty solidly fall under Phantom. I don't know. I do try to sort of weave myself in and out of groups as I can, providing assistance where I can, and vanishing without a trace. Not due to any actual efforts at being mysterious. I'm just bad at keeping in touch with people.
Okay, well, yeah, if we're going on that, then yes, I would also be. But
if it's me, I mean, we joke that my wife on the podcast is Ryan wandering through the desert because she only appears randomly, but I am also notoriously bad at keeping up with Twitter unless someone points something directly at my attention. So I am also the vanishing until needed 6th Ranger. I guess I'm Tommy losing my communicator.
If I was to go with a little bit more of a traditional color, I guess I am a little bit of the Red Ranger of this crew at this time. trying my best to lead by example as I can and have the inspirational speeches and take up all of the focus time. Clearly,
Right.
I don't know. Maybe I'm an Andros kind of situation here. I need to get the highlight.
I was gonna say you need the streak. It's very important. Andros's hair was always on point. That was
true.
That was some serious hair.
Mm-hmm.
Again, working with that sort of a little bit of a loner operative, but trying for the leadership there.
You just need to learn how to team.
Yeah,
right.
I'm working on it. I tend to work pretty good in the moment as best I can. A very interesting compliment that I once got from one of my rangers for Power Rangers Grid Defense was I love this, where they use Artillatron's arms while as separate humanoid Zords. I forgot they did it.
Is that the only time we ever see that?
I think this might be the only time we see
This way, maybe.
But yeah, the
Turbo down.
what does that mean?
Well, we
Turbo
still haven't figured out what turbo
Turbo
up means,
down?
so...
It's right.
Yeah.
It's the opposite of turbo up, obviously.
I guess so.
Whatever that means.
Turbo down, but
They
doesn't
just
turbo
kind of
mean
swap
just
power for turbo in
going
different
faster? Turbo down? It's slower. I don't know.
Sounds like one of the Zords.
Just say power down.
You killed me.
But yeah, she referred to me as the most organized person I have ever met in disorganized situations.
That's a nice compliment.
Yes. And I feel like that is sufficiently specific enough to be accurate. I'm not going to pretend that I am a generally organized person, but in disorganized circumstances, I tend to somehow still figure out how to make things work generally.
I have a friend. One of my best friends is completely disorganized, running late, a disaster, except when there's a crisis, and then she is the person you want. While everyone else is running around going, "What?" She's the one who's going, "Okay, do this. You do this. You do this." You know, that's when she suddenly becomes the person who's organized.
Yeah.
No, that's a good person to have.
Yeah, she's handy to have around in an emergency.
This is like here's the thing though with regards to them as the newspaper boys. Like, is it usually the job of the delivery boys to collect? I thought that was a subscription service and they're sent to deliver already paid.
Not in the 90s.
Not in the 90s?
Not in the 90s. It was the delivery boy would come and pick up your check. Yeah. Because my parents were subscribing to the Washington Post in the 90s, so yeah, delivery boy would pick up a check. I mean, not for every paper, I'm sure, but yeah.
Yeah.
Now I wonder how good Bulk and Skull would be at just playing the Paperboy game.
Good times. All right. Oh, I
Love
think
is so strong it can't be wrong. Okay, so
on a trolley there.
Power Rangers says gay rights.
There we go. All right. Let me see if my phone is sufficiently charged here. It should be. Oh yeah, that added nice little bit on there. All right. We all ready to get confused?
Always.
And
do this.
play Spot the Jackie Marchand.
Ooh.
Remark that. Is that my button?
Let's rock and roll.
Yes.
Hello,
Hey, Mark.
we're back.
We're back. We are ready to be confused.
Oh, good. There'll be a lot of it in this episode.
Fantastic. All right, so once again, to those of you just joining us, this here is Mark Litton, otherwise known as John Fletcher, his pen name, the writer of many episodes of Power Rangers, more than you might believe. We are about to take a look at episode 36 of Power Rangers Turbo, The Song of Confusion. So if you're following along with your Netflix DVDs, whatever you may have, please cue this up so that we're ready to go, so that you can join us for this great discussion as we continue to raise funds for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project. Every dollar that you donate goes to a good split between these two causes, and every $20 guarantees an additional episode on our marathon discussion of Power Rangers Turbo, which is just about $40 away from being that goal of getting through Chasing the Space, at which point we'll get to take a look at Power Rangers in space. So that's very exciting. Can't wait to get there. So thank you again to Morphin Legacy for playing host to us. And thank you again to Mark for joining us. If everyone's ready to go, let's call Song of Confusion, episode 36 of Power Rangers Turbo. In 3, 2, 1, go Turbo.
Time for the biggest earworm.
There we go.
Oh, yes.
I have definitely not seen this one. I would remember that.
And
It'll be exciting. I haven't seen it.
Love's so strong it can't be wrong.
You're in for a treat.
Probably more inclusive than you intended at the time.
There we go.
So how much involved? So as we've said, you wrote this episode, but it was obviously a collaborative effort, as you've expressed.
Well, all of these episodes, to some degree, are collaborative in that sense. And so, when you write this many episodes in this many weeks, after 20 years, everything begins to kind of meld together a little bit.
Of course.
And Jackie's memory of things are going to be stronger than my memory of things, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. And
So let's see. Let's take a look at the credits on this one to make sure that she's not also credited.
right. Now,
Rising up
so were
the
you
court.
involved in the writing of the lyrics as well in this episode? Was that part of your script, or was that a collaborative effort?
I was wondering.
Writing lyrics is a little different from writing a traditional teleplay.
Honestly, I doubt it. Although I could. I've written a few musicals myself.
Oh, really?
Really?
But but I usually do the music
Yeah.
and not the lyrics. So here
Written
we
by
go.
John Fletcher.
Yep.
Just John Fletcher.
That's John Fletcher.
There it is. That's just me. It's that's kind of it. This is one of the lost episodes in my memory, I think.
It's Jackie!
Yay!
There we go.
Yes.
I spot the Jackie there.
There's,
Um,
yes.
Did it ever occur to these auditioners that it's a rock band?
No. I love this. The bagpipes were a nice touch. I love it. Okay, that's cool.
So get the like the drummers in you. I can play.
It's symbolic.
So were any of these your personal preference for musical instrument? Did you play the accordion or the bagpipes?
I played the clarinet
Ah, nice.
for about a year or two.
Uh-huh.
Well, clarinet in 6th grade, bass clarinet in 7th grade, slightly the clarinet for about 2 weeks in 9th grade.
Yeah.
And then I left that behind it, but I played the piano. That's my instrument.
Wow, I'm just so distracted by their costumes right now.
Right. The costumes are amazing. amazing.
Also, there is something a little bit odd that they are, as far as we know, no longer high school students, but auditioning for a high school rock band or the Babes.
Well, I don't think any of the people
all
who
the
just
ages
auditioned were high
varied.
school age, so.
And, we do know that Skull plays an excellent classical piano, so.
He's a pianist.
See, they're already a full-form band.
We can see
Right, why are they...
guitar. So that's an immediate little hint to the darkness of to him being an evil character.
Right. Yeah, they're.
This is an interesting audition process. They basically just are auditioning an entire band to be part of their band.
Right, like that's...
And they don't point it out either.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Well,
Say there's too many of you.
Yeah.
I mean, the song is a spell, so
Yeah.
it could already be affecting them.
That's true.
You could have 15 members in your band. Why do we have to stop at 4?
Yeah, exactly.
Or 5.
So you said that you've written a few musicals.
They haven't been widely produced, but
On the highway, the highway.
Sorry. Oh, you were saying they hadn't been.
no, not widely produced. We put them up in mostly in Phoenix, Arizona.
Okay.
About 25 years ago, and we also took a couple of them to Edinburgh in Scotland at the Fringe Festival, and I used to be part of a theater company called the Unlikely Theater Company before I moved from Arizona to California.
That's great. Trying to get my drama club at the high school going, so I'm always on the lookout for shows to produce. Generally, right now we're probably leaning more into the public domain where we
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, definitely plenty of things to keep in mind. Cassie with Crash and the Kids.
That is quite a name.
Chaos and flatter. Say down.
Yes, the typical TV band that only has one song.
Now, is this actually? Do you know if this is actually Patricia Jolie singing in these scenes?
I don't know. I don't know if it was or not. It might have been.
Yeah, because it's definitely a lip synced recording there, but it's hard to say if.
Kind of sounds like her.
Well, usually what we do is we do go through and we ask everybody. It's like, what's your skills?
Yeah.
What can you do that would be fun for the show? And I wouldn't, if they can sing, they wouldn't hesitate to put that down.
It's unfortunate that we don't get to see more of Cassie's attempts at her music, really outside of this episode. Since it was part of her introductory of her establishing character moment when she was first introduced.
Stop at a feudal. So listen again to the musical doodle. Do 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 do.
And just the Piranhatron roadies.
That's great.
Just like you guys are doing such a great job at maintaining this illusion, and then we get Piranhatron roadies.
That was fabulous. Just to walk outside. There they are, carrying the instruments.
Oh,
Love it.
I keep watching this, and like I flinch every time that a guitar gets hit, because like both my father and my brother are musicians, so there are plenty of guitars, in my parents' house. and the thought of like hitting somebody with a guitar, I'd be like, oh, my dad would kill me.
Sure.
I've definitely had to play roadie plenty of times, loading up speakers and whatnot.
That is the best description of an earworm I've ever heard.
Yeah.
I hate it. Yeah. Absolutely.
I feel like that's a good description of most themed songs for shows.
That's true too.
It's familiar, but horrifying.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, I think somebody is already saying Magi Magi Majiro from Magi Rangers.
Magi.
That was great to be here for the longest time too.
Yep.
Me.
Yeah. Yeah, people in the chat, feel free to voice your own favorite earworms or least favorite earworms.
Or any questions you have for Mark.
Yes, those are also very welcome. Oh yeah, everyday fun from
oh yeah.
From Power Rangers Samurai and Power Rangers Super Mega Force.
Yep.
Which I revisited in Power Reviews with a much more sinister tone.
I like that song, even if it is definitely not his actual musical style. But
yeah, he played at Dragon Con once, and I bought his CD.
Wait, who?
Steven Skylar.
Steven Skylar.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've bought a couple of his songs off of iTunes along the way.
Quite a few Rangers who have had like, modest musical careers outside after the show.
Johnny Young Bosch being the most.
Yeah.
He's probably the most well known out of the Power Rangers fan base.
Yeah, true. I'm trying to think if I've watched him perform or not. I think at one convention or another I might have.
Yeah, I know. He's performed at Power Morphicon. Pauly Schreier with his ice cream truckers.
Yes. Okay.
Just can't find good monsters when you need them. Love that.
I love the leaning on the fourth wall.
Yes. Yes. I am always a fan.
It's interesting that these monsters in the source material, I believe, were basically structured as Dark Ranger clones.
Yeah, pretty much an evil parody Sentai Ranger team.
And
that's why they're on all those evil. That's why they're all on those covers.
Surprising switch.
Not really every Ranger ever banner.
Expect immediately.
Oh, Jenny C, you are getting all of those songs stuck in my head.
Yep. We're getting.
Oh no! Yes.
Sentai themes listed in the chat.
I love the Shinkenger theme. I get that one stuck in my head all the time.
I feel like we've barely seen Diva Talks here.
Yeah.
He's very much a background presence.
It has, and I'm getting tired of it. We've got to find a whole new sound as. I got these songs. Whoa. Vicky's out. Out? I told she could write songs for us. Vicky's out. Oh, why?
It's sad that this is all about her friendship with Vicky, who we've never seen before, and we will. I don't
never.
I don't think we'll see her again either.
It is always a shame when you have those episodes where it's clearly focused on somebody who's supposed to be important in the Rangers' lives, and then we don't get to see them further after that.
It's kind of like when on Pokemon, when they meet up with the character of the day, promise to meet them again, and they strike up this friendship, but then you never see them at the league or...
Yeah.
Pretty much.
I mean, the thing here is, though, it was really Cassie joining their band.
I mean, it's true.
Down to it.
And it was in a completely different style than what Cassie and her friend had. And
Diva Babe.
It's such a good earworm.
No, I was
What did you do, Mom?
again
Yes, you did.
as the band's car loading everything up. Oh,
Monsters are dangerous.
I feel like like they kind of spoiled their end. Whatever. I feel like their end game was a little unclear in this episode.
Yeah, actually, it's a good question. I guess what were they?
Because they do feel very suddenly.
What was their end game, Mark?
To make an earworm.
Do we still have him?
Yeah, Jenny's just listing off all the different Sentai themes that people love.
Yep.
Sorry, you were about to say something?
No, I was just thinking about the end game as well.
What they were trying to accomplish.
Right. It's like I feel like they should have pointed that out really very much at the beginning of the episode.
Yeah.
But basically, it's this what we're seeing right now, where they're singing their song and it's hurting the Rangers.
Right. It was because it is a little bit of a tricky thing because it does seem like they had something of a long game plan where they infiltrated Cassie. You know, they became Cassie's new band, distanced her from her friend. You know, got the song stuck in everybody's heads.
But then they give it away with the Piranatrons.
Exactly.
Right. Well, nobody ever said they were bright.
Nope.
And so it definitely seems like a long game plan, but not a long game plan that seemed to have a clear end game for the plan, which is a little odd.
They followed our progression. Musical humor.
Yes. Definitely need to keep putting in the music puns wherever possible.
Gotta have the puns. It's vitally important.
Like, partially, I almost get the impression that these monsters didn't so much have a plan with their performances so much as they genuinely just were looking for a side gig.
I buy that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
very possible.
You find the work you can.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard with all the, everybody trying to take over the universe and whatnot. It's, gotta take your work where you can.
I definitely do, however, think that that Cassie's next band needs more bongos.
I like the bongos.
Well, yes.
Bongos are good.
Some bongos and a clarinet. Getting some bongos and a clarinet for the next band.
Bagpipes.
Yeah, I mean, we got Jackie on there. We needed you with the clarinet.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No, I would have been, who's that guy? Standing over there. He's not a high school student.
Actually, that's a question. We played Spot the Jackie. We've spotted Doug Sloan in various spots across the franchise.
Voice Prince Gasket.
Have you ever walked on set? Have you ever?
Nope, I have not appeared on camera.
Okay. Figured we know if we should be keeping our eyes open for any secret cameras.
No, for me, I prefer to be far behind the camera.
That's fair.
I feel that.
Yeah, we've got people in our stream right now who are keeping behind the camera.
Yep.
I can't imagine having to do that finisher every week, and I feel like you just feel like it's a good thing they only fight one monster per week. You need to settle that spin out.
For that spin, yes.
No, yeah, don't sing it again. Please.
It isn't. This is also just an act. This whole episode is just an accurate representation of how earworms work.
Yep, absolutely.
Yep.
100%.
Now,
The boots.
this does bring back a plot point that I wanted to check on. I don't know if you would remember it, though, but in Cassie's first episode, she did mention that she was looking to start a music career because she had some relatives. The relatives were specifically in Stone Canyon, which was where her bus was supposed to be taking her when she met TJ.
Okay.
And we were all kind of wondering how, in her intro episode, she's explicitly going to Stone Canyon, but then she ends up in the grove with everybody else when she becomes an actual ranger. Was there any...
I don't know if anybody discussed that. It wasn't discussed with me, as I recall.
Yeah.
About, and it could have been something that was mentioned in cut very easily. That why she's no longer in Stone Canyon.
Yeah.
Geographically, I'm not even sure how far away Stone Canyon is from Angel Grove.
Yeah, it's got to be nearby since there's been so much interactions. Oh, we didn't have Principal Kaplan this episode. Somebody else's toupee had to get blown off.
Oh, yep.
I mean, it has to be.
They've got some powerful lungs.
Yeah, we constantly underestimate Vulcan Skull.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I genuinely would have liked to see a little bit more of an exploration of this aspect of Cassie's passion, because this was sort of the end of the what was established as sort of her primary interest.
I mean, she was introduced with saying she never wanted to be a ranger. She wanted to be Tina Turner.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm glad we got to follow up on it. It's just a shame that we didn't get to have more episodes exploring Cassie's music career.
Yep, we only have, I guess, so many episodes in a season. So we have quite a few of them.
Yeah. And obviously, we needed the time for the next focus episode, which is going to be after you take another break from us, when she gets to date her dog, which is obviously far more important to her character development.
Oh wait, that's the episode where she dates her dog?
Next up we have the accident, but after that is the episode where she dates her dog.
Okay. No, I remember that episode very well. In fact, it's an episode of Chips that I like. Pretty well, but mainly because of I thought the actor was fun.
Yes, the guy who played Jetson portrayed it, if I recall correctly, successfully the baffled loyalty of a gold. Oh, are you singing the song Confusion right now? Is that what's happening back there?
Don't, please.
Girl? Oh man, it's really funny just seeing all the lyrics that just keep popping up
in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah. So far, I see
O's.
Oh, and of course, there had to be a No Fear, No Pain from Kamen Rider Kuga.
Look, Taki was not here to do it, so I filled in.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So I didn't have to. Somebody had to do Kuga.
When it came to doing some Kamen Rider representation, you had to be the one.
No. Oh.
Sorry, that was a reference to another Kamen Rider song right there.
My daughter has to do a lyric analysis for a music class she's taking, and so she wrote to the teacher and was like, "Can I do the lyrics from this Japanese show called Kamen Rider?" And the teacher's like, "I guess."
Which one?
So she wanted to do double, but then she would have had to explain the show. I think she's actually doing build, because it's one you can explain the lyrics without having to explain the show, because it's more about like heroics in general. So she is writing her lyric analysis.
I suppose, yeah, you would need to explain the Windy City and everything.
Right. It was just too much, to expect the teacher to deal with. So
I am impressed at how well you have corrupted your kids since your son started watching samurai and I dragged you into the rest of the fandom.
Oh yeah, no, my kids have seen quite a lot of Kamen Rider, some Sentai. You know, they've seen some different things. I still have not gotten them to watch Ultraman, but
That's pretty amazing, actually.
yeah, no, they're 11 and 15, and they've been watching with me since Brock was like 3 or 4. I think that's when Samurai was on.
Yeah, I've got the original Ultraman on DVD.
All right.
DVD.
I love Ultraman.
Let's move on to a Carlos episode.
Yes.
Mhm.
Again, diving into...
Is this his first episode? Like, focus episode?
No. Well, I mean, it kind of... Yeah, it could be argued this is really the first...
I mean, not counting his introduction
like,
episode.
Since becoming a ranger.
You usually split it with somebody else. Usually helping out Justin. So let's dive into it. Next up, so for those of you following along, we are about to kick off episode 37 of Power Rangers Turbo. Once again, joined by the wonderful writer, Mark Litton, better known during this era as John Fletcher. But we are continuing to raise funds for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project. Please, if you are able to donate, please do through the link below. That's streamlabs.com/database Rangers Power Reviews. Every additional $20 donated adds another episode to our queue. We're still looking to, at the very least, make it to the end of Power Rangers Turbo, preferably Power Rangers in Space if we can. We're going to try and keep this going as long as we can, keep raising funds for both of these wonderful causes. But in the meantime, queue up your DVDs, your Netflix, whatever video viewing service you may have, your reel-to-reel projectors, and let's get into episode 37 of Power Rangers Turbo, the act.
Turbo Goats.
Kicking it off in 3, 2, 1, go Turbo. I love that those stock shots of.
I love it.
The
high school, yeah.
I'm sure I'm past that high school. And I do like that this is another episode that focuses on pre-establishment interest, just like the previous episode was, Cassie's interest in music. Here we're getting to see Carlos's interest in soccer as be the big focus.
Oh, of course he sometimes misses practice.
Yep.
I love when they're
interfering with his life as a soccer player.
Yeah, I always feel bad for the Rangers.
And it's really nice that they make reference to him to Owen as having a sportsmanship issue, considering Carlos had a sportsmanship issue in his first appearance. But this would suggest that he finally overcome that character flaw, which is nice.
Mm-hmm. People grow, even if it's off screen.
Yeah, I like that.
And we saw him learn the initial lesson, but it's also good to know that that follow-up that he's maintained that lesson, which a lot of times you don't necessarily get.
Had to iron that out before it became a Ranger role model.
Usually, when a Ranger learns a lesson, either the lesson the flaw is never mentioned again, or else it's a lesson they need to learn over and over again. So the idea that they learned it and have continued to work on it since
I always appreciate that.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday in regards to Theo from Jungle Fury.
Yes.
Yeah. Where he was often a character who was presented as, the lesson he had to learn repeatedly was you can't be perfect all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Which, considering how many times he had to learn that lesson, led to the question of how he ever interpreted himself as being perfect. This was also something of a notable episode because it's one of the very rare cases where someone is legitimately injured. Because we very rarely see actual injury in Power Rangers, anything that's meaningful this way.
To the point where, yeah, Cass is
caused with human cause.
Yeah. Like we had a different shade of pink, back in season 3, where Kimberly fell off the balance beam, and they talked about Kat hitting her head on the diving board. But outside of that,
Kat sprained ankles.
Yeah, go to the doctor for an injury. Very rare. Yeah, and then Kat spraining her ankle several times over.
Perfect, like me. God, I love Dino Talks.
Of course.
I love that.
Give it to Eldar. He'll take care of it.
Yes, that was beautiful. That was great. More adjustments.
And then he's missing the.
That's great.
It's so ridiculous.
That's wonderful. Oh.
Rumor mill is starting up here.
Yeah.
Yes, that's so high school.
Looks like you're going to be team captain after all.
How did everybody in the soccer team get to be so blonde?
I was just thinking that. That is the blondest soccer team I have ever seen.
Yeah, it's definitely not a very diverse soccer team.
No. I don't know what they're doing there, but hey, who cares? Touchdown!
Water. I think they're the water guys this episode.
Yep.
Oh, got it.
Gotta love they're actively trying to get other jobs while starting their new job. They know how long these last at this point. Well, it looks like Skull has finally trimmed down his mullet that built up while he was a monkey.
That does make sense.
And Carlos's fatal flaw of self-esteem issues and blaming himself for everything.
Yeah, guilt specifically. This is interesting because this episode really solidly establishes Carlos's sense of guilt and beating himself up over things like that. Because we do revisit this plot line in Power Rangers in Space. With
always a chance.
That features Adam, where he injures Cassidy and he tries to quit the Power Ranger team. And it's nice that that episode is very well regarded for a number of reasons, largely having to do with the return of Adam. But it's nice that this episode exists to establish as a trait of Carlos's that we get to. Somebody was asking, what is the point of this? The point of this is to spread our power, use it to raise funds and to raise funds for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project. Right now we are talking with writer Mark, aka John Fletcher, who covered who wrote the current episode that we are all watching and discussing the accident, episode 37. If you'd like to donate, absolutely.
Team captain. That's all you care about. Not true, okay?
I think we're getting a lot of background from
somebody.
I do love that bit of psychological manipulation. That was fantastic.
Oh, the manipulation right there for by the Pirantrons, and there's the one Pirantron that still has its leg in a cast.
Yeah, that's a great touch.
And it's funny too because it's a different shaped cast than what Owen had, which meant that this Pirantron was so dedicated to its role that it put a cast on its leg, even though the illusion was going to create a new cast.
That's very dedicated work.
That is method acting right there.
Got to admire that.
You know, I really do love that because preying on Ranger's weaknesses and fears is something that goes all the way back to Rita, and it's something we haven't seen quite as much in a while, and I'm just, you know, I love Adam in the Mirror of Regret, and this is giving me serious Mirror of Regret vibes, and
thanks.
There's a lot of you know, sort of deeper and darker emotions going on in this episode that don't often get explored in Power Rangers.
Yeah, I like it.
And there were these were sorts of things that I don't think I fully understood and appreciated back when I was a child.
Well, I mean, this is why I like watching with my kids, is that sometimes I get to stop and go, yeah, either, you know, don't do what that character just did, or yes, that character did exactly the right thing.
I definitely appreciate Carlos more as a character now that I'm older than I did back in the day, because he was a ranger who let guilt get to him and would walk away sometimes, which didn't feel right for a ranger when I was 12, where I'm like, oh no, rangers don't give up. And then I got older and I'm like, oh, but that does make him a more complex and realistic character.
Mm-hmm.
Right. People do give up at times.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's interesting how, you know, your relationship with media can change as you grow and change.
Oh, it definitely does.
Yes.
And it won't happen in every episode that you see, but a lot of episodes will change from, especially from child to adult. You may like it more, you may like it less, but there'll be a change.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's so harsh because you know that he didn't. You know Carlos well enough to know that what he's being accused of isn't an action he would take.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no way he can really convey that convincingly.
Yep.
Especially with high school rumor mills.
Oh, yeah.
So this one really feels true to life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Very high school.
Well, hopefully somebody
yay!
was there to write tickets for cars that are too far from the curb.
Yeah. Was that a personal pet peeve?
Sometimes.
My one and only parking ticket in Los Angeles was in fact for parking too far from the curb. So I do have a pet peeve about that in LA.
There are a lot of cars in Los Angeles.
There sure are.
Well, the streets are very narrow here, so in many cases, and if you park too far from the curb, then it makes it difficult for the cars to get by.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I was parked at UCLA. I was like right off the UCLA campus, and it's my one and only parking ticket in the year and a half I lived there.
Okay.
There's
the reason I don't live in LA.
I think Dragon Trainer raised a good point here. Does he actually work for the police now? Like, how does he have the authority to actually give parking tickets? Is this a jurisdiction?
I think it may be his own special ticket.
Probably.
You probably don't have to pay it. It's probably a polite warning.
Because he doesn't really have any authority to enforce that, I would expect.
Well, if he's from the intergalactic police,
right?
It seems like it would be a nuisance for them to come down and enforce it. But
that does seem like a problem.
Also, I do like this little transition. How we went pretty seamlessly from Carlos's issues into the Blue Centurion by just having that little moment between them, and then Carlos leaves the scene, and then we're following Blue Centurion, and that leads us right into this battle. Surprisingly smoothly, because a lot of times you'll have focus episodes for a Ranger, and then in the battle it'll switch focus to somebody else completely different, and it doesn't always flow smoothly. And I feel like that little scene composition kind of did.
Well, thank you. I'll take credit for that.
Absolutely.
And here we check back in with Carlos immediately afterwards to kind of sandwich things as well. I've also probably spent far too much time over the course of the last, however many decades, analyzing the story structure elements of Power Rangers.
Fair.
Yeah.
Specifically over the
doing it at the time.
Yeah. Sorry, say that again?
No, I said I was doing it at the time.
Right.
Oh, you were getting paid.
Yeah, I mean, that's a whole different thing.
I'll admit, when I rewatched like In Space and Turbo on Netflix, I did not remember Carlos's accent being so thick.
Yeah.
It's obviously not a bad thing that it was, but for some reason I just remembered it being way less noticeable in my memory,
Right.
This is such a nice focus episode. And it really does feel like Power Rangers at its best. You've got the problem, you've got a serious issue that's tackled at a level that is good for kids, and you've got a really fun Zord fight.
Yeah.
It's everything I need.
Now, one thing that's, when it comes to Turbo, that also relates to, because I've mentioned before, there were certain aspects of Turbo I didn't appreciate when I was younger. But one thing that did lead to me not being as connected to it was the fact that this episode, while being very well constructed and having some interesting character explorations, is a sports episode. And as a little kid, I will admit, I still have no interest in sports. But
it's Saturday. It is Iron Bowl Day in a few hours.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
But
I believe you.
But as a little kid, when we were seeing all these different changes, I remember getting frustrated because I'm like, no, I wanted to see what was happening with the old stories. I wanted to see what was going to happen with the old characters. And eventually I did learn to embrace change. But this shift over to, but the old Rangers are martial artists, and these Rangers play sports, and I don't care about sports. I want to see them do cool kicks and things instead. And it's
sure, I get that.
Yeah. And whereas I'm sure for plenty of other kids, they were probably like, oh, I like soccer, I like baseball, I like, music and cheerleading, and it probably brought in a whole new crowd of kids that weren't like me.
Well, that's the thing. We were always, you always just wanted some kind of physical activity going on.
Yeah.
That was the thought there.
I would just like to note that I realized that these episodes are from '97, so I was recently married and, in fact, living in LA at this time.
Oh, really?
This is, in fact, when I lived in LA, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm really old. We got married in the beginning? No, beginning. I'm sorry, we got married in '96. So, yeah.
Congratulations on all those years.
I'm imagining now that was your car, Mara.
Right. That's he's totally the one who gave me the ticket. Now I know.
It was the robot.
That explains it.
Couldn't figure out where to argue it in court because the court was given in galactic coordinates.
Right.
Driving around for hours.
Makes much more sense that way.
Let's see, we still haven't resolved this episode, and we've got less than 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, yikes.
This guy wanted just angling for his spot.
Yeah. Yikes. We'll see.
But yeah, he's really trying to, value his friendship as best he can.
Oh.
Carlos's sweater is definitely leaning on the more yellow end of the spectrum.
Yeah, that's true. That is.
Yeah.
That is a very '90s shirt that Owen's wearing, though.
Those are both pretty 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say so too.
Analyzing 90s fashion it kind of comes part partial with looking at classic Power Rangers.
I did not understand '90s fashion in the '90s, and I still don't.
Same.
Well, there's his guilt resolved.
Yeah. And it's nice that he's honestly just so relieved by the guilt being resolved that he's not even upset about Owen blaming him for something that wasn't his fault.
Right, yeah, Owen was completely in the wrong.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
There's no way that he should have been blaming him.
Yeah.
And apparently he doesn't go back to the team either.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, or Owen doesn't go back to the team.
Well,
yeah.
I guess.
Didn't Carlos just say get his uniform?
It kind of helps that there's so few episodes left in the season that they could really spotlight team again.
Although we are getting a very good Carlos episode coming up again, which Mark will be back for.
Yes, Carlos and the Count is going to be some.
I definitely have a few things to say about Carlos and the Count.
All right. So it looks like. It was.
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
No. You.
Yeah, you go ahead.
It was Carlos and the Count.
Yes.
And we could have used a lot more of it, but there was a debate that happened that went in a different direction. So I'll talk about that when we come back.
All right, we're looking forward to it. We're moving quickly through the school year. We're almost on Halloween.
It does feel weird that there's so much focus on the hobbies of the Rangers, only to have them drop all of it in order to go to space.
Yes, it's true. I don't know how much of that had been worked out at that time that they were about to run off space, but clearly this was all building up to the big, resolution of the arc we didn't even know was coming, which was the love story between Cassie and her dog.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure I didn't see that episode either, because, yeah.
Well, you're here for it now, Mara.
Yep.
To joke about it, whenever making fun of the wackiness of Turbo, they always point out the pizza episode. I will never stop pointing out there's an episode where Cassie dates her dog, and we are about to get there now.
Wholesome family entertainment.
Yes.
There's also a movie. There's a movie made by a Chinese director.
Oh yeah.
Named and the movie is titled Love on a Leash.
Oh no.
And is about a dog who magically or a man who's been turned into a dog, who turns back into a man in order to get a woman to fall in love with him.
Oh dear.
And I know about this because I worked with this woman briefly on a possible project several years ago. But it's out there, that idea.
Yeah.
But I don't know if Chips. I'm pretty sure did not see that episode. So, but I don't know if she saw Chip's episode.
Oh, okay.
because Chip came first.
Yeah. Just those independent ideas just coming up. Obviously, great minds think alike when it comes to
dating dogs.
Women dating dogs.
I mean,
that was. I'll say no more about that.
Okay.
I dated. Never mind.
Right.
I actually am friends with all of my exes.
We'll let you have a break again from our absurdities as we head on to this next one.
And I'll see you in about 20 minutes or so.
All right. I think about 45. Yeah, because we've got
45. That's even better.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
All right. Talk to you again soon, Mark. Thanks.
Okay.
Bye.
Sure. Bye.
Mara, there's a question for you in the chat.
Zero.
Let me see.
Oh, make sure.
Actually, the greengrass is a moderately common name in England, and those greengrasses are generally not Jewish, so probably not. Although I do have some relatives that went to England from Poland, but I think they're not on the greengrass side. But yeah, greengrass is not a Jewish name, because the director, Paul Greengrass, is not in fact related to me. In this country, almost everybody named Greengrass is related to me, though.
Oh, wow.
There are not that many greengrasses.
All right. So we just wrapped up the accident. We're going to keep this rolling, try and stay on our schedule here. We're looking to move on to episode 38 of Power Rangers Turbo. We're running out of time, people. We're getting towards the end.
Yeah, uh-oh.
We're going to be chasing it off and just... If we don't raise some more funds soon, space is going to go chase itself off away without us.
Terrible.
So,
and we're so close.
Yes, we are.
We are only $40 away from the end of Turbo, so if you want to see it, please donate and spread this link around. Spread the word. Let's get more people in here.
I just quote tweeted the this morning's original tweet too.
Yeah. I know that there's 1.75 million subscribers on this channel. Let's bring them out of the woodwork. Let's keep this rolling. We are going to be discussing next up, as I said, episode 38, Cassie's Best Friend. That is 38th episode of Power Rangers Turbo. Cue it up for yourself if you can. And we are going to be kicking that one off in 3, 2, 1, go Turbo. And we're fitting in on Angel Grove Beach. Good times. Oh, Cassie's dog Jetson. He's a heartbreaker.
I'm pretty sure I didn't see this one, because I feel like I would remember that also.
Does that mean the Astro Megaship is actually named after the dog?
Oh.
Jetson, not
the Jetson dog.
The Jetson dog was named Astro.
Jetson dog Astro.
Took me a second, but I got there.
I like MJ's comment about, yes, this is totally a Supergirl and her horse episode. And Dragon Trainer says...
Or is it more a Loki episode?
Dragon Trainer says they remember liking this episode when they didn't understand the implications, mostly because the dog was technically one of the few characters who knew the Ranger's identity.
Also, this monster is Mr. Goo-rific.
Yikes.
Like...
Hey, it's another time turning things into animals. Divatox has shown that power earlier. We haven't seen it since.
Also, just the design on some of these monsters is just like, how many different variations can we have on Schlubby Guy?
Right. These are
so strange how many different variations we get on the monster's design just being Schlubby Guy.
It's true.
Oh.
Oh.
And Jenny asks, do we ever see the dog again?
I'm pretty sure no.
I don't believe so.
Again,
I wonder who takes care of it once they go into space.
No time.
Oh yeah, I hope somebody takes care of the dog. It doesn't get abandoned.
I mean, I imagine Cassie has a family, maybe.
One assumes.
Go, mighty engines roar, turbocharged for more, drive for on the floor, go, Power Rangers Turbo, go, Power Rangers Turbo, go, Power Rangers Turbo, bow, 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 bow. Go, whoa, whoa, whoa. There we go. Yeah, let's see. I haven't pulled out the old sketchbook in a little bit.
Oh yeah, it's been a few episodes.
I know. I haven't been as reliable because a lot of these are unfortunately incomplete. But we've got Torch Tiger. He was pretty well drawn, put together there. But Maniac Mechanic is missing his arms and legs.
Oh.
And that just sort of happened because so many of these guys have very oddly detailed faces that and just not very just sort of strange. Oh, here we go. Lord Litter along with an incomplete Crash. Go with his creeps.
Awesome.
I'm glad they are already aware of the threat of Mr. Goorific. You gotta watch out for that goo.
Yep.
And although I didn't draw his arms or legs, which seemed to be a recurring thing at this point, I feel like I did a pretty good job of capturing his face alongside the pterodactyl.
Nice. Yes.
Oh.
Thank you very much.
Puns.
Hey, the Rangers are paying for things again. That is a very well-trained dog.
I know, seriously.
Yeah.
I know you could do that, but okay.
This is amazing. I would love to imagine that, like, because he's so... Wouldn't you love to imagine, oh my goodness, the dog having quarters? How the dog would do that?
You cannot do that, but okay. That's not how that works.
Amazing. Get myself a turkey sandwich lunch here. What was this monster originally?
I think this was after I stopped watching Power Ranger. I do not remember this monster.
I mean, it's Car Ranger, so it could be anything.
Cassie be like, I put goo all over my dog.
Everything is weird. Oh, that poor dog just keeps getting snagged with that leash.
Oh. Poor dog.
Okay, he actually made some sense in the Sentai.
Mm-hmm.
He was a makeup artist.
Oh. Okay.
That actually makes some level of sense.
Yeah, I mean, for Car Ranger purposes, yes.
In terms of Car Ranger, you know what? That dog is is braver than like half of Angel Grove.
Oh, yeah. More than half. Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, that he had the cream was a form of makeup that was used to turn. It was used as sort of a fountain of youth kind of ability.
There you go. That definitely in Car Ranger terms makes sense.
Yeah. And he took apparently. Okay, really?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just looking into the background.
Looking
into the background of some things. With, oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Thinking about what's happening right now. There's just this naked blonde man who was
with a collar and leash.
Yeah, I know that's yeah. I definitely did not see this episode when Barack was watching because I would have.
Why was there just some spare clothes over there? Like that was very convenient.
Somebody was probably swimming.
Whoever was the director, congrats on being able to do that.
Yeah, that's
so insane. Everything about this episode is just so insane.
Right?
Yeah, it's a golden Labrador. There we go. But yeah, I was just looking into apparently because I know that later on this episode, the Terrorzord gets turned into a camel because it does. But I was wondering what actually happened with the apparent youth cream in the Sentai series, in the Sentai source material. And apparently it reverted the Terrorzord into its initial form, which was a giant cardboard punch-out from a magazine. And that was my, wait, what?
Because
that was where that came from. I'm like, wait, that's, what? There's so many questions.
Because Sentai.
This is so... He is so smart.
Oh dear.
Did you see it? Can you take us?
Guy.
No.
Oh my god, this is great.
This is...
It's really like he's still treating him as a dog.
I have so much
Can you go get him?
What's even happening here?
Right.
Go get him.
Like, he's just playing with this random dog right now.
I know I say this a lot, but Toku means never having to say you're kidding.
It's so true.
I struggle to even find the... I've brought up this episode so many times, and now that we're watching it, I find so much trouble actually even finding the words.
Right. Fair enough. Asking of the other dogs, that makes sense.
But, like...
She's like, okay, you're a little too crazy for me.
Yeah, a little crazy.
I feel... you know what? Also, like...
Aww.
I don't know what to make, like... Cassie has a thing for strangers. Like, for people... The more mysterious a person is, the more she's interested in them. Like, she got along great with TJ on the bus before she got to know him. And then they settled into just friendship. And clearly the attraction to the Phantom Ranger is there. Never got to see his face. And now she's just like, this guy is weird. I have no idea where he came from. He seems to act like a dog. Sign me up.
Absolutely.
And there's some, I don't know what sort of things to read into that, but I feel like there are some things to read into that.
Yeah.
Oh no. Vulcan Skull. That is a dachshund.
Not quite the same thing.
Wienerama. More like Wienerama, am I right?
Whose dog is that?
Right,
Yes.
right.
Who did they steal a dog from?
Right. Somebody is missing their dachshund. Elmo.
You know, a dude who talks to dogs is not even the weirdest thing.
Oh no.
But you're here on vacation with
I
your family. Keep your
just-
story straight.
I was just gonna say, you told her that you were here on. All right, but glad you got the dog home, so that's good.
Hmm.
Well, that's. See, he's helpful.
Bye, Elmo.
Elmo loves you.
I'm just so like. There's so many things about this episode that's just like really awkwardly uncomfortable, and I don't know what to make of. So,
I mean, I think this is one where you have to put yourself in the target demographic and go. They're taking it totally innocently. And
you know
not
what?
all the...
When I was 12, I feel like I was still largely in the target demographic, and I still did not know what to make of this episode.
I don't know. See, now I want to get Barack to watch it and see what he says.
Go for it. Like, get somebody.
He's 11, you know.
Give me a new take on this episode, because it's just like it's. I mean, it's being executed fine. Like,
yeah.
you're doing a good job with it, I think.
Yeah.
But it's also just a really weird place
It
to
is.
go with the story.
It is weird. Yes.
And
And the mouse catch. Here we go.
there we go.
Oh, it wasn't with the mouse.
Now we did do
Nice.
the dance.
Hello, Roman. Welcome to our live stream of Turbo.
Oh my goodness. Yes, welcome to anyone new to our stream. We're live streaming our reactions to Power Rangers Turbo. We're on Cassie's Best Friend right now, which is a brain breaker of an episode. So if you'd like to join in, we are about 14 minutes into episode 38 of Turbo. And we're doing this to raise awareness and to get people donating to the great causes of Fair Fight and New Georgia Project. You can donate through the link below, streamlabs.com/database Rangers Power Reviews. I'm a longstanding friend of Morphin Legacies, and very... Oh, the pause. I'm sorry, those paws just gave me pause.
Okay, that's disturbing.
I can't.
That was deeply disturbing.
I know!
I was doing okay. I was fine, and the paws were, yeah. That was too much. That was too much for me.
Yeah.
No, I can't. Oh. He can't take his paws out of his pockets. Oh.
It is also such a weird reaction to a person that she's only known for a day.
Yeah, it's a bit much. I mean, I think we're supposed to think that she's automatically reacting that way because it's her dog.
I'm just gonna say, and looks like I've got a little best buddy here who wanted to join in.
Yes, hello.
I mean, you know, considering
it's
that
been really hard for Justin to say that Cassie will be his only best friend. Because what about her parents? But because he couldn't say that, because he couldn't really say who he is, he couldn't mention her parents.
Yep.
Yeah.
He couldn't imply that someone else was...
Well, even still, sometimes it's like one person. It might be the family's dog, but it is still that one person's pet.
Right.
Yeah.
Roman, my favorite Power Rangers season is Power Rangers in Space, which we're hoping to get to but we need to raise more funds before we qualify. Every additional $20 donated adds to our list. We've raised funds up through Parts and Parcel, but we haven't quite made it through Chasing Space to the end of Turbo. And if we raise enough funds, we'll be going past the end of Turbo into Power Rangers in Space today.
What is my favorite season? Probably Dino Charge, actually.
I would have thought you would have said Dino Thunder.
You know, I think my favorite changes fairly irregularly. I think it depends on when you ask me.
Yeah.
I am very fond of Dino Thunder.
Which one did you say was your favorite just now? Sorry.
Dino Charge.
Dino Charge. Nice.
Yeah, I really, I love so much about it. It's
got a very nicely expansive cast.
It does, and I think that I have a very specific reason, and that is that it was a season where I was able to take my kids and point and go, that is how a good relationship forms. You know, it had such a beautiful, normally Sentai and Power Rangers, I'm like, no, don't do that. Don't do what they just did. Like, never, ever treat a prospective or a boyfriend or girlfriend like that. But I was actually able to say, hey, they're great. They're sweet.
I think my current favorite is Time Force.
Yeah.
But I also make it a point to say that, if we're going favorite, it's actually just probably, Zeo. In terms of best is a different story. We talk a lot about the difference between favorite and best.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can hear this little man purring.
And yes, Jake and Gia never do that.
Yeah.
Yes, there is an example where I stopped it and went, don't do that. I stopped about 3 separate times to point that out to my kids. Actually, no, I don't think Yael was watching with us at that time. I think it was just Barack. But I definitely stopped. Don't do that. No, bad.
By the way, if you look at Mr. Gurific's mannerisms during this fight, you'll see a little bit more of how he fits with the attempts to be a makeup artist kind of stereotype. Although he does have a very weird design to his face and everything.
But yeah, now it goes onto the face and turns into a face mask.
Have we ever had a camel Zord?
Why haven't we had a camel Zord? That's a good question.
I will have to bring that up next time Barack asks me what animal should be a Zord.
Yeah, there we go.
We had alpacas in Akiba Ranger, but that doesn't really count.
Yeah.
What I was going to bring up before was, I think it's really weird that they keep making Cassie get so attached to people so quickly, especially since we keep, at this point, warning tiny children about stranger danger.
Right. This was very stranger danger time, wasn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. He's right. He's right. Thank you, buddy. Sweet boy. Yeah. And now it's finally dawning on her. It's finally connecting. So wait. I have confused feelings about my dog now. That is what's very, and it's just like, and she's just like, oh my, wait, how do I feel about this?
As for what I want most out of Dino Fury, I want a fun season.
Yeah.
I want a good storyline, and I don't really know. I just want a good, enjoyable season.
Yeah, it's hard to... I don't know why it is I don't have a clear idea of what I want out of Dino Fury. I think it's partly because Ryusoulger was a rather uneven season. I'm not quite sure what would necessarily be the best way to adapt it.
Yeah, I didn't watch Ryusoulger, so I do not have strong feelings.
I haven't watched it either, but I'm horribly behind on everything.
I mean, yeah, we are too.
But I guess really I want good characters, I want diversity, I want good focus on characters and relationships where I'm not sitting there going, you feel more like a stereotype than an actual character. And we've had some of that recently, but we've also then had some very flat characters recently. So and that was one thing I really did love about Dino Charge, was that everyone in the cast felt like a person.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. It was a very well developed cast of characters. And none of them felt like they were secretly dogs.
Yeah. That is true.
Occasionally, Coda did feel like he was secretly a dog.
Oh, okay, that's true. He would be a pretty good,
yes,
golden retriever, but I love him.
All right, so next up, we have episode 39 about to get started. That's the curveball. So there are those of you just joining in. We are, again, marathoning through Power Rangers Turbo to raise awareness and raise funds for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project to prepare for the big Senate runoff races. So if you would like to be a part of making the world a better place, please donate below. The link is streamlabs.com/database Rangers Power Reviews. We are adding an extra episode to our stream for every $20 donated. So right now, we're coming up near the end, but we want to be able to make it at the very least to the end of Turbo. If we can raise a total of $2,000, that will get us there. And anything we raise past that $2,000 will get us into Power Rangers in Space. So if you want to be seeing Power Rangers in Space, you got to start donating down below. And we're coming up on some major deadlines, so it is important to make that change while we can. Now, let's see here. As I said, we are about to hit the curveball. So cue it up, episode 39 on your Netflix DVDs or whatever sort of video source you have, because we're going to dive right into it. We're going to talk about episode 39 of Power Rangers Turbo, the curveball, in 3, 2, 1, go Turbo. Here we go, fading in on that baseball diamond. But yeah, this connects again to what I was talking about before with Mark, how I wasn't a sports kid, so I keep seeing these sports episodes and being so frustrated. Or a music episode, and I didn't like music, so I was getting so frustrated. I know that's probably a weird thing to say, but as a kid, I didn't really like music. Which I don't think too many people have those generalized statements like that. I could be mistaken. I don't know if anyone else had that experience growing up. But it was specifically because, as I mentioned before, my father's a musician, my brother's a musician. So there was always music in my house, regardless of if I wanted to be listening to any.
Mm-hmm.
And although now I sing along with these songs, like Mighty Engines roar, turbo charge for more, drive force on the floor, go, Power Rangers Turbo, go, Power Rangers Turbo, go, Power Rangers Turbo, bow, 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 go, whoa, whoa,
Courtesy of me, we are getting to the end of Turbo.
Woo!
Very much for those last 4 hours, getting us to that.
Yes.
You know what? Let me update that goal, those goals. Then let's make those goals happen.
Mm-hmm.
So, thank you, Batgirl. We appreciate that. That puts us right at 2,000. So I am going to adjust that goal real quickly. So we are still looking at $20 per episode. But now that's going to be to the end of space. And right now we are at 2,000. But we are going to work our way up to 2860 if we want to get to the end of space. And we need to try and do that.
And it should now be an updated tip ticker and everything, and a new Power Rangers in space.
Yep.
I have updated the logo. Woo!
Well, you know what? Actually, let's keep it with the Turbo logo until we're done with Turbo. Until we start space. As much as I know we are working towards space.
Okay. I will change it back.
In case anyone tunes in and wants to know what it is we're currently watching.
I will change it back.
Thank you.
But at least now we know that it works with the quick change.
Yeah. Nice quick change. But yes, as I was saying / singing, you know, when you're growing up with a with a band rehearsing in your basement while you're trying to sleep, the episode focusing on music may have hit a little too close to home in certain regards. And when you had no interest in sports, I'm just like, oh man, I didn't feel like I was connecting as strongly to these Rangers at that age, which I know was different for a lot of other kids who felt like this, you know, this was a new group of Rangers that they could connect better to. So there is a lot of diversity in terms of who Power Rangers can apply to and appeal to.
Yeah, that's nice.
And I've definitely softened my my feelings towards those things that I'm not interested. I don't have an active interest in. And can appreciate it more for the characters.
Ooh. Jenny C, thank you so much. I thought you said you were done as of yesterday, but thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Yay.
So yes, to Roman, as you may have heard, yeah, we did watch Power Rangers when we were kids.
Except me, because I was in college when MMPR was on. So I didn't watch until my son was in preschool and started watching Samurai. So I am the only person who didn't watch as a kid.
Okay.
Because I'm an old...
Aren't we all? In one way, shape, or form. I don't know.
To answer for me...
I'm 52.
That's right, according to them.
I started watching midway through the original Mighty Morphin, and for all of my ragging on Tommy, a 10-year-old me thought he was hot, and my first episode was the Spitflower, and then I went back and watched everything because my brother had been having my dad tape them off the TV. So, don't know where they are now. I think we taped over them. As far as I know, the only ones we still have taped off the TV are the opening for season 2, since that was airing in prime time.
Right.
But I watched all the way up through Lost Galaxy, and then the airing schedule got weird, and I could not follow. And then I got back into it when one of my friends told me that Johnny Young Bosch had returned for Once a Ranger. And that was in the middle of RPM airing, and I marathoned every single episode of the show when I believe there were exactly 700 at the time. And I finished like 3 days before Morphicon 2010.
Right.
And yes, Jenny, the opening two-parter.
From out of nowhere, the two-parter. Oh, this guy's whole worldview has been shattered. Oh, geez.
That was a great, it's like, oh my god. Check out DJ, how is that possible?
I don't know if I can ever be seen again in public after seeing this.
Right.
I don't think that any of you will ever see me again.
Woo! He's like deliberately walking into people and be like, relax. That was not subtle.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, Carlos gets it.
Yeah. It's a sneaky bitch.
Like, is everybody on every sports team in Angel Grove a jerk? My daughter just yelled yes from the kitchen. She says it's a TV show, so all sports people are jerks.
My childhood experience with baseball was basically my parents put me on the t-ball team for some reason.
Oh no!
I picked some nice dandelions out there in the outfield.
Yep, that would have been me. That would have been me.
Like, unless that ball was coming straight at me, and it's you're in t-ball.
Yeah, it's not going that.
You're in the outfield. Nothing is happening there. It's t-ball.
Bye, Jenny.
In the outfield.
Bye, Jenny.
Have a good one, Jenny.
I played softball for 2 seasons, and my team won the championship the first year. I had absolutely nothing to do with that because they gave out awards for at the end, and I got most often walked. I was very bad. When they put me in at all, I was in right field.
Yep.
Roman, if I had to choose between Kimberly and Tommy or Jake and Gia, I would very much pick Kimberly and Tommy, but I do not particularly like either of those relationships. If I had to go for specifically a heterosexual relationship, my answer is Adam, Tanya, Wes and Jen, or Tyler and Shelby.
Tyler and Shelby is my fave. I like the others that you mentioned, but
I think like I think one of the first, as much as it was after I'd already been watching the show for very long, one of the few ships that I really like went, oh no, this is a thing, this is happening, and not just, oh yeah, this is a thing, this is happening, was Ziggy and Kay. Like, there we go. MJ popped it in right as the moment I said it too.
No, not healthy. It's true.
And there's nothing wrong with liking a relationship that's not particularly healthy as long as you're acknowledging that it's not particularly healthy. It's when people start insisting that relationships that are problematic are just fine and wonderful and amazing that it's an issue.
Like Jake and Gia. Problematic. You can like Jake and Gia. Totally cool, but it is definitely a problematic relationship.
Well, Kay and Ziggy really just all comes down to the chemistry and interplay between the actors, which is really it like rarely do we see that sort of chemistry between Ranger actors. Even looking at some of the more famous ships.
Ooh, right in the groin.
They were clearly leaned into with the swoon moment here or there. There was definitely an ease and comfort between Adam and Tanya without ever being truly acknowledged.
Yep.
But
they're a good couple. In
terms of just straight up chemistry that the actors are displaying, and then it just sort of evolves into an actual ship later on, I feel Ziggy and Dr. K all the way there. And then there are a few here and there where I'm just like, I don't know what you're trying to do. I'm not gonna lie, Theo and Lily, I never really got was one.
I kind of ignored that and hoped it would go away because it was like, oh well, I guess.
My favorite thing about Theo and Lily is the time that Lily yelled at both Theo and Casey and told them she is not something to be fought over, and they are,
yes,
and they are busy saving the world. What on earth are you doing?
Excellent, yeah.
One thing also about the Ziggy and Dr. K relationship that's a little different from Jake and Gia, which was also a rejection-oriented relationship, was that Ziggy was not aiming towards romantic overtures during the season. Like, it was there was a clear attraction there, but at no point did he try to make it straight up romantic overtures, even though there was clearly, there was the chemistry. And whereas Jake and Gia, it was repeatedly.
Oh yeah, that was just gross. Yeah.
Ziggy was repeatedly just trying to have a good working relationship and friendship.
That's true.
And friendship, but the dynamic was just there. Oh, you did not think that through.
It's definitely not well thought through.
Your eyes on the
cliff,
the ground in front of you.
It's interesting watching a baseball themed, it's interesting watching an episode where the Sentai footage is baseball themed, because of course the Americans introduced baseball to Japan,
right?
Yep.
While Sentai is from Japan coming over here.
Yeah.
Yep. It's one of the things I like about Lost and Found in Translation.
I was just thinking of that episode, which I love. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, MJ is in the chat listing all of the shippiness and explanations of Dr. K and Ziggy, which for crossovers I want that never happened.
Wait. In real life, they dated and what?
Yeah, they did.
You didn't know that about
I did not. No.
Yeah, no. Olivia Tennant and Milo Cawthorn were married for a time.
Wow. No, I did not know that.
They kept getting cast opposite each other in romantic situations, and they just thought, and they're like, you know what? Maybe the universe is trying to tell us something. And
apparently not.
They had an adorable little wedding photo out there where, she had a flower crown, and he had, I believe, an orange suit.
I completely missed that. Wow.
Yeah. It was just a couple years after RPM.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it's sad that ended up not working out for them.
Oh.
But I leaned into that into the Dr. K Ziggy relationship in some of my works. One thing that now just blanked on my oh yes. In Power Rangers Grid Defense, when I did that fan film, the name of the orphanage that two of the Rangers lived at was the Grover K Home for Children.
Aww.
And one thing that was a recurring fixture throughout much of Power Reviews was at Dr. K's workstation. You could always see behind her a Ranger Series Green action figure sitting on the desk.
Aww.
And then I just have one real heartbreaker of an episode where she, actually expresses how much she misses Ziggy, and it's we have a TV tropes page for our web series, and it's the entry under the tearjerker trope.
Aww.
I won't spoil that for you, but I wanted to break hearts with that moment, and I did.
Hi JT, welcome to the chat. We are raising funds for New Georgia Project and Fair Fight. The more everyone donates, the more episodes we watch. We currently have enough to watch the first 2 episodes of In Space. And as for which Ranger team is our favorite, we talked about that a few minutes ago. Mine currently is Time Force. Mara's is Dino Charge. And Database Rangers is In Space.
Yep. Although I will say Space is specifically my favorite season. And there have been a lot of other teams I do rank very highly, including RPM, Dino Thunder, and the original Mighty Morphin, as well as SPD I would put in there too.
Yeah, I guess there really is a difference between which team versus which season.
Yeah.
It's true.
Because my love of Power Rangers in Space is not really character driven. It's really more story driven.
Yeah, in terms of story, but in terms of characters, like...
I mean, I do love a lot of the characters.
Like Ninja Storm is a team that I adore above almost everybody. It's not necessarily my favorite season, although I enjoy it a lot.
Right.
But boy, do I love that team. Bunch of beavers.
I mean, if we have to go in terms of favorite team, for me, it's the second version of Mighty Morphin replaced with the Stone Canyon Trio, just because I love those three so much.
Mm. So, before Kat?
Before Kat, Kim's still there.
So what are you guys answering? You got a question?
Well, before we were asked what our favorite season is, now we're being asked specifically what our favorite team is, because there is a difference.
There is.
Yes, there is.
Especially with the
Dino Charge Rangers, because that's a great team, in my opinion.
The Dino Charge is such a great team.
Yeah, precious.
Especially with, like Coda and Ivan just being fantastic.
Rags to Riches, BFFs for Eva.
Tyler's a great red.
Yeah.
Very diverse. In both ethnicity and backstory.
We don't even know this guy's name. All we know is that his confidence in his worldview is completely shattered by heat.
Yes, poor guy. Yes, poor guy.
I feel bad for the monster there who was crying. That does remind me that I haven't shown up on monsters in a little bit.
Mystic Force is a very fun season. I agree.
It is. It is a very fun season.
There we go. Oh, Strikeout was one I actually did manage to finish pretty well.
Oh, you did a really good job with that one.
One of the best monster designs of the season.
Yeah.
Oh. Yay. That's so nice. See, there's some nice sportsmanship. We finally have Angel Grove sports people who are good people. There we go.
There we go.
I approve.
Growth.
Yeah.
Line to
That's
get
nice.
higher up on their teams. Not taking injuries, doing their own injuries and throwing it on others.
Yeah. All of their absurdities with the drawing the chalk lines and everything.
Yeah, that's great.
It's fun. All right.
Bulk and Skull are very impressive in their
ability to screw up everything.
There we go.
In their Bulk and Skullness.
Yes.
Okay. All right, here we go.
Oh,
Let's
is it
kick
time to bring
things
Mark
off.
back?
Yes, it is. Because this is a man you can count on.
Oh.
I get it. I see what you did there.
Yeah. Alright, while you get Mark back, I need a piece of pumpkin pie because,
Ooh. Yes.
Thanksgiving leftovers.
We are once again calling up Mark Litton,
about the
the writer of the next Power Rangers episode we're going to take a look at. Here we go.
Hey there.
Hey, how you doing?
So far, so good.
Fantastic. We're surviving here.
I'm getting through the morning. I only have about a half an hour of it left.
Yeah, we just got a few more donations in a little bit ago, so we have dipped over from Turbo to Space now.
We did from out of nowhere.
As far as the donations.
Oh, nice. We made over 2,000.
Yes.
So we should be good to run through the Power Rangers in Space premiere, and after that point, you just can't stop there. So the donations are just going to have to keep rolling in, because you can't just. It's like a Pringle. You can't.
Just have one. Just have the premiere and in space, and that's it.
Yeah. You make too many Ranger fans out there cry, and we won't get to the Brilliant Sting, which I know is I don't know if we'll be able to sync that up with your schedule, but I know that is your Power Rangers.
Are you really gonna? It's
all right. So once again we have Mark Litton, also known as John Fletcher by the pen name, about to join us for the 40th episode of Power Rangers Turbo. So we're getting right near the end of Turbo now, and if you'd like to follow along with us, you can sync up your Netflix or DVDs or whatever sort of video recordings you may have access to. Maybe break out the old VHS, the VCR, the stone tablet, whatever it may be, those hieroglyphics presenting the adventures of the Turbo Rangers. As we continue to raise funds for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project, which again, you can donate through the link below. That's streamlabs.com/Database Rangers Power Reviews. You click on that, you donate, you get more episodes of this, and you help out not one but two great causes, making sure that people are able to voice their choice and do so effectively and with good information and good support and resources as we get closer to those Senate runoff elections that will decide the legislative future of the United States, which will ripple out throughout the world. So, yeah, we're watching Power to Save the World. You can help out with that. Also, feel free to share the links around so that other people can join us too. With all of that said, let's kick things off with the 40th episode of Power Rangers Turbo, Carlos and the Count, starting in 3, 2, 1, go Turbo. So,
there we go, the Scary Film Festival.
Yes.
Now they're just trying whatever they can do to make money.
Yeah, basically. It's not even a job anymore. It's just they're just trying to get the money. I wonder if Bride of Hackensack is on their watch list for the evening.
I was just thinking that.
Yep.
I'm sure you're shocked.
But referencing back to the Power Rangers Zeo episode where Adam had the monster movie dream.
Well, we should have included it. And we've now introduced the idea of lunar bats.
Yeah.
Which is a surprise to everyone.
I'm intrigued by that as well, considering that that these bats are not this isn't the moon.
No, but they're close to the moon.
That's fair. So apparently, lunar bats are not are not stuck staying within the moon's gravity. They can just go all around the orbit of the Earth.
It's weak gravity for them, so they can just inhabit the area around the Earth. Sure. I'll say that.
Divatox can make monsters with her tongue.
Yeah, apparently. So now here, actually, I didn't quite get. Did Divatox just turn a lunar bat into a monster, or was that always the natural state of the lunar bat that it could turn into a monster itself? I was a little unclear on that.
My guess is that she turned it into a monster.
Okay.
That they don't normally look like that.
That's fair. Oh, I gotta love those little, like, I'm not even, like a theremin kind of sound in the background for the spooky noises.
And here's I guess a day for night shot.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh,
yes. We did not shoot anything at night.
Yeah. It's definitely got some interesting lighting going on with the sort of, you can see the little bits of dust and smoke going through there. But it looks like it could have actually been like an early morning kind of shot, with the way the light was filtering through the trees.
Very possible, but obviously it's supposed to be at night.
Yeah.
He's dining before midnight, as he said.
Yeah.
And we had a monster that came up, a bat monster of some kind, and I inherited it because I was more familiar with bats and vampires. Chip's more of a werewolf guy.
I like that you have your own personal identities when it comes to monsters. So you're the vampire. So you're Team Edward and Chip was Team Jacob.
Oh, that makes sense. Didn't you write the Dino Charge Halloween special with the vampire woman monster Memorella in season 1 Dino Charge?
Yeah.
In Dino Charge?
Yeah, Ghost is with
Yeah, did the Halloween special, right? That had a vampire monster.
The Halloween episode.
That was another fun episode. And
It was.
yeah, Memorella did definitely lean into the vampire tropes there.
I will tell you that is not my title. that title belongs to Becca Barnes.
She does love them, love those puns where she can get them in.
She does.
That's just with the mostest.
I enjoyed working with her.
Yeah. I've been in touch with her on Twitter. I would love if she could join us for these streams, but the combination of New Zealand and filming the current Power Rangers season has kept her very, very busy. I know.
Yeah, she's already done it now.
Yeah. And Bulk and Skull are just now they're vampire hunters because that's their new job, basically.
Because why not?
So I just yawned when Carlos yawned.
Of course, absolutely. Oh dear. That's a good question, kid.
Also, yeah.
Do they have a hall pass? Do they?
Hey, Principal Kaplan.
Do they have?
Oh,
like,
they did
permission?
graduate.
Oh, you did say that they had graduated. I forgot that this episode established it. This was our last appearance, Principal Kaplan, their last attention, and Bulk and Skull graduated off screen.
And as he says, he thought he graduated, but he still seems to have control over them in order to give them detention.
Right.
I mean, it feels right.
Yeah,
Sometimes
absolutely.
you just go with what feels right.
Well, you know,
It could just be discipline for them roaming the halls like that. It can't.
Fair.
it's probably a Pavlovian response when they hear detention at this point.
Oh, sure, they're just going to go.
Oh, yeah. No, what else are you going to do?
Yeah, sure, why not? We pretty much lived there anyways. Second home.
And now Justin is once again caught in a horror movie. This kid's life.
Oh yeah.
Even robotic Justin was trapped in a horror movie where all his friends were robots.
Oh.
He's been through a lot this season.
I mean, they all need therapy.
We did give him...
You gotta love the very prominent blood drive.
Right. I
right behind him.
was really enjoying that.
There's signs on all the walls about the blood drive. not just that one, but you can see all the others too.
Yeah.
Yep. I want Vampire Rangers by Nightfall.
You know what? That would be a fun
So-
season.
That would be. God, I love
Justin, you are not Tommy. Stop with the head injuries.
that was me. I walked into.
Comedy with a K is what we used to call it.
Yeah. Oh, Lunar Bat. There we go.
Imagine a legendary ranger team just of rangers who had been turned into vampires. We might not be able to fill it out yet.
The irony of a Power Ranger saying, "Oh, there's no such thing as
anything."
Like, really? You're gonna say that? Seriously?
That's fair.
You fight Piranhatrons? Come on. You have to kill
Well,
I mean, yeah, he's a 13-year-old boy. It's
they
about
could
right.
probably get away with still saying there's no such thing as Lucifer or certain religious elements.
I would buy that, but saying there's no such thing as vampires is just asking for trouble.
Oh yeah, big time.
That's,
Also ridiculous that Justin is better able to hold off Count Nocturne's bite than Carlos was.
I think it's just that his neck is further away.
Well, that's true. That's
true.
For once,
down.
But I mean, like, he has the shorter arms, though.
I mean, Count Nocturne was...
Has there been a vampire monster before this episode? We've had a Frankenstein monster.
We had Temecula. We had the Vampirus.
Oh, yes, we had Vampirus.
Oh, right.
Less explicitly vampire themes, although, obviously there's the vampire name and the Peter Lorre kind of voice for Vampirus.
You want to grab a bite? Thank you. Vampire puns. God, I love puns.
Oh, and yeah, I forgot how long they actually did play, Carlos and Ashley as
See, this is why I was so bitter when In Space started.
Yes.
Yeah.
And my wife literally just texted me going, I can't believe you left out Tommy as a vampire in that Adam episode. So I apologize for failing as the resident Adam stan.
He's gotten pretty into the vampire scene now.
You know what?
Okay.
I'm
pretty sure I just saw the string.
I kind of hope that eventually since somebody asked for crossovers we want, I want Carlos and Vita to have a conversation about being turned into vampires. Yeah, that is what I want.
That would be great.
I also love that, like, Ashley was borderline Vanna White there with calling attention to the blood drive. It's like, I know, and she just gestured so clearly.
Human blood. That is not what. Just saying. Been to a lot of blood drives. Does not say human blood.
They don't separate the human blood from the animal blood?
They don't separate the human blood from the animal blood. I've even been to a blood drive in high school. First time I gave blood.
I've been to a lot of blood drives. I haven't this year because
I've been anemic for a number of years, so I can't. But I gave blood for the first time in high school.
I usually try to give blood a couple times a year if I can. But yeah, this year with
it's hard.
Pandemic and everything. And being a teacher. It has not been in my comfort zone, unfortunately. I would love to get back into it.
Yep.
I've also usually when I grow out my hair, after a certain time I donate the ponytail, and I haven't done that yet this year because I'm still waiting on feeling comfortable going to get a haircut.
But yeah, I got a transfusion when Barack was born, so I wanted to make sure I gave blood.
Right.
Once I could.
I have done the whole chop off my hair thing and donated it 3 or 4 times now.
Wow.
But my hair, the way it is, needs to be long enough to deal with the curls.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm pulling a carrot top.
I just love this explanation that Carlos has just been given. It's just like, why are you holding me? And it's oh, Divatox turned you into a vampire. You were bitten by a lunar bat. It's like, oh, that.
I mean, it's typical David Power Ranger universe.
Perfect sense.
And it's interesting that Alpha 6 has a mirror that he's covered up in the
command.
in the room,
really,
so that
really large
and then he has to unveil it.
That is a fantastic little detail, though.
He just
It
wanted an excuse to show it off. He found it at a garage sale.
I wonder if they still have that mirror of Billy's from season 1 in storage with the Triceratops.
I don't know. This has also been a very original footage heavy episode so far. I don't believe we've had any Sentai footage so far.
Yeah, I think the only Sentai footage is the
One interesting thing about this particular episode, because there was a lot of footage. There was a ton of footage to use if we wanted to, but most of that footage was about the vampire bat hypnotizing people. So you get the swirling hypnotizing wheel coming out of the bat, and we had a discussion about whether or not kids would catch on to the fact that vampires hypnotize people.
Okay.
And my argument was that yes, they would, and the powers that be were not as sure about that. So they stuck to the most conventional tropes of vampirism.
All right. Like,
but it meant we lost all that footage.
Yeah, exactly. That's a weird kind of thing to like. It is interesting how they'll latch on to different things when it comes to how they think kids will react to things.
I still haven't gotten over we need to skip trains because trains aren't popular in America. But I will never get over that. As the mother of kids.
Well, I'll put it this way though, Mary. You gotta sort of think of it in context of the choices that they were looking at. It's like we've got trains or ninjas, which is more on brand and going to be better for their toy sales. And
I have an entire bin of Thomas the Tank Engine toys, as does every other mother I know is like, does anybody want some Thomas trains? Now that my kid has grown up, I have an entire huge bin of them.
Yeah.
Thomas was hugely popular in that age group at the time, so all the moms I know were like, what?
That is true, Shara. We can get an entire team of rangers who have been vampires in some form.
Nice.
And Lily can be their 6th ranger.
Awesome.
I'm trying to remember when Calvin and Sarah were vampires. Was that in the that just their costumes during the
Yeah, they switched bodies with monsters in the Super Ninja Steel Halloween special.
I was trying to think which
and Calvin switched with a vampire, and one of the other monsters was a Nickelodon suit recycle.
Oh, okay, yep. No, that makes sense. Yep.
So
I remember that episode now, and it hadn't really occurred to me that they had been turned into vampires, but yeah, they technically were.
That's a full team, and we can make Lily their 6th ranger.
Excellent. It's a good team.
Yeah.
Although I would still stick with Vita as the pink ranger and make Sarah the blue.
Well, that's fair.
Yeah, Sarah does make a good blue.
Especially since Vita did eventually come to
like being pink.
Embrace the pink.
Oh, and then this is one of the very few cases we get sort of the Megazord switch up. We get another interesting Megazord combination here.
Yep. I just love tropes about vampires.
Yeah. This was
How you doing?
yeah. Sorry, you were starting to say.
Yeah, no, I'm just watching the toys come together.
Yeah, same.
Show the toy, sell the toy.
Sell the toy.
This was interesting because it was sort of the beginning of the very sort of mix and match play style that later Power Rangers Zords would get in the habit of doing.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't prominent back then, or even for several seasons, but around Dino Thunder, which was a few years after your initial run, we started to see arms that would swap out.
Wild Force.
Wild Force as well, which was Wild Force would have been very shortly after your departure. Where there was a lot of compatibility between the Zords. But this was the first time that we actually really sort of saw that outside of shoving some toys together to create an Ultra Zord in Season 3. Which was about the same thing. I like that they seem to have actually developed a good, solid business model for themselves here.
Awesome.
There we go. Got to give a shout out to the Wolves.
Yeah.
Yep, there they are.
I love this.
The hair pot. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll sign for it.
Always have to have a different excuse for them not to be able to keep working.
Yep.
But I loved Skull's genre savvy right there. Just like, we know how our lives go, Bulk.
Yes.
Really want to test fate.
I forgot my next line.
Oh my goodness.
Even they can't say the line without cracking up.
So there we got another little break there. But fun times. Fun little wacky romp there with
there we go.
Vampires.
That was fun.
That episode was a lot of fun. It's one of my favorite Turbo episodes.
And next up we got our Spider-Man spoof. Yeah, oh man, this season goes so many different places. From the teenagers graduating from high school and getting new jobs outside of high school to moving on with their lives and bringing in the new team. Then we had the whole Phantom Ranger saga, and now we're getting into like these little sort of a trope, these different trope spoofs between Carlos and the Count being the very Halloween themed. Before that, we were having just now the Curveball, which was like a baseball movie. We had a Freaky Friday of a dog becoming a human. We had
Love it.
Earlier on the Robot Ranger, which was very Twilight Zone. I like to describe Turbo as sort of a genre roulette. That's
fair.
It definitely did feel like you guys were playing around and sort of finding a new voice for the show during this time, because you never really knew what you were getting from one episode to the next. But we know what we're getting next in our lineup with Little Strongman, and then we've got the Rival Rangers before our final Mark Litton Turbo episode, which will be part and parcel.
I'll be back for that.
And I think that'll be where we wrap up and I think that'll be your last episode of the day, unless we try and tack the Brilliant Sting somehow onto the very end. Because the Brilliant Sting is currently scheduled as our first episode of tomorrow.
At 6 a.m., I think.
Yeah, at 6 a.m.
Well, let's see if we get there with the donations. So, if we get there, we'll tack it on for tonight.
Yeah, you know what? I think we might be able to do that shift if we're going along at a good clip.
Shifting to a ghost.
And we're willing to maintain consciousness on our side of the coast. We might be able to move Brilliant Sting over onto the end of the day. Which
I needed a little power nap in between.
So that would be about 7 o'clock your time. So we'd get you right at the beginning of the day, and then wrapping it up 12 hours later. Because Brilliant Sting does introduce one of my favorite villains of the franchise,
Darkonda.
And I'd love to talk about that one. But for right now, I know we're gonna say farewell for the time being, and then bring you back for Parts and Parcel in another couple episodes. So that'll be another 45 minutes ish.
Sounds good to me.
Fantastic. Thank you again, Mark.
Yep. See you guys soon.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, bye.
So once again, that was the wonderful Mark Litton, once again giving us all the good scoops on the writing of Power Rangers, specifically Power Rangers Turbo. And yeah, we're still working through Power Rangers Turbo. We are currently we just wrapped up Carlos and the Couch. We only have 5 episodes left in Power Rangers Turbo, and we will be making it to the end. We're currently raising funds again for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project. If you want to follow along with us, you can queue up your Netflix, DVDs, videos, whatever you have. To episode 41 will be our next episode we'll be discussing. And we're continuing to raise funds for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project. If you'd like to donate, you can use the link down below. It is streamlabs.com/database Rangers Power Reviews. All of those proceeds will be going to Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project. And for every additional $20 donated, we will add another Power Rangers in Space episode to our lineup following our wrap-up for Power Rangers Turbo. So hopefully you are ready to go on episode number 41. We're about to kick this off with Little Strong Man, episode 41 of Power Rangers Turbo, starting in 3, 2, 1. Go Turbo. Here we go. A gun in Power Rangers. Oh, that's cool. You apparently can have a starting pistol. Is okay.
Well, I guess because it's shooting in the air.
I wonder if
Lightspeed had an episode with a bank robber with a gun.
Yeah. It'd be funny if that was the same prop that was used in that one episode of Lightspeed.
I love that Justin is so mad at Carlos calling him a kid.
Also,
or a kid.
I think he just sometimes forgets he's one because
Yeah.
he's hanging around all these teenagers.
Fair enough.
oh, this episode.
Oh.
Here's the crazy thing, though. For a 13-year-old, and Justin has established that he's a skilled fighter and flipper there.
Right, so why he could do that. But once again, we come back to are all the sports people in Angel Grove jerks?
Yeah.
Because they're kind of being jerks to him.
But considering his skill with martial arts and a little bit of gymnastics as well, I would have thought that he actually would have a little bit more.
He really should, yeah.
A little bit more defined muscle, considering what he's demonstrated being able to do.
A little more skill at this, I think, also. But
That is. What are you doing, Diva Dogs?
I don't know, but it's great.
Divazord is just...
Divazord. I love that. Your evilness. Mm-hmm.
He does not need that cone.
No.
You turbo. Go, mighty
engine core.
For more. Drive forward on the floor. Go. Power Rangers Turbo, go. Power Rangers Turbo, go. Power Rangers Turbo, bow, 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 go. Whoa, 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 whoa. But yeah, written by Jackie Marchand. This was one of our few straight up Jackie episodes going on here. Yeah, no, that's too much weight, Justin. Like,
yeah, really. That's
like I'm a 6 foot tall dude in fairly good shape, and I'd still be like, that seems like a little much. Directed by Liberty Goldman. That's not a name I think we've seen before. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. This appears to be the only episode that I see written by Liberty Goldman. It's also one of the only Jackie episodes that we've had in a while since the switchover.
Yeah, I mean, she gets a lot more in Ink Space. So.
Yeah, right now it's really sort of more swapping back and forth between Chip and Mark.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't even know that was Mark Linton until you told me when we were watching Mighty Morphin.
Right. That flea is an ant. Okay, his facial expression there was just amazing.
Oh dear.
They just show up at the youth center being like, hey, we have a new job. Can we do our new job here?
And
just show it off here since everybody's hanging out here.
Like, that's not how being an exterminator works. I'm pretty sure you don't just show up places and say, hey, can we exterminate something? I don't feel like that's how that works.
Oh. You know, and the thing is, he's emphasizing the feels part. He runs pretty decently. Why does he not?
There are ants at tryouts, and he's just going to go running in there with an ant bite. That's going to attract more ants.
All right. Funny story. I was once at a there was once a party that me and my roommates were hosting back in college, and there were a couple guys fighting over who got to use the bathroom, and the end result was the bathroom door came off and one of them fell backwards.
Oh dear.
Oh wow.
My dear cousin Edgar. I love her meditating. That's fabulous.
He's right there.
He's down there.
You get the limo out.
Also, everybody treats him as so weird for being in high school, but he's legit like this.
We should be back now.
What?
Nope, it's red again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I saw a bit of bump.
It's still red, and I tried re-ending the stream. I also dropped the bitrate.
Alright, so you dropped the bit rate down?
Yeah, it's 750.
Alright, so hopefully that should be good out. What? any progress. I'm speaking just in case we're still streaming in it.
All right.
It went down.
I am human white noise right now. I'm just playing and providing something for the background for somebody to listen to as best they can. I'm doing what I can.
It says the stream status is poor.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why.
Yeah, I've got your stream is experiencing
I think I will take this opportunity while it's lovely.
All right.
I'm going to take this opportunity to duck out because I still have work to do and laundry to do because life goes on.
Alrighty. Well, thanks for coming.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, Mara.
Bye, Mara.
Have fun.
Have fun, Mara.
I mean, I did the two
so-
things that I did yesterday to try and change it. The bitrate's at 750. The video, the output scaled resolution is 640 by 360.
Okay.
I don't know what else to do.
So I mean, I'm seeing things on my end, but I'm not seeing a current buffering issue on the feed going.
Well,
through.
it says it's in excellent condition now, so whatever you did,
Okay.
it was.
All right,
Okay.
so it looks like we fixed it now.
Oh, good.
Okay. Hey,
It's
Chris.
it's
You
still
working on
showing
laundry
up
right
as
now? All right. Yeah, if you're folding laundry, probably don't need to have the camera on for folding laundry. But welcome to discussions as always. All right, so I think we've managed to get things squared away for this right now. I think we can keep this thing rolling. Just good times. All right, so if everybody's ready, we took a little break to pause to kind of work out a few technical
Oh,
issues.
where were you paused?
I was paused at 7.5 minutes.
I'm at 6:45.
So-
Exactly.
Go. Yep.
7:30.
But I could get. I'm like I couldn't get it specifically at 7:30. I think I'm at like 7:29 or 7:31, but close enough.
All right,
All right, now that we have
7:30.
this all synced up again, so back home you can again queue up to 7.5 minutes into episode 41, Little Strongman, and we will resume in 3, 2, 1, go turbo.
Don't worry.
You are the team, kid.
You are the team, kid.
That's such a classic kind of line.
Hey, did you guys see me up there?
Yeah, okay. I guess I might have
You
some.
need Demetrius' permission to break all the school records.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hard.
Yeah, but just because you're working out, that's not how exercise works, though. It's a slow progress. You work towards being stronger, but you don't just become stronger. Yeah, there we go. Alpha's just dropping the knowledge there. But yeah, don't feel like you do everything all at once when you go to get exercise. That's not how it works. You gotta work consistently. You gotta work within your abilities, and you slowly build up as best you can. You have to play around with endurance and many other things that I do not know nearly enough about. But I know that you should try and not expect instant results. And just, commit to the process as best you can. I say this as somebody who has not been to the gym during this year, and only partially due to the pandemic. guy is not a high school student. Yeah, he's just toying with this guy. Justin is having a lot of fun being Little Strong Man here. You know, Justin, you were already kind of a genius.
Thanks.
Um,
Carlos and TJ
like,
are good at that because they worked hard at it.
This focus on sports as being so important is a dicey thing. I need to often remind myself that I am very much out of the norm when it comes to sports. Almost everybody cares about sports, and I need to kind of remind myself of that a lot of the time. Oh, look
we're
at
not really sports either.
Oh, Rygog. Do you have a permit for those guns, sir?
Boom.
Oof. Rygog, you, sir, you're a heartbeat. Oh boy, this is not. I don't know if this is safe for kids.
Well, right now it's scheduled to end in 7 episodes. Or 6 episodes.
Yeah, we're in the final 5 now of Turbo.
The 5.
What?
We're in the final 5 of Turbo right now. And then we've got 2 episodes of Power Rangers in Space ready to go after this. If we want to keep going with the rest of Power Rangers in Space, we're going to have to fund it.
Can we make dinner? Can we have dinner?
Yeah.
Oh, you're having that side conversation. I'll just mute you for now while you're having it. There you go. Oof. He is probably more effective at fighting Piranhatron right now than he normally would be while morphed.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like he's Peter Parker right now.
Yeah, basically.
Radioactive ant bite
is a nice side effect.
He's Ant-Man.
Yeah.
Minus the shrinking part.
Yeah. Can't morph. Dun dun dun. Didn't he just try and did he actually try and turn the key just now? Did I miss that? I feel like he didn't do the full morph. Oh, space taxi. Oh, that's right. She has a separate.
Yeah, the pink car. Yeah, because it's the footage.
That the car
That's
exists.
the Lady Villain's car in Car Ranger.
It's hilarious that she has more than one. That they created that whole separate other car for her for the other episodes.
Yeah.
He's using a mop like a duster. I think I'm getting the beat a little bit.
Why can't I morph anymore?
Because I suspect your new super strength is not compatible with your range of powers.
You mean I cheated at morph?
I'm afraid not, Justin.
Oh, you come up with an explanation.
But the super strength will be gone forever.
But I like being super strong. I want to stay on the track team and win trophies and set records. And
Justin.
Maybe Blake really thought he lost his super strength, and that's why he's grown into the man he is.
It isn't really fair.
Maybe a little bit. But yeah, I know someone earlier was asking about whether we like what our favorite team ups were, and there have been some good ones over the years. I will admit that Forever Red still is a standout, but Reinforcements in the Future and Thunderstorm are probably two of the best.
Yes, Thunderstorm's my all-time favorite. I love the evil ranger aspects and them having to fight the Dino Rangers. Oh, that's so good.
They really played the dynamics of the teams well. Reinforcements in the Future are mostly just really great from a world building standpoint, which is rare.
Yeah, it's a good epilogue to Time Force.
So much of its season.
Again, I think I'm going to second Reinforcements from the Future just because that is like the platonic ideal of what a crossover or team up episode should be.
Yeah.
But I mean, as much as I like Once a Ranger, it's great for the returning cast, but it doesn't really plot.
Overdrive
and it doesn't make the Overdrive team look very good at all.
And that's not really good for a team up. You got to make both teams shine.
That's what the best part of a team up is. And the other one I would say is pretty much all of the Lost Galaxy Power Rangers in Space crossover that I'm blanking on.
Oh, so the 10th Power and Power
Pink. Yeah. Which
to the 10th Power, I feel we didn't get enough focus on the other Rangers coming back, but Power of Pink is just such a strong episode.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome, Fox Ranger. We are currently about 4 minutes from the end of Little Strongman, our Power Rangers Turbo marathon discussion. So we're just live commenting if you want to follow along as well. As I said, we're about just a few minutes from the end of Little Strongman, the 41st episode of Turbo, and we are raising funds for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project. If you are able to donate, please do. The donation link is down below, streamlabs.com/Database Rangers Power Reviews, and that keeps this stream running. And it is splitting those donations between Fair Fight and New Georgia Project, both very worthy causes.
Can I count Always a Chance as a team up?
Yeah, I count it as a team up. A Ranger comes back.
Well, I'd say there are three classifications of team up. There are anniversary team ups, there are team crossovers, and there are cameo specials. I think would be the three different classifications in my view. And I would classify Always a Chance as a cameo special in the team up subset.
Yeah,
Blue to the Rescue.
There's the Always a Chance and True Blue to the Rescue kind of like cameo special.
Yeah.
But Spirit of the Tiger and Samurai Surprise don't even have their guest rangers teaming up.
Yeah, that's true. That one's a little bit of a dicier, more in lines almost with Graduation Blues, where it's just a previous Ranger cameo. But it is still, a form of crossover in those regards. So I guess I would call it more crossover than team ups in those respects. Oh, this little blame game right here. She is so disoriented right now. And it's amazing. Hillary Shepard Turner clearly had so much fun with this show.
Oh, shit. You could tell she had so much fun playing Diva Docs.
Like, it's hard to think of other people who've had quite so much fun as Hillary Shepard Turner playing Diva Docs. Can you imagine, walking in and knowing that's your line? It's like, all right, so no, wait. We gotta go guidance counselor mode. Here we go. Hey, kid. I know you lost your super strength, but... And I know how much that meant to you.
Also, it kind of sucks because he was like, "Oh, I gotta get rid of. I love being a Power Ranger," and then like 3 episodes later, he loses his power.
You know what? To answer your question of who else had as much fun being a villain, Vernon Wells as Rensick.
Oh yeah, totally. You can tell he was
J-Man.
feeling as though it's plain Rancid. What do the villains do?
He's the new team manager. Yeah, the technical advisor.
Why does that guy have the right to call him J-Man?
Because he appreciates him. He's like, you're a cool little dude, J-Man. Hey, J-Man. I know you're bummed about not having super strength anymore, but you still going through the guidance counselor moments, though I'm not a guidance counselor. Those wacky extermination smoke gun things, I don't even know. All right, here we go. We are getting near the end, people.
And I have finished.
Let's get a little romance into this mix with some rival rangers. This is the episode 42. The answer to the universe, life, and everything else. So cue yourselves up to episode 42 of Power Rangers Turbo on your DVDs, your Netflix, whichever you have on hand, as we continue this fundraiser to raise those funds for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project. Every additional $20 will be split between both of those causes and go towards us covering another episode, which we will analyze in all of this glory. If there's anyone who you would like to see join us in this live stream journey, please, by all means, send them our way. Feel free to reach out on Twitter and Facebook. Let people know about this wonderful set of causes that we are raising funds for. We would love to have more people join this party. Let's keep it going. So next up, we have the Rival Rangers, episode 42, and we are kicking that off in 3, 2, 1.
Goodbye.
Hey, Chris, welcome back.
See you later.
Okay. Oh, and now it's Porto's turn to get a Zord.
Yeah, well, she said next time we pilot a Zord, you'll be in the driver's seat.
Yeah, exactly.
She wasn't kidding.
So, with all of the treasure that Divatox had, couldn't she have used that to build, her own artillery?
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what she's doing right now.
But it took so long.
Space base.
I know, it has taken them a long time.
I'm sure the space base cost some coin.
And here is Ashley's new activity. She never has the same activity twice. It's very strange.
No.
Now she's a dance teacher for kids. Hey, Mr. Ice Cream Man.
Hey, Mr. Ice Cream Man, aren't you in the city?
She is.
City of ice cream, like an ice cream
all
city.
about Ice Cream Boy here. She's just like, yes, please.
Well, to be fair, he's basically a bartender, so he knows all these stories.
Lieutenant Stone's one of the teams being a gossip queen.
But yeah, just
and here for me.
She was very me-likey the moment that guy walked in.
Poor Carlos.
Poor Carlos. She's just like, who's Carlos? I want some ice cream.
Especially when Andros comes to the picture.
Yeah, I know. Oh, okay.
Here we go. Go, goats and goats and goats, goats and goats and goats.
Hi, you must be Bobby.
Hey, Bob.
I'm Ashley, Andy's dance teacher. Nice to meet you.
Oh my goodness.
She does. I dance better
Yeah.
than Bobby. Well, maybe he's
Why is Mandy dressed like Ashley's grandma?
It's just
The
a little.
90s fashion.
Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, no, they know each other.
So,
Fuck.
Yeah. This is like they are so smitten with this Bobby kid. They are melting right now.
I kind of hate this sort of episode where you've got the two girls competing over a guy and being completely catty to each other for no reason whatsoever.
And I mean, it's all very superficial. Like, look, all of these girls just want this guy, and it's just like
it's just not those two. It's like everybody.
I kind of like it's to the extent that I almost want him to be like secretly a monster, because it would explain.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
That would have made it make a lot more sense.
My goodness, her face. Yeah.
I just.
I think I'm hearing the echo through your feed again, Scott. I don't know if you can mess with your volume or anything. Actually, you know what? Just if you're having if you can't listen to it through headphones, you can just mute it and then unmute whenever you want to pipe up. I think that'll be fine. All right. Thanks a lot. And Cassie showing off her guitar. It's fair. This is one of those few times we get to see Cassie's guitar business here. Well, we're just highlighting everybody's interests right here. Really, really. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You're in high school. What is it you want from this boy? Like. Like, it is nice to occasionally get a little bit of inter-team conflict, but it's also just like...
I think In Space handled the conflict between Ashley and Cassie a little better in this Psycho Rangers episode.
Yeah. My goodness.
Like,
and fall.
There's just... That's... You don't do that to your friends.
Yeah, they're being teenagers. And yeah, I get it. Teenagers can often be not great, especially, and you know, it's. I suppose it is realistic for them to be not great sometimes, but also, them being not great, it's not great.
It really isn't. This is not one of my. And I would, other than the music episode, Cassie has not really had an episode that doesn't involve a dude.
Yeah, basically, it's usually a phantom dude, but it's a dude.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a nice acknowledgement of Ashley. We are getting nice acknowledgments of their past episodes here, which is refreshing. Also, if there's someone to be chosen as being in the wrong entirely here, it is Ashley.
It is completely and totally Ashley who is in the wrong. She's
like, Cassie was already had a thing going with this guy. Like, yeah, you saw him and you wanted him, but
he's kind of a douche too because he manipulates all of these girls in one way or another. Towards the end, you'll see.
But Ashley is the one who makes Cassie end up getting soaked, who is deliberately. It is not a good look on either of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Ashley especially.
Yeah.
Like, she is horning in on everything here. You know,
She's the one who went, TJ, take me to the park.
Yeah, and then and Cassie's just kind of getting fed up with her, and I can't really blame her.
Nope. But I would really, I mean, it's not all the time that Power Rangers passes the Bechdel test, but I would like to see Cassie and Ashley have an episode together. I mean, I know we will eventually when they're arguing about cleaning, but their focus episode together is fighting over a guy.
I mean, I suppose fighting about cleaning is slightly more progressive.
You know what? I'll give it to them because it's about roommates and chores and
Oh, I've been there.
living together, and that is, you know, even into marriage, that living with anyone that can be an issue.
Yes, that's true.
Like when you spend so long cleaning something and then it gets getting dirty again, you would snap like that.
Also, TJ is so done with this nonsense.
Yep.
I love that TJ gets fed up with things so quickly.
He's like, okay, you know, priority is saving the world here.
Bobby, really, evil. Let's go fight evil. Really, Bobby.
Now I want to start singing Company.
Bobby, baby, Bobby, baby, Bobby, baby.
Yep.
Bobby. We actually went to go see Broadway. We got to see Company on Broadway.
With Raul Esparza?
Yes.
That was fantastic.
It was very good. We went to see it on New Year's Eve, 2006 into 2007.
Okay. Sorry. Ashley, do not deliberately sabotage for, like, by insulting.
Really? Oh, and this is who Bobby's actually interested in, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And this is all just, like, so uncomfortable.
Okay. Company.
Yes. Oh, yeah, we went to go see it on New Year's Eve, 2006 going into New Year's 2007. So we went actually down to Broadway with some friends, and we spent New Year's Eve watching the ball drop in Times Square. And it was pretty crazy. It was pretty cramped. And it was definitely so I don't know if you've ever been to New Year's Eve in Times Square. There's just a million people there. And they have people arranged into corrals. And so we made our way to the front of a corral, you know, where they have those metal barriers. And the next one, and then in front of us there was, you know, the break for the street, and then the next set of metal barrier for the back of the next corral. And we were so packed in tight, we wanted to try and get to the next corral where we'd have a little bit more room to spread out. And so a few of our friends like tried to figure out different ways to sneak through, because there were cops walking back and forth. So a few of them popped through a little gap in the fence to head over to the next one. And when it was time for me and MJ to go, should I not, hun? If I shouldn't, you know what? I'll let MJ weigh in on if I shouldn't. Also, this is the story. This is totally the same music from Jenny, from the Jenny episode earlier in the season.
Oh yes, they love reusing their songs.
Oh yeah, and how's Jenny doing, by the way, Lieutenant Stone?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the summer is over, so presumably she went back to her mom.
She's actually doing pretty well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No, you know what would be a fantastic flip? Actually, you know what would be the best possible resolution to this episode? After all of this, he ended up with Carlos.
He ended up with?
with Carlos.
Yes.
That would be the best possible outcome of all.
Yeah. You know what? Then Cassie and Ashley could go to the dance together.
All right. Mayo said I can pretty much I can finish it. So it was going to be our turn to head over to the next corral to go through the little gap in the fence, and we were trying to psych ourselves up to go, and MJ was not up for it. They were basically having kind of a panic attack, and I was just like, no, honey, it's okay. Just calm down. It'll be fine. Don't worry. And then and he's like, no, we're gonna get caught. We're gonna get in trouble. We shouldn't do it. And I'm like, no, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. And then I'm like, just try and calm down. And then I pause in my head for a moment. I'm like, actually, wait, do that more. He's like, what? And I'm like, officer. Yes. My girlfriend here is having a panic attack. We got separated from her friends. They're right across over there. Can we head? Oh yeah, of course. And he just opens up the corral for us, waves us right through. We head right over to the next one over. And then it's like, where's? And then we meet back up with our friends over there, and I tell them what just happened, and then over my shoulder I can hear someone saying, "Hey!" I look over, and the officer. I go back over to him, and it's like, yes. He's like, I heard your story just now. I'm like, oh yes. It's like, nice acting job, and he shakes my hand. I'm like, thank you. So I'm very aware that if I was not a white guy, it would probably not have gone well for me.
Wait, what do you mean you're not a white guy?
But I'm not going to deny that was a hilarious story, and I will always be a little proud of myself for having managed to not only trick a police officer, but have him congratulate me for it. And then we enjoyed the rest of our New Year's. It was chilly, but we were at least no longer crammed in tight with all the people working towards the front of their corral.
I always made it a point to avoid New Year's Eve in Times Square.
That is fair. It's probably the smarter call. It was an experience I wanted to try at least once, and a few other friends were doing it. If you are ever going to do it, you should do it with friends, and probably when you're in college, which was what we were doing. And we also had a friend down the city, so we were able to meet up at his place and hang out there for a little bit while the crowds cleared away before we went to hop on the train back home. But yeah, MJ was not acting with that panic attack. And since I couldn't figure out a way to actually reduce the panic attack, because the two choices were either we go across this thing that would get us in trouble, or we stay in this incredibly packed space, I tried my best to act in the moment to kind of put us into a better situation. This Shark Zord is really quite an impressive bit of technology here.
And we haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, just a little bit. He really does kind of just slip in and out of the series in all sorts of random little ways. Yeah, I think the last time we saw him was maybe Cassie's
Parazor?
Well,
I'm losing track now. Everything's starting.
They found out his name was Dave off screen, and ever since then he's been kind of distant.
Okay. Now, unfortunately, these were some of the episodes where I really wasn't following the series as closely. This was around when I was starting to drift again, because we were no longer getting really good, strong continuity here, so I wasn't following it as closely. So the Shark Sword, I really only got a little bit of a sketch on, just very little. The other two Zords, even less. Like, I barely even got the faces started on the Cat Zord and the Eagle Zord. Like, those two barely even have any. So I am sorry that I don't have more to show off when it comes to Turbo. There's very little left.
Does it pick back up in space, or does it basically...
Power Rangers in Space, I did start picking it back up again. There are definitely some monsters that are better drawn than others. It definitely came and went. Most of these, after this point, most of these are works in progress, but there are definitely some that are, borderline done. And have some great levels of detail. Usually missing feet because I couldn't see the feet clearly with the images I was working with. Oh, Bobby. She's the curly-haired girl. He's got to go talk with the curly-haired girl.
Mm-hmm.
But also just Cassie and Ashley are just. And here's the thing: they're still in their crazy little worlds where he's just like where they're just like, no, me, come on, Bobby, come after me. And he's just all about the curly-haired girl. He loves those curls.
I guess so.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, she likes him too. Yeah. They look good together. They seem like a good match.
Okay, Ashley.
On Ashley. Ashley, you shouldn't even have done that joke. You were in so much the wrong there.
Yeah.
Also, their best friend status was not really strongly developed earlier on the season. They're both going with Justin. There we go. Justin.
I mean, yes, they're all high schoolers, but
yeah. He's just going to be big man on campus, walking in with the two girls on his arms, like he, as much as he's sort of picked on as being the nerdy advanced kid. Like, I'm sorry, you walk in with the cheerleader and the girl with her own rock band. You are set, sir. I'm just putting that out there right now in terms of the high school hierarchy.
And the thing is, like, he is, unless they put him in, like, senior year or something, he is only a year younger than the freshman would be.
Exactly. All right. Are we ready for some more from Mark Litton here? We've got 3 episodes in space.
We only have 5 episodes left to go before we are completely caught up with our donations. So if you want the stream to keep going and for us to keep going through Power Rangers in space,
yes,
we're going to need some more donations, guys.
Exactly.
Remember, this is to raise money for Fair Fight and for the New Georgia Project, which is to protect voting rights and to help with registrations in Georgia before the election coming up. If you live in Georgia, like I do, voter registration ends on December 7th, early voting begins on the 14th, and the election itself is on January 5th.
That is correct.
And you can already request your absentee ballot.
Yes, you may, yes. Those are available for request, and early voting will be starting December 14th, I believe.
Yep.
So let's make sure that those people have those resources, including everyone from the wonderful state of Georgia, where our second Batgirl, our stream queen, resides. Now, I'm about to call up Mark Litton because we're about to dive into episode 43 of Power Rangers Turbo, and that is one of the episodes that Mark Litton has written. So let's check this out. Hey, Mark. How's life treating you out there?
So far, so good.
There we go.
Had a nice rest between rounds.
Yeah. Hey, you gotta stretch it out, keep it limber. You know, it's I've heard that sitting in one place for hours and hours and hours on end is not good for you. I wouldn't know.
You might have some practical experience of that.
It is nice that I at the very least have found some good supplements for my arthritis. I'll put it that way.
Okay. Yikes.
I like I said, gotta keep it limber.
Yeah. Doing what we can.
Exactly. And that's all we really can do. We all do what we can. We try to raise funds. We try to participate in making the world a little bit better place. So
that's the idea.
Exactly. So we've got episode 43 ready to go. Parts and Parcel, written by yourself, Mark Litton, otherwise known as John Fletcher.
For the purpose of this episode, I am John Fletcher.
Yes. So here we go. So if you are following along, Netflix, DVDs, whatever you may have, let's get ready to go because we're at the top of episode 43, Parts and Parcel. We're kicking it off in 3, 2, 1, go turbo. Super duper fast deliveries. Who needs?
Yeah, I don't know.
Who needs? Yeah. Sorry.
I know that whatever we have for a company, if that's actually the company name on this one, and not just a tagline for them, we have to clear through a number of hurdles.
Yeah.
And to make sure that it's not a real company someplace. So sometimes that leaves us with very few choices.
I love that we do have those super duper fast delivery logo on everything that they are wearing.
It pretty much is, isn't it?
Yeah. But yeah, who needs UPS when you have SDFD?
That's right.
You know, I wonder if they would have gotten my wife's PlayStation 5 here on time instead of FedEx, who I had some problems with.
Yeah.
Considering somebody is stealing their wares, I don't know if they would have been able to deliver to you.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's also interesting that in these thefts, the boxes are emptied, but they're still somehow completely rewrapped again afterwards. It's a very, very competent thief.
It's a courteous thief too, in a sense. He doesn't want to let wrapping paper just lying around.
Oh yeah, there you go. Must be using like letter opener and everything. You know, very careful with the adhesive. And
all of that.
Considering who we later find out the thieves are, that makes it all the stranger, honestly. So we don't generally think of them as being quite that subtle and nuanced in their behaviors.
I mean, No, go ahead.
No, go. It's for you to say.
Yeah. So, well, one of you, please. So, the floor has been seated. Batgirl, what were you about?
I was going to say, since I'm an interlibrary librarian, and it involves sending and opening a lot of mail, so I am very impressed by their ability to open all of those things without ripping the packaging at all.
Yeah.
My guess, well, we'll still have to see what my guess is later when it's revealed who it actually is.
Yeah. This is all at all similar to the adventures of your private detective friend?
Somewhat. I mean, he does a lot of restraining order stuff.
Okay.
Where you have to deliver that, and that's where it gets dangerous.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I can imagine. When it comes to somebody who, requires a restraining order, there's probably a little bit of threat level there.
I do love...
So TJ is just styling right now in all black get up. he looks that
They're using
beret.
the Detective Vulcan Skull theme.
Yep.
This is sort of also an interesting pairing of TJ with Vulcan Skull, since they haven't had much by way of direct interactions.
Well, you always look for that. You sit around the office and you think, who haven't we put together yet? What would make an interesting combination?
Right. And he is just such an open and helpful person that you can buy into that, even though he doesn't really have any reason to know them that well. He's just jumping right into helping.
Sure.
And here we get the conclusion of this sort of mini Zord arc thing that we have going on here. Gotta get the coffee and donuts. That's what you need for the stakeout.
That looks like a good amount of donuts, too.
Yeah. Must have at least a nice dozen there. Also, these two, high school graduates relying on a high school student to help them with their job is still entertaining. There you go.
They do need to look behind them.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, you're not getting the jump on them; they're getting the jump on you. Gotta watch out there.
Was that Bronson trying to use the telephone?
Seems about right. They're all getting to be good, solid fighters at this point, which is nice. It's always nice seeing these unmorphed fights towards the end of the season when they get to show off how much better they've gotten.
Yep.
Also, I think this is one of those few times when is that a green shirt or not? Is Carlos not wearing green?
He kind of is.
Okay, yeah, it's a little bit of a.
There might be a little bit of a green sheen to it, but not by much.
Yeah.
They both seem to be wearing the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. Oof. They just destroyed the place. Oh, Vulcan Skull. They chickened out. But
nothing you can do there.
Yeah, exactly. And he rolls with it. But yeah, one of the interesting things with that little fight scene just now was just the fact that this is the first time that we've really had a crew of Rangers that aren't all designated martial artists. They have different skills that aren't really martial arts. TJ being a baseball player, Carlos being a soccer player, Ashley being cheerleader and dancer.
Right.
And that feels like that's sort of par for the course now. But back then, when the show had spent years with so many characters being very prominent martial artists, it was a change of it was sort of a change of pace, and it really sort of reset who could and couldn't be a ranger at that time.
Well, I think when you had the first original 3 Rangers leave the show and were replaced, it gave the producers the idea that, wait, we can change these characters out.
Yeah.
and it was a slow process. It was until you get to the point where you're changing them every year.
Right.
You're changing all of them every year.
It really is interesting how much you have this sort of process of discovery, even this many years into the show, 5 years into the show.
Sure. Because we still have no idea that it's going to last as long as it is.
Right. And, you know, obviously Power Rangers in Space really sort of was another big game changer in its own way, where it finally decided, where we finally ended up having a conclusive ending for a series, rather than a cliffhanger or just, you know, a stopping point. And after that, all the little things that you guys had sort of learned how to do with developing new sets of characters each year really, you know, had to come into play again.
Oh, no, absolutely. And then eventually you get into the Disney years, and that's a whole new reinvention of the show.
Yeah, a whole new setting, a whole new you know, location where you need to learn a new way to operate.
Well, and then the whole new move to New Zealand as well.
Yeah. Just the fact that the Piranhatron were being so sneaky and subtle for those first few robberies, and then they just ransacked a warehouse, and now they're just out in the open.
Yeah, they don't care anymore.
Yep.
Once you're exposed, you're exposed.
Exactly.
I do like how afraid of the monsters as Bulk and Skull are. They do realize how vulnerable they are at any given moment.
Yeah. Even though at this point they have encountered so many of them and even managed to fight off a few.
But they've always had a kind of a healthy respect for them, though.
Yeah.
Even when they were like captured by them and forced to dance or do whatever.
Yes.
For them, they always did it with the expression that Narvi has on his face right there.
Yes. What could she be trying to build?
Yeah, apparently her station is very close to the moon.
Yeah, looks like it. They seem to just be sort of orbiting the moon at this point. That was a sparkly little thing that she's apparently capable of.
Yes.
So are we back on the moon? Because it sure looks like a moon.
Yeah.
Well, building is already on the moon.
Welcome to anyone just joining us. We're on Parts and Parcel, the 43rd episode of Power Rangers Turbo, discussing it with Mark Litton, the writer of the episode. And here comes the Zord Parade. It is fun that all of the different cockpits have cars as what they're driving in top. Yep. And here comes the Eagle Zord.
That's a lot of evil Zords.
Yep. Fortunately, the Rangers have their own Zords they can use here, which helps. In fact, they've got 3 Megazords with alongside between the rest of Megazord, Corpo Megazord, and Tyrion. Makes, I think, for a pretty even match.
It doesn't help out the warehouse district much, but yes.
Now, I know we were talking about how when we get to Power Rangers in Space, there's only one Power Rangers in Space episode that you're credited for as John Fletcher.
That's correct.
Now, were you still engaged in sort of that writer's room story development where it was, still sort of the 4 days a week kind of scenario, or were you more back to being more freelance during that season?
I was more freelance at that point.
Okay.
That once we finished Power Rangers Turbo, then they moved on to Power Rangers in Space with it's mostly with Jackie and Chip.
Right.
And then they would hire on people as needed.
Yeah.
And so they got me back for that one episode. And that was it for Power Rangers in Space.
Yeah, it's interesting how tight they got on in terms of the size of the writing staff at that point. Because I think it was. I'm just taking a quick look. Yeah, it was you and Steve Roth came in for one episode. And then Koichi had sort of a story credit on Countdown to Destruction. So it was, and beyond that was all Chip and Jackie just side by side, which is pretty remarkable that they took that much upon themselves in that season. Sort of, I know, bringing to mind. We were talking about J. Michael Straczynski with Babylon 5 the other day.
Right.
So considering, he wrote almost every episode of seasons 3, 4, and 5, with one exception, I guess that would make you the Neil Gaiman of the group, being the one person.
I suppose it would.
There you go. Not bad company to be in, I would say.
No, I'll take that.
Actually, that brings to mind any television writers. We've been discussing J. Michael Straczynski a fair bit, but any other television writers that you take inspiration from, or you're a particular fan of as far as their work?
Well, I mean, I tend to be more a fan of shows, or I'll either shows that I know very well, or I know people on them. Like Star Trek, I knew some of the writers over there. I knew in fact one of my college friends became the executive producer of the Drew Carey Show.
Oh, really?
For many years, and so my influences are all over the place. As far as that's concerned.
Well, yes, you were working on Power Rangers. Your college friend working on Drew Carey Show. Your other friends working on Star Trek. Definitely a wide swath there.
And one of their friends was working over on X-Files.
Oh, man.
As well, and Millennium, and he went on to do The Man in the High Castle.
Oh, really?
Among many other things. That would be Frank Spotnitz.
I have heard of a lot of good things about Man in the High Castle.
I have too. I haven't seen it yet as of this taping.
Yeah. There's always alien creatures for these two. Oh, whoa, hello. Oh, this moment is just a great moment.
I love this moment so much.
It really cements a relationship between Vulcan Skull and the new team.
This is a genuinely, great moment.
And especially considering the other times where, they have helped out the Power Rangers, and the most that,
yeah,
they get is, Kat telling them that they believe them.
Yeah.
Seeing the Power Rangers flat out back them up and everything is such a good moment.
Yeah. It is.
And
it is a moment.
It makes Countdown to Destruction, when Bulk goes them, even more powerful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that is a nice moment.
Yeah.
If I do say so myself.
Yeah. It's a sweet little episode, a little focus episode for them.
Aww.
They don't really know each other that well, but they had this great little bonding over this experience, which is lovely.
Yeah, especially since Bulk and Skull really don't interact with them in space. They're usually off on their own adventures.
Yeah.
With Professor Phenomenus.
Yeah. And it is a fun adventure for them. The alien hunter plotline for them, I don't know why, I felt worked really, really well with their whack.
Yeah, I really liked them. I think it was just Professor Phenomenus in general, being the third of those stooges, really worked out too.
Exactly. Yeah. All right. So we're about to kick off the finale here. So we're going to try and move through this quickly as best we can, so that hopefully later tonight we can we'll be able to hear from Mark for the last stretch of the journey. When we get to, so I think we'll tag Brilliant Sting onto the very end of this.
I very much appreciate that.
If we can make it, we do still have quite a bit left to raise. We've only qualified for the first 2 episodes of Power Rangers in Space. So Chasing to Space and From Out of Nowhere is all that we've fundraised for. But if we want to raise enough to make it all the way to Brilliant Sting, we'll need another $240 to make that, I believe, if I'm doing my math in my head correctly. Because there'll be another 12. Yep, about $240 more, and that will get us to our next Mark Litton episode with the Brilliant Sting, the introduction of Darkonda. Darkonda! All right. So all that said, I think we're in pretty good shape here. So
okay, well, Mark? It's been fun, and good luck with the fundraising as it continues.
Thank you.
And even if we don't make anything else, we still are sending $1,020 to each organization, and that is something for us to be incredibly proud of.
Absolutely.
That's amazing. That's terrific.
So before we head out, any last words on Turbo before we head into the finale?
It was a fun experience for me. I hope it was. It continues to be a fun experience for people who watch it, even those who sometimes disagree with the choices we sometimes make. I guess that's it for right now.
Okay. Well, we look forward to speaking to you again soon with hopefully the Brilliant Sting, if we can raise that extra $240. But if not,
fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Either way, we very much appreciate all the time that you've lent to us throughout these streams, and today in particular. You've been, rotating in for quite a bit. I think this is the most episodes we've had you on for a single day. So thank you for joining.
I was writing quite a bit this season. It's true.
Oh, you were trading off with Chip back and forth and back and forth. So
well, and yeah, because at this point, this was all written in about a 2-month period, and before that, I was on doing things with VR Troopers, and then earlier with Masked Rider. So there was a while there I was really busy between all 3 shows.
Yeah, exactly. Which is
fortunately they were all filmed in the same place.
Oh, that does help a lot.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you again, Mark. We are going to chase into space now. So
okay.
You enjoy your afternoon, and we hope that we'll
Bye,
be
Mark.
later this evening.
Thank you again.
Thank
you.
And happy belated Thanksgiving, because we better wrap that up again.
You as well.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. There we go. All right.
Austin, the Ranger T is back, by the way.
What's that?
Let's bring Austin back
the
with
Ranger
us.
T, my great co-host, is back on the stream.
Welcome back, Austin.
We're about to jump into
I
that.
had to come back for Chase into Space.
Of course, we got to spread the word, people. We're chasing into space now. We gotta pump this up. Let's get some people in this stream. It's gonna be crazy. All right.
And hey, we will get to at least sing twice the Power Rangers in Space theme song.
Yeah.
That's something.
So you know what? Let's give it a turbo though. We'll sing along for these next two rounds. We get this crazy finale going. So Chase into Space Part 1. If you're following along, you know where it's at. I don't need to tell you. You know how to find it. You get it all set and ready because we're jumping in here. We were not wasting any time. We're chasing into space in 3, 2, 1. Go turbo. Fading in on Justin's house. There we go.
Ian.
Ian. Is that the same house we see them at in the In Space episode, or is it a different one?
It's a different one because they moved to a different
Oh, right.
Yeah, they would have. Yeah, it should be in universe a different one at the very least.
Oh, okay.
Definitely looks.
Unless they took the house with them.
You know what? Angel Grove Construction is pretty good at rebuilding things quickly, so it's possible.
Sure.
Actually, it might be. It very well might be a different house because it does. Yeah.
Auntie D.
Auntie.
Wow. Oh. Wow.
Love it.
To turbo. Go.
Engines for turbo charge for more.
Mighty engines roar, turbo charged for more. Riding up the core. Go. Power Rangers Turbo Ghost.
Go.
Power Rangers Turbo Ghost. Power Rangers Turbo.
Go.
The car constellations was a little out of place for Power Rangers.
Well,
Like
I mean that is straight from the Sentai.
Yeah, I know, but it's still so out of place for. At least Megaforce was a little. At least Megaforce's posing dimension worked for it.
Justin's look of astonishment over his
space.
Hey there, Mr. Peabody. I see you got promoted. Hey, Doug.
Bye, Lieutenant Stone. We'll never see you again.
Oh, hey,
That
it's
was Lieutenant
Debbie.
Stone's exit.
Not really, hey, Doug. That it? Is that the end of Lieutenant Stone?
Hi.
This occurs to me, Bulk and Skull aren't even in this two-parter, are they?
No, they're right there.
Oh, there they are in the background. Sorry.
They're like, even Bulk and Skull I'll miss.
That's right. They don't have like any lines, I think, but I don't think they are there.
This episode definitely has a different vibe than the rest of Turbo, so it's like it feels like a prologue to In Space because they start using the In Space music too instead of the regular Turbo music.
This does really kind
of. On soccer team. Oh, probably it's probably his PAL league, but this would be the high school soccer team, I guess.
I mean, it's possible it's the youth league with Nico and everything, because Carlos can't just decide to put someone on the soccer team. That's not how it works in high school.
Right. His dad's coming back. It's still crazy to me that the Wishing Coin two-parter was the last time that we saw it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is another good one for leaving and for reasons too. Like, they've given the departing Rangers, well, most of them recently, some really good reasons for why we're changing things. Hello, Zordon. We have not seen you in a while.
Yeah, I know. This is such a game changer moment right here. And it was interesting hearing that Robot Rangers was written with some of this in mind too. There was going to be an attack on Eltar eventually. Also, it's genuinely weird to me because I've watched Power Rangers in Space so much, watching them walking around in these outfits, with these outfits just being regular whole clothes that are still clean, because I'm so used to in my head, these clothes are always battle damaged, because I've so internalized them as being their first clothes they wear in Power Rangers in Space.
No, that makes perfect sense.
Because they didn't change their clothes after the command center blew up, and they were just like, okay, let's go to space without changing clothes or packing clothes. True.
They got shit to do.
And then we have, I'm also reminding myself, oh no, Ashley's shirt wasn't actually that damaged in the explosion. It was just always a midriff shirt. Showed off a fair bit of midriff during the course of her time. Up, here we go. Gold Oil having a random robe for no apparent reason for 2 seconds.
5 seconds.
Go to space. Yes, MJ down the jet. Wanna go to space? Space? Wanna go to space?
So was Gold Goyle like the main villain of Car Ranger?
Yes. So yeah, Lord Exhaust, I believe was his name.
Okay.
He shows up in like the 35th or 36th episode, and he just takes over the villains, and he's the final boss.
Yeah. I don't think that we had gotten to him, or maybe we had just met him when we stopped watching.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The original intention for Dark Spectre was them to use this suit for him.
Right.
Or footage of this suit for Gold Goyle. I mean, for Dark Spectre. But then they ended up using the Malagor suit instead.
Yeah. Gold Goyle is such a randomly powerful monster.
Mm-hmm.
He just comes out of nowhere.
Like, literally, where did he come from?
He just decimates everyone.
It's
so
a prime example of let's use the
I
boss
guess
villain
Steve
for
Fox
almost
just
every
sent out a message, and then he came to the space station, and
I was wondering if, the United Alliance of Evil had sent him to help.
Possibly.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
As much as I do like that idea in concept, considering Divatox's reaction when the messenger arrives in part 2, it suggests that she was not in contact with the United Alliance at that time. Well, that it also suggests that it wasn't even fully a established alliance at that time.
Hired mercenary?
well, no, maybe she was just with the local members, because
Yeah.
she was surprised by the message, but maybe she wasn't. Maybe she wasn't as in contact with Dark Spectre as she was with the people at her level.
Maybe.
I still want an argument between Rita Astronema and Divatox over which one of them is actually in charge of Empress of Evil or Queen of Evil, or
that would just become a.
I would take
episode
it.
of Paul's Drag Race Untucked, throwing drinks at each other.
In From Out of Nowhere, where they get into their arguments.
They kind of have some moments, and the space premiere. I don't know why. I always love when Zords are destroyed.
It's very.
It's a vulnerability thing.
I give them this lovely Megazord, and then they just go and they do what? They self-destruct?
Yeah, for real. No respect. No respect.
Why did I even put that button on there?
Yeah, why did you just self-destruct?
That's a great idea.
Yeah, let's blow
Don't
everything.
never expect that we'll want to hurt ourselves.
This will,
Hey, at least they didn't blow up our Chilotron. It's still on the Earth. It's sitting on Angel Grove somewhere now. So.
But yeah, it does feel like Gold Oil was just someone that Divatox recruited that just happened to be very, very good at being destructive and powerful.
maybe that's what she was getting all of that treasure for.
Maybe. You
Hire this dude.
can't really blame her for that approach. Oof.
Oh.
Yeah, they summoned their...
Like, the fact
Nice
that did
try.
not work.
It did nothing.
Yeah. Just, I mean, it is cool to see them go back to the original Megazord because they have nothing else left.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy.
One kick.
Yeah, no, nothing. This is not doing anything. I mean, it's a nice attempt, nice move, but this is doing nothing.
It's all flashy theatrics.
They're trying it.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
They should just say a name and say, "My name is Justin," over and over again until the monster is destroyed.
Dang.
Oh, but yeah, he just wrecks the Turbo Megazord.
Crispy.
He's not playing.
He's not joking.
Nuts, no joke.
Tough like steak.
It really is just such a, like, how did this happen? Like, we're just fighting another monster in another Megazord. How is this going so badly right now? This is definitely one of those cases.
Like, this feels like such blatant overkill compared to how the Zeo powers were lost. And that's what they were making up for.
A little bit, perhaps. Because the Zeo powers didn't really get a proper send-off. They wanted to just really decimate the turbo powers here. This is also just a crazy way to go about defeating the villain. Like, of all the moves to actually do the trick, this is pretty ridiculous.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, the Destruct, he's invulnerable from outside, so attacking from inside, does sort of make sense.
Darkonda must have got it though.
But if I recall correctly, in Car Ranger, he was stopped because the growth food that he was given was like expired.
Yeah, so that makes him shrink.
Car Ranger is certainly a thing.
Yes.
But it is interesting seeing the power canister be the last time we see Zordon as a free man.
It's fair. Are you referring to passing the torch?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, now this bit here is, again, as much as we do like to praise Chase into Space for really just amping everything up and setting up the wonderfulness that is Power Rangers in Space, this whole follow the teleportation streams and we find the power chamber is such a strange little bit to happen. Like, why were they down there? Wait, they can just visually follow the teleportation stream? Why is this something that they've never done or attempted before?
Well, Rita and Zed both knew where the power...
Yeah, and everyone...
They know where it is, and the Machine Empire did too.
Yeah.
How did they not? How did these two... How did this crew
Maybe because Divatox is a pirate. She saw fit to loot and plunder.
Yeah.
Maybe Rita was jaded and
while
Rita
said the Machine Empire respected the property enough or something.
This direct assault is so strange because there's no real reason why they shouldn't have known that this was there and they shouldn't have been able to attempt it before.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no real, and especially considering that, and by the same token, why didn't any of the previous villains try this?
Right.
Well,
definitely.
I guess Divatox had a lot more. I mean, you think she would have a lot. You think Machine Empire would have more forces, but she had a lot of Piranatrons.
I mean, the Machine Empire has done an assault on the Zord Bay before, but only like once or twice.
Mm.
Also, I don't...
Maybe Zordon attacking, maybe Eltar getting attacked really messed up the security or something and weakened their security for the power chamber. I don't know.
That is a really good explanation.
Weaken their powers.
How does Justin shrink and grow every time he just takes off his helmet?
Yeah, he takes his helmet off and he shrinks. And he puts it back on and he grows up again.
I assume it's something about the suit being sealed completely is what changes him.
It's like he's like a balloon. He pops the seal and he deflates.
There are so many jokes I can make right here.
Aw, a little hug for Bliss and Jiren.
Oh.
I'm a miss you.
Oh, it's the wishing coin.
I feel so weird about watching this again and recognizing that the coin two-parter actually has some significance on Justin's art series. I'm like, oh man, I do need to kind of revise my feelings about it. It isn't pure. I always think of those episodes as being 14 straight episodes of filler, and I hate to kind of acknowledge that there is something significant to be recognized in there that comes up in a later episode.
You know, I'm so proud of Divatox. She's the only one to truly defeat the Rangers.
And
Yeah,
She never gets the credit.
she deserved it. Oh, she never does.
I mean, I appreciate that Hillary Shepard Turner brings it up at every Morphicon.
yes.
Oh, yeah.
Every time there is a
I
villain
would
panel, she tries to argue that she is the best villain because she is the only one to ever truly defeat them.
That's a valid point.
Facts are
Bye,
facts.
Dimitri. We'll never see you again.
There they go.
Vernon Wells
The
usually
Machine
argues.
Empire with their armies of robots couldn't defeat them, but Divatox did.
Vernon Wells usually argues that he was never technically defeated, he just decided to be good and surrender.
Yeah,
Surrender again. That's also true.
So I guess we need to have the ultimate villain off in between Divatox and Rancic.
How did they? How does she know who's in those teleportation beams?
We attack.
We attack. No!
There's so many things in Turbo that you can tell they were
Love
just
it.
trying not to have people ask questions about, and this is such a massive moment that it is. You just try and get caught up in it and not think about why has this never happened before.
And that's a very good.
Shepard should sell mini Divatox flags.
That is a very good.
That would be cute.
That's a very good point in the chat that Divatox's victory here does get super overshadowed by Eltar's defeat and Zordon's capture.
Oh yeah.
I feel like this moment the whole time has not been undersold by the fandom.
No, I remember watching this and being like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Same.
Now, I will acknowledge that this is one of the very few times that the Rangers have ever been without Zords. And so that does make it a more opportune moment to attack the power.
And they don't have their weapons, too.
Be careful out there.
Be careful out there.
Mm-hmm.
Also point out something else.
Though.
Within the whole Divatox only just now discovering where the power chamber is. To be continued, that moment.
That's so good.
We filmed at the House of Book, too.
And you know, when I first saw that moment, I just assumed that they were going to win in the next part.
Oh,
they
absolutely.
I think we all did. Like, I was I was thinking, okay, maybe like the other like old Rangers will show back up to help them, or or something will come, or they'll get like one last new toy to end the season, and then we get this.
Yes. Also, that was a great little outtake with Bulk's. The song.
They needed something. They're not in the next episode, and they're not until I don't think they show up until like episode 3 or 4.
That also brings back to mind when they were monkeys and Bulk was saying, "I can't believe I'm forced to play this part. I once played Hamlet," because he has performed Hamlet before. I don't know if he had, but I believe that Narvi directed him in Hamlet, or possibly the other way around, which is amazing. We should reach out to them on that to double check. But we are here, people. We are at the conclusion of Power Rangers in Space. Not Power Rangers in Space. We are on the verge of Power Rangers in Space. We are on the conclusion of Power Rangers Turbo. Space into space. We are in it. We are in it to win it right now. And if we want to keep winning, we need to keep getting those donations. We need to keep raising those funds. So if you are capable, please donate using the link below, streamlabs.com/database Rangers Power Reviews. All those funds go to Fair Fight New Georgia Project. They are truly important. They do help towards saving the world. And right now, we want to see, we're going to keep up with these Rangers to see what's happening with their world, because it's in trouble just like ours, and they need help just like we do. So let's keep raising those funds as we go through this final episode of Power Rangers Turbo before we blast off into space. So everyone get yourselves ready.
And even if you can't donate yourself, share the link around, let people know.
Exactly. So count it down to the chase into space. 3, 2, 1, go turbo. One last time, one last ride.
This is such a good finale.
This really is.
It is.
I would love to see another finale where it's like actually a prelude to the next season.
Yeah.
I mean, Megaforce tried, but did not really succeed.
Closest was that.
Yeah, which is morph.
But it didn't have the same resonance.
Yeah.
And I think the only other time we've really seen them fight an army this size was when was actually Super Megaforce.
Mighty engines for turbocharged for more. Drive for run. Go. Power Rangers Turbo, go. Power Rangers Turbo.
Yeah, Rangers get their butt kicks. Now we got our upbeat theme song to play. Yeah, Turbo. Yeah.
Woo!
Our butt kicks. Woo!
Oh, now they're losing.
Yeah, sorry, I had to get in one last one. But no, you are right. This is one of the largest armies they've ever encountered outside of Super Megaforce, and I would say Countdown to Destruction.
And Countdown to Destruction. Yes, that is. And I will say, and if for all of the criticisms that that Turbo gets, there have been a lot of really good episodes that we have watched in these last 2 days. And this finale is still incredibly epic.
Oh, this is top tier.
Oh yeah, well, the lead-in is definitely. I don't think it's unfair to say that the lead-in is rather contrived. Gold Oil comes out of nowhere, does a ridiculous amount of damage. They find the power chamber, which is something that they never really seemed to have trouble finding before. And then everybody, and then it's just left with them when Demetria and Blue Centurion goes off. The setup is contrived, but the payoff, this second part, is just relentless.
Oh, yes. It just, the punches keep on going and don't stop. Oh, she is feeling all of this.
And this is once again both written and directed by Chip Lynn, where he's just going. But yeah, they're forced back pretty quickly.
And I mean, we've seen the power chamber destroyed before.
Cruiser and Stormblaster, they charge in, but they don't try to run any of the Piranatrons over.
Not really.
Well, we don't want kids to imitate that.
Well, yes, but that would have what were they? What
they needed to get him out of the. They needed to get him out of the way, so it's like, just throwing it over them.
Oh, also, one other point I will raise with regards to Divatox finding the command center, or the power chamber. One thing that we established in a previous episode in this season, in this half of the season, in Vanishing Act, was one of her monsters was able to turn the power chamber invisible.
Oh, you're right.
He did that by blasting things, so he must have seen the power chamber in order to be invisible. But when you put that plot, all of those little plot points aside, and you just live in the moment, these are great moments that we are experiencing, divorced from that, context of why now, why in this, what is allowed for this circumstance to make sense.
Maybe Divatox got word of the Eltar attack, or she got orders.
I wouldn't buy onto it because of her reaction to the message a little later this episode.
True.
But I think she wanted to seize onto having just finally destroyed the Megazords.
That's probably why. Might as well get it over with.
We've seen the Turbo Megazord used on a Chromite, so they have reason to be scared off by the Megazords, and having taken out those Zords, that would eliminate the big impediment to them being able to try this kind of maneuver. She has just so many goons, and it's just
Shadow Plentiful in the premiere.
It's just such a massive army of Veronatron. Why does she have this kind of resources compared to like the Machine Empire and everybody? But you just kind of roll with it because it works with the emotion of the sequence.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we have at this point, not counting things that we know come later, seen the command center blown up. We've seen Zords destroyed. We have never, up until this point, seen anything like this.
Yeah, not a full on.
Not like a siege.
Not yet.
Assault, really.
Like, the command center was blown up in Alien Rangers finale, but it was just a bomb.
Yeah.
It's a bomb.
It's a bomb.
Now this whole sequence makes me wonder what it would be like. Considering I keep saying there's no reason why she shouldn't have been able to do this earlier. Could you imagine if a Power Rangers season premiered like this with an all-out assault on this level? Like probably the closest thing was Lost Galaxy with the with Miranoi being turned to stone.
Being attacked.
Prologue. But a Power Ranger team getting their powers, and then their home base immediately taken out would be crazy.
I mean, they had Jungle Fury had Maudai.
It's true.
But even then, like, the Academy is still standing.
Yeah.
But that would be an interesting twist.
Oh,
like,
poor Alpha. What if they killed Alpha?
No! Like, that would be...
That would have been too much.
They do give him a little bit of a death of personality, arguably.
Oh, true.
I mean, yeah. Alpha changes after...
That I'm okay.
After the voice changes.
And wait, what about Ninja Storm? Like, yeah, it's basically bubbling it up like in Steven Universe, but...
You do raise a good point. Ninja Storm did sort of have that big assault on the base, and then they got...
like most seasons have a base destruction after this.
Love it.
Yeah, I mean, the Lightspeed Rescue base destruction is still fantastic.
Oh, that was...
that is so
yeah.
Go Alpha
Galaxy. Like Lost Galaxy had Terra Avenger and the Extra Mega should blow up.
They've really rescued Alpha's
Time Force Clock Tower,
which is great because he was Alpha 6.
Academy.
People were not fans of when he was first introduced, and they've really kind of rescued his character at this point.
Mm-hmm.
With that especially with that little attack on that one Piranhatron.
Yeah, it was cute.
Even Elgar gets to be vaguely terrifying here.
Yeah. Gets to destroy the energy tube.
When you make Elgar seem like a threat, that's a no.
That's tough.
It's like that Apple commercial, the 1984 one.
I feel like there is a lesson to be taken here from Turbo that just because a group of individuals is incompetent and blustering and don't seem to know what they're doing does not mean that they cannot still be incredibly dangerous and destroy so much.
So that's how you're tying the weekend together.
And don't underestimate the comedic villains.
Sure.
Like, just because somebody is absurd and incompetent doesn't mean they're not dangerous. In some cases, it can make them more dangerous because they don't know, they don't know better than to be responsible, to be acting in their own best interests at times. We've seen, them engage in self-defeating activities so many times, and all that needs to happen for them to win is for them to
they can win. They can lose as many times as they want, but all they need to do is win once.
Yeah,
and they win.
They're the ones who keep on trying. The Rangers need to win everything, which is crazy. Like, that's your situation.
Bye, Rangers.
Yes.
Rebuild. Oof. And to be told, back in 2016, a lot of us lost, and we've been struggling to figure out how to rebuild. And we're working to try and do that now. We're right on the verge of being able to. But we don't have all the pieces in place yet. We need to make sure that those Senate runoff races are successful down in Georgia. So please donate if you can. This will make a big difference in rebuilding from a very destructive period. You know, I've danced around it a fair bit this weekend, but you know, we are looking to rebuild from an administration that has been very destructive to the functioning of our country. And in order to push it in a positive direction, we need to rebuild. Oh, that moment too. Just moment after moment.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I just won.
This moment of the first mention of Dark Spectre, like, you don't even know what's happening with this guy.
You know he's a big deal. Like, all the villains are afraid of him. All of them.
Yeah.
I really want a list of the hierarchy of the villains of evil. Who outranks who?
Dark Spectre outranks everyone.
Well, besides that.
Considering Divatox is pretty much an Uber driver for Zordon's energy tube for the whole season, she's going to be at the bottom of the list.
Divatox does seem to rank below Astronema. Astronema basically seems to be Dark Spectre's protege and basically the next in line for power, as we've established from Countdown to Destruction. And then you have Rita and Zed and the Machine Empire seem to be on pretty equal footing. So I'm assuming that this moment was what put Divatox over the edge for having enough clout to actually be the one entrusted
Be a
with.
part of the United Alliance of Evil?
Well, not just to be a part of it, but because she was clearly going to be receiving that invite, regardless of how this day went.
She gets a seat at the table now.
Yeah.
She goes beyond seated ranking member above Rita and Zed and the Machine Empire. So, and that's a big deal.
Scott, there's a lot of background noise coming from you. Do you think you can put yourself on mute?
Oh.
Yeah, we're starting to get some button back there again. While you're on mute, check your audio settings. Maybe there's some levels where it's been auto leveling so that because I know one thing that happens with auto leveling is when a person is quiet, it will start to increase in sensitivity to detect whatever background noise is around, assuming that's what needs to be recorded. So see if you can turn off auto leveling and see if you can give it a set level if possible. Double check. That would probably be under more audio and video settings. I love so much that they are.
I was like,
that they are currently talking about what to do next. There we go. By the way, just to double check, how are my audio levels? I haven't checked with you guys in a while.
Good.
You're fine.
Good. All right. So yeah, I would say if to kind of reduce on background noise, you can go into you go to more on Skype. You go to audio and video settings. You scroll down to audio, turn off automatically adjust microphone settings, and just keep it at like a solid 5. You know, it's an even level.
How is it?
Too sensitive.
No, there's some sort of static in the background.
There's also still static.
Yeah.
And now the plot has just completely shifted gears. Pardon the pun. During the second half
Yeah,
of this.
this is definitely not Turbo.
Yeah. This is. I mean, this is Turbo in the same way that Mighty Morphin Alien Rangers is Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. We are in transition mode here. It may only be like, an episode or two of transition, but it is transition mode. We haven't fully turned this into Power Rangers in Space.
Yeah, it's a middle ground.
Yeah, because Power Rangers in Space really just comes in with a bang with its opening scene from right at the top.
That is my all-time favorite scene. This United Alliance Evil Conference is my all-time favorite Power Rangers.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Well, that's your bread and butter.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic.
Well, it's the same reason why I loved Making Bad so much, because of all the villain interactions.
Yeah, it's all villain.
Not so much the ADR replacements, but the stuff with the
yeah.
Screw and Evox's crew was pretty fun.
Asada.
There we go. Like, introducing all these special plot points. Like, we've had all of these, of these double seasons over the years. For the last decade now, which is crazy that we've had a decade of these double seasons. And I feel like none of them have really created this differentiation of tone, this shift of, okay, we've had one adventure and now these last few episodes are going to transition us into the next adventure. Quite like what we're seeing here with, Turbo into Space.
What did you say, young man?
Yep. General Norquist. This guy knows what's up.
I mean, you would have thought they'd have had a better plan to sneak him in to...
Isn't this kid, in, all this, torn clothing kind of sus?
Blue is sus.
I wonder if... I love how he just looks at that guy and is like, can we do that? Like,
can I get a space shuttle from my friends, please?
Sorry, sir. The space shuttle is all booked up.
Please? Don't you have an extra one?
But yeah, General Norquist clearly had a pre-existing knowledge of this situation.
Yeah, he had this,
I wonder if once Billy moved to Aquitar, he just got in contact with him and made sure that in case...
I'm gonna end call and I'll be right back.
All right.
Talk
to you soon. But yeah, the Astro Shuttle was clearly something that was developed with Zordon, with the help of Houston stock footage, obviously.
Yeah.
as a backup plan in case the Power Rangers ever need to get off world.
It was made to combine with the Astro Megaship, which is Korovian technology, so
Alpha 6 clearly knew about some of this because he knew about the black box.
That box of codes.
Maybe that was what Billy was working on.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That thing he was working on that was never answered in Gia.
That could have been a project for him.
I mean, the original intention was the turbo powers, but he was long gone before that happened.
Right. I'm getting a little background noise. I'm not sure if it's coming from Ray. It might be coming from Ray. I'm not sure if it's coming from Austin. Just giving you that heads up. Sort of a clicking sound. Not sure what it is. He's got his reasons.
That is such a sweet little moment.
Hey.
Oh, that little moment. Welcome back, Scott. 65, 4, 3, 2.
Bye, Justin.
So,
Oh man, this moment.
yep.
Oh, I said that like 5 times.
Ranger.
This.
Aww.
But watching this and like, not
Look
knowing
at that stock footage.
and seeing
American
this
stock
happen.
footage.
And I'd been so frustrated with Turbo for so long, as a middle schooler, and then watching it end here and being like, oh well, now you've looped me in again. I need to see what happens. They're going to space.
Yeah, they were smart by ending it here.
How outrageous. We never got that for anything else, and
because nothing ever connected like this again.
In space.
And then that end bit right there, where it's just that freeze frame of the shuttle. Oh,
it's so perfect.
And there's our farewell Turbo theme. Oof. Just driving me insane. But this was the first time that it ended on a thing where we knew the show was coming back. We knew that something was going to happen next. We didn't know what it was going to be, but we knew it was happening. We knew
it was going to be in space.
We knew we had to see it. It's coming. Very different way. But right from the conclusion, which is a little unusual. Usually, things might end on a cliffhanger, and then we'd wonder, oh, are we going to pick this back up? What's going on? And it ended up being so different from that. There was a plan in mind. There was a show coming.
Yes, I switched screens back, so.
Okay. Ooh, boy. I've got the tingles.
Tingles are good, I think. Maybe.
I love Oranges in Space so much. I wish my Astro Mega ship was in storage. Although I do have a little bit. I actually do have the Legacy Collection Andros over here.
Oh.
It's not. I know it's not the Lightning Collection, but it's still
not yet.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
I really hope they make a Lightning Collection Astro Mega ship.
Well, goes my money.
But that Lightning Collection pack of Andros and Astronomer coming out, need it.
Pre-ordered.
This is a cool little toy. I don't quite remember where it came from, but nice little Astro Megazord, which is sort of swingy sword, I think very stylized. I don't recall where I got this. Probably from Power Morphin. I think a friend may have given it to me. I'm not.
Funded to the next 2 episodes.
All right. I mean, they are fantastic. I would like for us to go past.
Not really.
I mean, I don't want to end here, but if we have to, this is a good place to end.
Yeah. People.
Yeah.
Using space time. Second background.
I'm sorry?
Shall we change up our frame?
Oh, yes. Give me 1 second.
Change our logo. We are going into my happy place here. My happy place in space.
There we go. It should be showing now as in space.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Fighting fires like never before.
Yes. Scott, did you turn off your auto leveling, by the way, on your audio settings for Skype?
Yeah. Let me go to.
Yeah, make sure that it's not doing automatically adjusting, because then it'll bump up the levels each time that you are quiet, and then we'll get all that background noise. So we don't want to get that. Okay.
Yeah, let me.
Yeah, we want to focus on what's at hand. Oh, that logo. Oh my goodness. Oh, hook it to my veins. I know it's coming, and I love it. Yes. Power Rangers in Space is It's like I'm just the anticipation is like a shot of caffeine. Like I feel like I'm getting a caffeine laced with adrenaline right now, just in anticipation of starting Power Rangers in Space. Are you feeling the same sort of thing that I'm feeling right now? I don't know.
100%.
Excellent. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so happy.
I mean,
Yes.
this is just such a fantastic season, and everything we're about to get. I'm sad that we're not, unless some more donations come in, going to get to keep going.
At
but
least get us to Shell Shock, audience.
Goodness. Keep rolling. Oh, oh my god. Like, guys, I love Power Rangers in Space so much. I might just watch all of it, but then you guys won't get to see what this is doing to me, because the stream would be over, but I'd just be watching it without the stream because it's so good. Actually, no.
Watch it anyway.
I know I would go back to grading is what I actually need to do. But I'd be playing it in my head is what would be happening.
We've raised so much money over these that we should get to complete the season anyway.
Nope. $20 an episode to keep going.
Yeah, there's a reason for these.
There's a reason that we're raising money.
Yes. Let's try and save the world here, people. And we're starting in Georgia. Georgia is where we can make that big impact that will ripple out throughout the future. Just like a Z wave through a united alliance of evil. We need to make that decisive impact in Georgia, and this is one way that we can do it. So keep those donations going. We have the link down below, streamlabs.com/database Rangers Power Reviews. Thank you to my Ranger team here for helping us get to this point.
For the record,
excited for all of you.
I love the mental image of me casting my vote in 2 weeks or whatever as being part of the Z-Wave. That's going to be a mental image that gets me through a lot.
That's a good analogy.
We love to see it.
Okay. Here we go. We ready?
No, if we don't get more donations, then we stop after the first 2 episodes.
So yeah, and I don't think I can continue this next weekend again.
I know.
If we're reaching the end of the donations, I understand. There's only so much people can contribute. There's only so many people that we can get together at a given time to make this happen. And there's only so many hours in the day, because I know that after this, I'm going to need to focus on expecting my first child, and that's going to be taking up my time. But let's finish it out with a bang with some fantastic Power Rangers that I love, Power Rangers in Space. Let's jump into it. All right, is everybody ready for this?
Yes.
Have your DVDs
down to 5.
Netflix ready. Have your downloads ready. Have your uploads ready. Have your side loads ready. Have your thunder loaders ready. Let's get this loaded up. Let's blast off into space. We're counting down, and you know what? It deserves a proper 5-point countdown. Power Rangers in Space, from Out of Nowhere, Part 1, kicking it off in 5,
4, 3,
1,
5,
Ranger
4,
in Space,
3,
go.
2, 1.
And here we are on the Sumerian planet.
I love, Rita and Zed there.
Inject this whole scene into my veins.
Yeah.
Rondo just looking done with everything and not wanting to be there.
Yeah.
Master
that poor head.
Because he left the United Alliance of Evil, and now he's back. He came crawling back.
And she's just telling her story to everyone who was already there for it just a moment ago.
Yeah, they were there.
And then
nobody else cares.
This right here, and then we got Globber right there next to Future Pods and Z.
Rita. It's Rita.
It's Rita.
It's so great to see them back around all season.
Oh. Yeah, after a whole season without him, because they were having Thrax.
Yeah. And also just the fact that they went through those multiple retools all throughout Turbo, and then right here in Power Rangers in Space is just boom, we're bringing it all back. We're bringing back every monster you've ever seen. The continuity that you've missed, it is here. It is back. Forget about just throwing things out. We're pulling it out of the garbage. We're making it work and then making it shine. Like to call out on Rita's hair.
Oh my god, Astronoma's introduction.
Astronema.
Lightning rod fists.
With that lavender hair.
Oh, maybe the lavender hair is why Divatox is also so angry.
Yes.
Because she has her lavender locks.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she does have purple hair.
I also just love how Rita is like somebody actually. Oh, theme song. 1.
Oh. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rangers in space.
Flying higher than ever before.
Ever before.
Let's go.
Go, Power Rangers. In space.
So, with those opening credits, are we supposed to believe that Divatox would defeat the lady that we just saw, or?
I think it was just to trick people into thinking she was still going to be the main villain in space.
Like it weren't actually revealed.
Even though they just showed Astronema.
Yes, but they
that doesn't mean anything.
That Astronema was going to be the villain. Also,
I mean, just as she showed up, that doesn't mean she's going to be the main baddie of the season.
And then this here with Andros. You don't know who this guy is. You know he's important, but you don't know what... You're building up the mystery. Oh, the anticipation.
Say it.
Oh, and here we go. Recycling that costume and making it work better than it ever did in the movie.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Like, having him be a combat monster didn't really work. He just had... All he could do was go boom, 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 boom. But having him just
when I think of this suit, I think of Dark Spectre and Algor.
Exactly. Now, I do have some theories. I believe that Dark Spectre. I could get into a whole bunch of theories on Dark Spectre, but I'm also just enjoying this moment right here, because this is me again. Like you say,
in the sky.
And then we got the spy, and it's like, what's the deal with this spy? Who is this guy? Who's the spy there? Oh, and the Quantrons just look gorgeous. And then you see those feet, and it's like, wait, what? You see that weapon?
Oh, boots.
Like, wait, what's going
on?
on?
I know those boots.
Wait, there's tights under there. What is happening? Who is this? Something very suspect is happening here.
Especially, I mean, we've only seen Zed face off fighting with a Ranger a few times.
Mm-hmm.
Then Goldar ripping off that cloak, and
we love a reveal.
God, that is such a good reveal.
Yes.
A red Ranger.
Yeah. That was a cut to commercial, and 12-year-old me is going, "What is happening?" Losing my mind around the living room. Oh my goodness. Oh. And Astronomer's just like, what is happening here? And yes, these effects are very dated, but I do not care. They are beautiful. He's got a flying surfboard, and it's amazing. The Galaxy Glider is one of the best, like, personalized Ranger vehicles of all time. I love the Galaxy Gliders. I cannot overstate that. The Galaxy Gliders are amazing.
Mm-hmm. They're pretty great.
Okay, I'm sorry. That line is amazing.
Oh, and Divatox just bringing the shoulders there.
Yep.
Did they add to the Malagor suit, because it looks beefier than what Malagor looked like?
I could have just
how it's being
added a little.
Malagor was pretty beefy.
I mean, we also don't see his full body, so
Yeah. And now, Alpha's voice is a.
So they never make it to Eldar.
They never make it to Eldar. It's true.
He's not there. Zordon's not there anymore, so
Yeah.
Yep.
That would be something. Oh, that would be something really interesting for Power Rangers to finally do. To finally let us see Eldar would be amazing.
Yeah.
Like that would be something that could make for like a great like 30th anniversary thing. Like let us see Eldar.
At one point, Poppy and I were writing a version of Super Megaforce, and it was going to involve going to Eldar.
There is such a sense of mystery and wonder behind like every moment in this premiere, and it's amazing. Like, I can't think of any other season that really had type that gave such a sense of mystery and wonder in its opening.
I mean, part of it is that this is the culmination of 5 previous seasons.
True.
And we are invested, all these returning villains. We've just seen this incredible destruction.
Yeah.
And also, you know, Space Cases was airing at the same time, so I was also like, yes, teenagers on a spaceship, I am in favor of this.
Give me another Power Ranger space opera, please. I want it.
There was, like, it was definitely, there was so much new sci-fi going on because of Star Trek. I mean, like, Stargate.
This definitely inspired it. There's a reason why this is very Star Wars, Star Trek influenced.
Yeah. I mean, Stargate SG-1, I believe, had started airing at this point.
I didn't know the little thing in Decca's scanner where it said Quantron scanning negative. It was checking to see if they were Quantrons.
Oh, that is awesome.
And it was just for like a couple frames. That's why I had to pull it out. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Nope. I love that MJ immediately went to the exact same place I did.
Oh, yes. Catalina and Susie, MJ is all about those Space Cases.
And admittedly, I started watching Space Cases just for Walter Jones.
Oh, yeah. No, that is exactly why I started watching Space Cases. Zach was my favorite in the original series, the original cast.
This is just...
Why don't you stick your hand in it and find out?
This is just such a next level experience right now. Because this set is just so impressive. Like, compared to anything else that we've seen, really. All these different locations inside the Astro Megaship. Like,
they threw everything they had into this because it was the last chance for Power Rangers to keep going, and they kept the franchise for, I mean, if this season had not worked out.
Oh no, this saved the show for the next 20 years, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, like, totally.
Yeah.
This is what solidified Power Rangers as something that really had legs beyond that initial run.
Lasting powers.
Yeah. It was still...
I mean, even though it was like on...
Turbo.
Even with Turbo being at the 5th season, it still had that Mighty Morphin kind of feel, so this season really needed to be something different for it to last beyond the Mighty Morphin aspects.
Yes.
And thankfully it succeeded, because if it didn't, then this would probably be the last season.
And there is sort of a magic of those, you know, Jackie and Judd.
Still in the second episode. Mom, you don't...
Yep.
It's only been 40...
Right,
it's only been 40 minutes.
That conversation. There you go. So that way we not breaking your privacy there. But yeah, oh my goodness. Just look at the bridge. like I created, a spaceship set for Power Rangers. I try sort of evoke, if. Okay, yeah, Scott, you were getting a lot of noise from right there. I don't know what happened. So I just muted it again. Again, we'll check your audio levels. I don't know.
I turned it off. I did.
Okay.
It's still there.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. I don't know what it is. Double subble wubba wubba. Hey, Jupiter. Except not in University Jupiter, because they're somewhere else, presumably. But also just like, when you do get right down to it, the construction of this set, they do use a lot of simplistic approaches to make it work. Like, all those panels are just complete flat panels. But they just play as touchscreens, and it works. The early Velocifighters I do also rather like. I know that we get the fancier CG ones later.
Yeah, these are more of the practical ones.
Yeah, the practical
effects on probably string.
I mean, there's something to be said for practical effects.
Yeah.
There's no real reason why they were replaced either. They just changed designs.
Boom. I love it so much. Like, we get a space battle. We get all these things in this first episode that we just had never seen before, and it just was so mind-blowing.
They said in space, they weren't kidding.
Yep. But the Astro Megaship set is such a triumph of production design. Like, I don't know how they managed to get all this into their studio space, because there's just so much. All these panels just must have been. I don't know how they produced all of these identical panels and arranged them in a way that there was still room for so much.
Yeah, I think I read somewhere, I think in the Ultimate Visual History or something, that they had to move, like, different areas around to make it, like, different rooms and whatnot. So.
Oh, yeah, that's what you do. You make it modular. Yeah. These walls were also modular in such a way that you see how narrow some of these hallways are. These things are on hinges so that if you need to get a camera in there, you can open up a piece of wall and bring a camera in.
Oh, okay. That's smart.
And I don't think they went over budget for this show either, because I know the season that actually got a whole bunch of budget was Lost Galaxy, when Mystic Knights.
Yeah, they got the Mystic Knights budget. Actually, this one had a lower budget than Turbo did, so.
Entirely possible. But they made it work so well.
So why did the megaship open up for them if he was just going to come attack them anyway?
I mean, they're going to explain that in a few minutes, so.
Yeah. And like that engine, I feel must have been like, somehow they made use of the old energy tube or something. I don't know. Like, I have the visual history, and it doesn't have. It has the layout of the TerraVenture set with the TerraVenture main bridge connecting to their quarters with the hallway in between. But this has the bridge. This has the engine room. This has the Galaxy Glider. Sort of the rec room, Galaxy Glider bay. And then we have little side places like their quarters, the simudeck area. There's so many different little locations in this. Like it's two-tiered. You've got a catwalk here. Like they put in so much work into this set, and it's amazing. I know it gets pieces of it get cannibalized and recycled throughout into the Lightspeed Aqua base. But oof. It's just so amazing. I love it so much. This premiere is just such a thrill ride.
It is fantastic.
I love the Astro Mega Ship. I love
Mm.
that so much.
Great base.
Yep. I'm getting emotional. Please, people, donate. I want to keep on this ride. Don't make me leave the Mega Ship. If you can donate, please do. Obviously, it's for the good causes of Fair Fight in New Georgia, but also I just really love Power Rangers in space.
I think even if we don't make any more progress,
yeah,
if the results turn out the way we want them to, I'll probably choose that like the day that's certified. I don't know if it's day of, but if things turn out the way we want them to, I'll finish the binge. Right, I'll go through every.
I don't think I'll be able to because that'll be the start of the new semester.
True.
And Jacob's about to have a kid, and
I just meant on my own. I didn't mean the Skype call or anything.
Okay.
But
oh yeah, just on your own.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go for it, man. Like,
because at first I'll be too hurt because we didn't make the goal.
Yeah.
So give that time to go away.
You know what? Our original goal was only to finish Zeo. We have far surpassed that by over $1,000.
Sure.
We have done so much good. The fact that we have managed to do 2 full seasons and start a third.
Yeah.
Like, we are donating over $1,000 to each organization.
Yes. Oh my goodness.
And as much as I would love for us to be able to keep going, people have been so incredibly generous to help us get this far. And I am grateful to every single person in Ranger Nation who has donated and who let us get this far, because never in my wildest dreams when we started, I wasn't even sure we would finish Zeo.
Yeah. The chills that I have, like, they, on certain levels, there's just that sort of just base, just there are certain seasons, certain television shows that you just associate so hard with just strong positive emotion. And Power Rangers in Space is really that for me in so many ways. Like Mighty Morphin is definitely a nostalgia trip, and I love it for those reasons. And Zeo kind of builds upon that. Turbo kind of dies down a little bit for me, but Power Rangers in Space is just next level. Like this is my jam so hard right now.
Oh, same. This is the season I remember watching. Like, this is like the first season I remember watching as a kid.
Oh my goodness! I can't imagine this being the first to see.
Well, I mean, I think I watched things here and there, but this is the first season I remember watching as it aired.
Yeah.
And being so hyped every episode.
Okay. Yeah, I'm breathing. I'm okay. I'm getting emotional because this is the last one that we funded.
Yep. Unless we get another $20 in the next 20 minutes, you guys, this is it. This is the end of our 2-weekend binge.
Yep. You got 20 minutes to get us the next $20. To keep it going, so we can see them meet the Ninja Turtles, see them fight Ninja Turtles, see them some travel through space, find CDs, go on a grandma double date, or go on a grandma fake date nonsense, but then meet Dark Honda, who's just brutal and nasty, and talk to Mark Litton about, oh my goodness, Dark Honda, tell us everything.
I wrote fic about Grandma Matchmaker.
Oh, I love that episode.
It's a cute episode.
Oh my goodness. Okay. I'm gonna be okay.
We can do this. It's gonna be very emotional, but we can do this.
Love it so much. Okay. Okay, here we go, people. Here we go. Like, don't make this grown man cry. Don't make this grown man cry. I mean, I don't think I'll actually cry, but I'm crying on the inside.
Countdown from 5 again.
Okay, here we go. From Out of Nowhere, Part 2. Get it ready, people. This is for all the marbles here. This. If you don't donate using the link below, streamlabs.com/database rangers power reviews, this will be the last run. Donate if you want to keep this going, if you want us to keep seeing these emotions flow, and if you want to keep helping raise funds for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project. They are tremendously important causes. This is, again, this will be our Z-wave to ripple out to help rebuild the world in so many ways from a lot of damage that's been done. And this is something we kind of need in order for it to recover. Let's make this happen. And let's go from out of nowhere into space. So here we go. Cue it up on your Netflix, your DVDs, on the projection screen in your mind, because it's emblazoned across all our brains. Let's get that countdown going. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rangers in space. Go. Here we go. They're racing out from the Astro Mega ship now, off to fight the Quantrons. Yes.
That was like a similar cliffhanger to Chase into Space.
Yes.
Oh yeah, when they left the power
the
chamber.
power chamber.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it's like a mirrored shot too. Oh, you
Yeah.
are.
I, for one, appreciate Zane's role in these 2 episodes.
Yeah, sleep on the mega ship.
I mean, same.
Don't sleep on that mega ship. That thing is beautiful. The Quantrons also, like, they are wonderfully designed.
They are so cool.
I like that they basically have a batleth. They're Klingons.
They are.
I wish we got figures of them, but they did a figure of like the other thing, the Craterite. Yeah.
Yep. 4, 3, 2, 1. Rangers in space. Now, flying higher than ever before.
There she is.
Rangers in space. Go Power Rangers, go Power Rangers, go Power Rangers, go, 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 fly, go Power Rangers, go Power Rangers, go Power Rangers, space. Yes. You can see Ecliptor in there. Andros and Astronema are officially in the opening credits. We are in this. Oh, love it. Donate, keep this rolling.
It's kind of this team never really had a name. We only called them the In Space Rangers because that's what the season name was called.
Yes.
But they don't have an actual team name.
Yeah, which is interesting. They're just referred to as Power Rangers, not as specifically the Space Power Rangers or the Astro Power Rangers. or the Power
Don't
Rangers.
they call themselves Space Rangers in like the Lost Galaxy team up?
Yeah, they're referred to
Yes.
as Space Rangers, but they don't have a designated team name. They're referred to as Space Rangers, but not as the Power Rangers subheading.
Mm-hmm.
They're not the Space Power Rangers, or the Power Rangers in Space, or the Power Rangers Space Force, or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, technically, their powers come from KO-35, so they could be called the Korean Rangers if you want to be specific.
Also, Ashley's pulling out that sort of grin and shrug thing that she did to try and hook Bobby. She's trying to pull it on Andros. She's a
I'm
neat.
called Andros, but I'm
she's
actually
neat.
Pauline.
Put it that way. That is a way to leave a beverage. I believe there's a term for that. I think there's a word for it.
I love Cassie mocking her right there.
Yes.
You're human.
Someone's watched a little too much V.
It's a perfect moment also to just sort of deflate the tension of the scene, because we did sort of need a little to settle back in.
A little breather.
After all the tension of that first interaction with Andros. Whoop.
Actually, I do.
And this is a cute little fun scene as well. Everything about this just feels a lot more, I don't know, comfortable and natural and smooth. And Andros' attitude also is just, it sets him up for great character development. Andros evolves so well across the course of this show. And looking at his, very dismissive and standoffish attitude here is such a great, it's such a great contrast to his last moments in the show, where he's saying, "You guys are my home. You guys are my family." Like, oh my goodness.
Which, sadly, since we currently don't have any more donations, we don't get to have Pocky back on the stream to give her very detailed analysis of Andros' PTSD.
Oh my goodness. I just want to just have those conversations regardless. I love it so much. Andros is the character that is just the nexus that makes this whole season work. He connects these Rangers into the larger story. He has this strong connection to the villains. The villains have strong connections to each other. It's just a great, and everything's just funneled through him. And in other seasons, when the Red Ranger is that strong of a focus, it distracts from the rest of the show.
Oh man, a gruff voice for Alpha would have been.
Oh, the little, all these voices. And there we go. It's not quite the original Alpha voice, but it evokes it in a way that doesn't feel.
I for one, welcome TK from Digimon.
It's different but familiar.
Yes. The Wendy Lee Alpha voice is so lovable too.
It's basically TK, just a bit higher.
Yes.
I mean, I just the fact that Andros has 4 other morphers just lying around.
Oh, there's so many questions.
These old things.
Oh yeah, there's their original Ranger for those morphers.
Also, the detailing on the exterior of the mega ship is great too. They have a great model of the mega ship. It's beautiful.
I think they still have it. I think wasn't it at PMC or something?
It was.
PMC?
Might have been, yes. Oh, and I love it.
It was, and Pocky and I just stood there and stared at it for like 15 minutes.
The other 4
I mean, if
Rangers.
they have it, you can still use it. Just saying. Have it show up in another season.
Andros
Just clean it up a bit.
The 4 Rangers that they're replacing probably died.
Yeah,
And
that's the
why-
implication that, in the battle that Zane was injured in, that he was kind of the only survivor.
Yeah.
And that's why he's so, like, closed when it comes to these Rangers at first.
Andros so badly needs a hug and so badly is not ready for one. I feel like that sums up.
He's like, hey, bye.
Like, there you go. Gave you a fresh couple gallons of gas. Few granola bars for the road. It'll be fine. And he's been manning this whole ship on his own too. Like
I could never.
And I mean, he did make a point to say that he's humans, and he's human, and with humans, touch starvation is a thing. How long has it been since he's interacted with another person?
Probably at least a year, maybe 2.
Well, another ally at least. He's interacted with.
Yeah,
he
okay.
was
Unmorphed. When is the last time he interacted with another person?
Because like he doesn't know what happened to everyone else from KO-35.
Nope.
They all evacuated, but he didn't know to where. Quantrons. It's really fascinating about the Quantrons. They have such a clean, clear design. They look stylish. They look wonderful. But when you actually kind of break down what it must have taken to assemble these costumes, they're less complex than the Piranatrons. You can see there's a lot of clean, flat surfaces here. Those are much easier to fabricate and to put together. So they're simpler than the Piranatrons were, but they just look so clean and so intimidating with those big, dark eyes and those shiny, smooth features. And this is also just such a different Alpha than what we saw at the beginning of Turbo. Like, he is so much.
And I am so thankful for that.
Alpha is so soft right now. He's just a cuddle. Yeah. Like, there's almost no attention on the actual powers themselves in this premiere. And goodness. Yeah, there's almost no detail on the powers themselves in this premiere. It's all about the characters and their emotions and them reaching out to each other. That's what this is about. It's not about the powers. It's about forming a team. Welcome, Orange Ranger. If you do wish to hop into the Skype, you are absolutely welcome. I believe that you are still. I still have you on the list of people who can be in the call. If you're feeling up to it.
God, Astronema is so awesome. I'm sorry, I love her.
Yeah,
she's an icon. She's a legend. She's a moment.
Yes, all of that.
I really just want a Barbie of her with like exchangeable hair.
Oh my god!
Give us a lightning collection. We have the lightning collection. We need a lightning collection accessory pack just for Astronema.
Just wigs.
Like, just give me all of her different hairstyles. That is all I want.
I mean, the blue wig is fantastic. I love that was the one they chose. But
this is clearly purple now.
She's also just kind of cute in this in this first introduction. We haven't really gotten to know Astronema yet here. And while she is definitely starting her stuff work, she has not quite gotten into full on who she is yet. All the characters are developing across the course of this season. We are halfway through part 2 right now, Sean. We are about almost 12 minutes into part 2.
Yeah, and it's our final episode, Sean.
Yes, Andros to the rescue.
The character interactions and the setup, like, this is one of like the ones where it's just such a good team as found family.
Yes.
And the process of them becoming the found family.
Yes.
Is.
Let's rock it. 3, 3, 5.
3, 3, 5. And I don't know how they know the 335 code, but we'll just roll with it. I guess they probably heard Andros's say very loudly 335. I'm gonna go with that.
Well, no. What happened is they haven't said anything about it, but all the words, like the Tighten Up Reality Gangster passage, has been playing in their heads ever since they entered space, and that sequence helped them learn everything about the tech.
I mean, I've always assumed that once you bond with a morpher, it gives you the knowledge. So as soon as they put it on their wrists, it's like, okay, that is the code I need.
Yes.
This is what my weapon is. This is how I can do this. And, you know, as simplistic as that morph is, it's still delightful.
It's very clean.
Like, this whole season feels very clean and polished in a way.
Well, the designs also, aesthetically, this is a beautiful season. I love the in-space suits.
I'm not sure I like the ladies' weapons as much. But
that's fair.
But it is interesting, you know, after the original Mighty Morphin, you assume the Black Ranger has the axe and the Blue Ranger has the lance, and here we've completely reversed that.
Yeah. Spiral Saber is also just a great weapon. Like, it's...
That is a fantastic weapon.
Yeah.
Of course, a team without a name gets gets its pack of episodes untitled. Like the Psycho Rangers arc is just called Power Rangers in Space.
Yes.
On the VHS.
Yeah, Power Rangers in Space, the movie, is just a compilation of the Psycho Rangers arc, which is entertaining in and of itself. Gotta get away from those Velocifighters. I love, as I sang in the, as I sang in the Power Rangers Zeo, another song and dance, you know, the Army's Cog Army's Quadrifighters, more armies should have flyers. I love the Quadrifighters, I love Velocifighters, I love the little crazy Venjix drones that we get in RPM. Just, whenever we get that, it's cool. I love enemy vehicles for their armies.
I like that, Sean, the wake up morph.
Yes.
And hey, now we get pure Star Trek with the shaking back and forth.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this just back and forth just looks great too. Like, I'm not even a Star Trek fan, truth be told, but I love this. I love everything that's happening on the screen. Yeah. Just that. Yeah. Here we go.
Scott, can you...
Oh, yeah.
It must have...
Yeah, your mic is picking up background sound again. Sorry.
I always thought it was so cool that their base turns into a Megazord.
Yeah, that is fantastic.
Such an awesome concept.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but yeah, Scott, I think yeah, I'm hearing my voice out of your speakers.
Oh, I see what's going on.
Oh, yes, the Meg.
Gorgeous.
Okay. Yeah, Scott, until we figure it out, mute your tempo because I'm still hearing the echo.
Yeah, I just paused the I had the YouTube video going for some reason, but I guess because it reloaded when I signed out.
It's still echoing.
Yeah, we're still getting the echo.
I don't know where the echo is coming from.
I'll mute you while you're figuring it out. Okay? Oh, I do love the Go Fly win.
Oh yeah.
No, it's not coming from Scott. I think it might be. Ray, is that you? I'm trying muting you to see if that's it. Okay, Ray, what's coming from you?
Oh, okay.
I don't know why, but check your audio settings on there. So, sorry, Scott. We thought it was coming because I know a lot of times we're having troubles with your mic.
Yeah, because I had basically run down my volume on.
Don't be mean to Decca.
Don't
That is so rude. She's there to help.
For medical and psychological. You know how many people are in need of healthcare, mental and otherwise. Probably you.
Yeah, I kind of assume. Ooh. Hello there.
Oh.
Guess what? We're watching episode 3. Thank you, Dragon Trainer.
Thank you, Dragon Trainer. Oh, we're gonna see some turtles.
Nope, we are 1 away from turtles. Turtles are 4.
Turtles show up at the end of the 3rd episode.
Okay, that's true. We can see turtles for 2 seconds.
We'll get a taste. We'll get a turtle taste. that feels wrong to say out loud.
But what I was going to say was I kind of assumed that he muted Decca there because she started going on about psychological help, and she's probably been nagging him for 2 years at this point.
Yeah. Oh man, there's emotions going on.
There are so many emotions going on.
I also love Andros has such a Spider-Man syndrome as well, and just to clarify what I mean by that, Andros Unmorphed is a very different character in many regards from Andros Morphed. He has a tremendous energy and enthusiasm when he's morphed, and I know it's because of the Sentai footage, but I feel like he's only able to cut loose when he's behind the helmet, just like Superman.
Is it like a reverse Orion?
He has his mask. What was that?
Is it like a reverse Orion?
A little bit of a reverse Orion. But yeah, very much like Spider-Man though, where Peter Parker is very withdrawn and mild-mannered, but unleashes snark upon snark when he is actually in battle behind the mask. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right, we've been given a reprieve. Another dose of Power Rangers in space.
Which means, Sean, please hop into the video if you are still here.
Welcome. Welcome to join us. You said that if we made it to this next one, you would like to join us. So you are welcome, sir.
Also,
oh my goodness.
I saw that Sean put in the chat Zordon's master plan with backups on backups on backups. You know that, after...
He was prepared.
Yeah.
He just left so many... He left Zords hiding all sorts of places. He had a tiki head, supposedly.
But even, the Z-Wave is the end of, the universe's most massive Xanatos gambit. Everything needed to work out, and... he pulled it off.
He did.
Hi there, Hero.
Hey there.
Hey, Sean.
Hi.
Welcome.
I said we got another episode. You can see my shining face, so here I am.
There we go. Keep that shine going, because we are about to save our... You all saved our ship so that we can save our ship. Thank you so much. I know plenty of us have our own ships that we support.
Yes, we do.
And we have just uncovered the new ship, not just the Astro Mega ship, but also the Andros and Ashley ship has officially set sail now, because it started moving.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good point before we start.
Ooh, Dragon Trainer. Being stuck in a time warp. Wonder if that gave him the ability to foresee what he needed to prepare for. I like that idea.
I like that too.
This is what I had feared would be coming. Did he always know it was coming and he just didn't know the timing because of his distorted visions of time?
Or does he have, like, visions and prophecies? Is he a Yoda?
I want to see... I think it would be really cool to have a mentor who has... Well, I know that we've had it in the comics with the blue emissary.
What a good
But I do love that sort of that mentor who doesn't quite know how to communicate to the team because he's out of phase for time and doesn't know how tenses work. Is really fun with the blue emissary. It'd be really fun if Zordon was functioning in a similar way.
It's also kind of like the in Deep Space Nine, the prophets, who have no concept of linear time whatsoever.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all.
Are we ready for this? This is episode 3.
Once again, unless we get another $20, this is our last episode.
Every additional $20 pushes us a little bit farther and helps out Morphin. Helps out with Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project, so that we can help them save the world by making sure that people down in Georgia can voice their choice in an informed and meaningful way to impact the Senate runoff elections coming out in January. That will determine who has control of the Senate, who can pass legislation, who can appoint who can approve presidential appointments, and this will really ripple out to impact the rest of the world. This is our concentrated effort. This is our Z-Wave moment where we're putting all of our efforts into this singular state that Orange Ranger and Second Batgirl happen to reside in. Ripple goodness out.
I am once again super enjoying the image of me and Sean casting our votes and sending off the Z-Wave.
Yes. Let's ride. Let's ride on that wave of positive energy like a galaxy glider going through a sweet, gorgeous nebula. You actually probably wouldn't want to start with the extreme height. You would probably know.
There's coffee in that nebula.
There is coffee in that nebula.
It's for the image, not the science.
As we move off into Power Rangers in Space, Episode 3, Save Our Ship. Cue up your Netflix, your DVDs, whatever will allow you to glimpse upon this gorgeous series. And we're kicking it off.
You up your viewing globe.
3, 2, 1. Rangers in Space. Go! And fading in on...
We are
Speaking of Star Trek, we're on the holodeck.
I love the holodeck.
Smart way to use the Japanese foot soldiers.
Yes.
And it's too,
because this wasn't like a space that existed in the show. This was a special ability, I believe, of these two Rangers.
Mega Blue, Mega Yellow.
Yeah, Mega Blue and Mega Yellow had the ability to
Yellow
to create this little zone in which they could fight things. And I love how they just green screened them in front of some Sentai footage. They honestly really got rather good with their green screen.
Yeah.
It's the Earth. We've been gone for like a week.
We're home. Yes.
The mega ship and all the footage was hovering above the Earth. So what took them so long?
Until overdrive. Oh wait, no, Lost Galaxy.
Like the simulator, although it is a separate.
Grabbing that elbow.
They're using pieces from the.
And now it's time for the
control console.
What a lovely way to say.
You see that at the engine.
Look at that elbow.
truth be told, you cannot see a black hole with a telescope. We only recently developed the ability to actually witness black holes, and it's through observation of gravity waves. Not light waves, but actual gravity waves, ripples in space-time through gravity.
Wow, this reminds me so much of when Wilfred Mott on Doctor Who. He saw what's going on in the sky.
Space now, flying higher than ever before.
Rangers in space. Go Power Rangers, go Power Rangers, go, 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 fly, go Power Rangers, go Power Rangers.
Power Rangers, Power Rangers go in space.
Go Power Rangers, Power Rangers, go Power Rangers, in space. In
SOS.
In Space builds on itself, I swear, like better than any other season. From a fantastic opening to a world-breaking close. All of these characters really do make a nice first impression, but then they also just become better.
Elgar. Even this one? Even him, Jacob?
I mean, he does get turned to dust.
What are you doing here, myself exactly?
He gets a good ending. We'll say that much.
Yeah.
I mean, also,
why
here, and
they need someone to astronomer. They need someone for astronomer to fuse. So I guess Steve fit the bill.
She's like, oh, fine.
And out of all the
time to redress the juice bar again.
Damn.
Oh, the surf spot.
Oh my god.
How did things change so quickly? Like, were they really gone that long?
I mean,
they traveled through
supposed to be a
space.
new establishment, but also just
she came in, she bought Lieutenant Stone out. He decided to retire, and just these things happen.
Just redressing this set as well.
Because remember, they were in the juice bar and chased into space.
Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm.
So this ostensibly is a different location.
Yeah, this
like it's obviously the same set, but it's never said that this was the youth center bought by someone else.
Yeah.
KO35. I knew he was going to answer that honestly. What planet are you from?
Yeah.
KO35.
There's just a great earnestness to that.
Monolith.
Like,
yeah, Andros has a nice naive alien thing going on here.
He doesn't get sass.
Adele is also just a great character. Like,
love her.
You know,
love her.
It's sad that Lieutenant Stone's last.
Here's your giant glass of water and something.
It's sad that Lieutenant Stone's last line was just "Hi, Doug," and then we never saw him again.
Hi, Doug.
Yeah.
But Adele is also just.
I'm telling you, Adele came in and bought him right out.
Hello from the other side, Adele.
French fries like Adele.
She feels like such a. So much more of the spiritual successor to Ernie in many regards.
Got another episode.
Like Lieutenant Stone was just got the youth center because he left the show when they had nobody else to fill that role.
Yeah. But Adele has a great personality to her.
Narvi got rid of his mullet.
Yeah, he trimmed it down. I want to say when they auditioned for Cassie's name.
Andros has powers.
Yep. And they're great in Heroes of the
He's
Grid.
putting that red icing hot sauce into the...
Okay, but he has just met them. Why is he being...
Who doesn't want sriracha on ice cream?
You can see right away that Bulk is being a bully to Skull right here. He does not approve of Bulk's behavior.
Ashley's like, oh, he moved that hot sauce. That's weird.
But yeah, if you guys play Heroes of the Grid, Andros has a card for telekinesis that allows other Rangers to reclaim cards from their discard pile. It's great.
I hope no one spills.
How did the ice cream not temper the hot sauce?
Water wouldn't help.
He's
literally eating a milkshake
Water-
or ice cream.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
just keep drinking that milkshake. Actually, he'd probably be fine.
Yeah. I
love convenient writing. Wait, they said they saw an alien spaceship?
The antennas. There's a little twitchiness. This is a nice introduction to their arc for the season. Like we get to see, okay, this is what they're going to be up to. Turbo, again, they kept jumping around. We were really not clear with what their arc was going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Here, again, everything is just so much better defined. They're not trying to, kind of lay down the tracks as they're driving the train.
I was going to say that earlier when you were talking about how this season has such a nice flow and proceeds so well. With Turbo, it really seems like they were kind of flying by the seat of their pants and just working with what they had, while In Space has a plan from start to finish that is much more stable.
Well, I was talking with Mark Litton earlier, and he was saying how they had Power Rangers in Space in when you remember the Robot Ranger episode, where they mentioned at the end the Robot Rangers are sent to Eltar. And I pointed out that, Eltar becomes a major thing in the finale to lead into Power Rangers in Space. This was only episode 30. There were still 15 episodes left to go. Were you guys planning out Power Rangers in Space this early on? And he said yes. So I almost wonder if those, 14 filler episodes of Turbo were really, to an extent, to kind of buy time while they were planning out.
Yeah, probably. They probably wanted to fill out the characters more, as they weren't filling out the characters in this because it was more of a story-driven season.
Yeah, but I wonder if that allowed them to really,
That's phenomenal.
Yeah, the slightly weaker Turbo.
Why did you have 2 extra lab coats?
Allowed for the stronger space episodes.
Okay.
I like how they can just get things from functionally a Radio Shack to fix a spaceship.
Yeah. TJ and Carlos got new clothes.
I need a box of random spaceship parts.
Like,
let's to an all blue style.
Underestimate the strength of 90s Radio Shack analogs. You could get
anything
you needed from there. No matter what sci-fi technology you had for your setting, you could get it at a local Radio Shack analog in 90s TV land.
Oh, absolutely.
Unmore Fight, thank you. Nick.
I remember Linkara mentioning the music during the fight scene is really only played during this scene, and it's very hard to track down.
Yeah, this Go-Go.
Yeah, I've never heard it in another episode besides this one.
TJ and Ashley having great fight here. We get to show off Andros' ability as a fighter as well. There's
that was very quick.
Even in terms of style, everybody just just looks a little bit more put together as well. TJ doesn't have his giant overalls, the one strap anymore.
That's falling off of him.
There's not a hint of yellow plaid to be seen.
Why are they morphing?
They need to get to the shuttle.
Why aren't they morphing?
My favorite thing is all the random words in the top left corner.
You got
tighten up, reality gangster.
In for this.
Storm through idiot hearing.
Evacuate because we're going to blow that up.
So
we're about to.
We've made arrangements with Nasada that we can just park the shuttle and just go there whenever we need to.
Well, I feel like that arrangement existed before they even met Nasada. I feel like that shuttle.
But there's a lot of implications about Nasada communicating with Zordon.
Yeah.
The fact that the shuttle even works with the mega ship.
Yeah. This episode honestly establishes so much. In addition to, we had a outstanding 2-part premiere, and then this establishes so much more with
the new status quo on Earth.
Yep, what Bulk and Skull are going to be up to. What the new hangout spot. We meet Professor Phenomenus. We establish the recurring threat of Astronema, and we're about to see Ecliptor, which is great. Let's not forget that Ecliptor is just a total boss of a villain.
May I just say justice for Ecliptor, who should not have been...
He should not have
Professor Phenomenus is the guy in The Incredibles.
I continue to maintain
who goes
that it was not
coincidence. I think not. In live action.
Right.
Oh, and he's got his secondary form too, which is fascinating.
I could not hear what you were saying about Ecliptor and what you were continue to maintain. So could you repeat that?
Oh yes. That it reinforces the whole idea that the Z-Wave wasn't to wipe out evil throughout the universe, but specifically forces linked to Dark Spectre. If you were any monster that was connected to Dark Spectre, you were turned to dust because you were linked to Dark Spectre energy. And
the next season proves that.
Because there are a lot of questions about Ecliptor's motivations and
I would also
whether he is truly evil.
If you were only working Dark Spectre to a shell personality, then that shell personality was destroyed, and that's why I would maintain was the destruction of Divatox's, Rita's, and Lord Zed's shell personalities. There was clearly someone else they were before. They were turned into a new person, and then that person was the one who was linked to Dark Spectre. So when that person was destroyed, the original person was what remained. That's my
Astronema literally just repeated a line.
Yes.
Destroy the
it was like
shadow.
And her giant space fortresses had 2 wide open shots at the shuttle and missed both times.
Yep. I mean,
at a target that's not even moving.
I think this was the footage from the very first episode of Mega Ranger, if I recall correctly. Not that I've seen Mega Ranger. I should. I want to.
Yeah, same.
Sadly, Tara is not around right now to flail about how wonderful Mega Ranger is.
Oh, yeah, our SENTAI expert.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Faster!
Busy weekend.
Oh, she finally hit the dock, at least.
Oof. Oh, and that explosion shot.
And that's where the intro is from.
Yep. And I never did see that launch shot again.
Folks, we have about 5 minutes left, and I still don't think we pushed to the next episode. Donate.
$24 in the next 5 minutes if we want to see more of these. If you are capable of doing so, please do. If you can guilt a friend of yours, please do. Those saddle lasers. It's interesting how we saw, without much explanation, this was, like, as much as I keep ranting and raving about how great this is, Power Rangers in Space was still sort of establishing the rules of how it operated. So, like, Ecliptor is a very good example where during these first, 8 episodes, he would just kind of go back and forth between his 2 different forms without really much explanation. Right now he has his initial form, which is the form that the figure had. I do have that figure in storage. And then he gets to his modified form with the larger shoulder, which we actually saw already in the first shot of Ecliptor, which is funny. So that modified extra arm shielding just kind of comes and goes, as does his cape, which we'll see again in episode 4, or not episode 4, in episode 6, when we see KO-35 for the first time.
Sorry about that.
If you want to see Ecliptor's cape, donate.
Yes, donate.
I was tempted to
Donate to see the cape.
I just kind of assumed that Ecliptor was kind of like Obi-Wan Kenobi in the way that he just keeps losing his cape.
Yes.
Oh,
Maybe
those helmet hologram powers.
Yep. Yep. He's where the initial
Now I have a whip.
Surrounded by others. Oh, and that whip sword. Just like I got my little figure here. A little whippy sword.
Oh, that is awesome.
That's like
Just
whoever among us has seen Kamen Rider Kiba, the Blue Sky Organization and their whip swords. Those were neat.
Guys, we are running out of time and we are still $20 short.
Oh, we are so close to getting shell shock.
On my phone.
Do up another episode, chat. Get us there.
Ray's gonna be so.
Nick.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, we actually made it to the good stuff. To Power Rangers in space. We got to push on through. Push on through.
Also, I know I've praised the production design.
You have telekinesis powers. No, I don't.
Those uniforms are just wonderful. I love the design of the uniforms. I want those jackets.
They are my second choice for a civilian-ish cosplay. My first choice being the SPD suits.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, absolutely.
Those also are great. These do rank above the SPD suits for me, but the SPD suits are probably number 2.
Okay, let me rephrase that. The Deca Ranger pink civilians unmorphed uniforms with the skirts.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, do it.
That is my, if I lose a ridiculous amount of weight, cosplay goal.
I never noticed the pyramid in
the recurring
like the pyramid patch.
The Dark Fortress. Oh, Strana. I told you never to walk in while I'm playing with my action figures.
We got a hairstyle change!
Up her first wig.
I love those. Like, she just has, like...
Strana has a tortoise.
Don't you just want those figures?
Yes. I've always
and
wanted
the tortoise
those.
just sitting there.
I will completely admit to forgetting Astronomer's tortoise.
New York City. And she just... I love how she handles Elgar so much better by just kind of giving him not important tasks. It's just like anyone can essentially do
Just
the
clean
task.
this.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
Nobody complaining.
Unseen cool teams doing ninja things. So extreme that the two are like laser beams.
Of all of the terrible things about the next mutation, Venus de Milo is actually the one I didn't mind.
That's fair.
I'll say I liked the idea.
This was also just such, again...
Like anything else with Corey.
There's so many different ways that
Chat! Go!
Oh my god, we're in the closing credits now. Oh my goodness. Don't you want to see Power Rangers and Ninja Turtles? Don't you want to see where the Carlos doing Gangnam Style meme comes from? We could see that. And it only takes $20.
I don't think I've ever seen that meme. It sounds glorious.
It is pretty great.
Hang on here. Hang on here.
Go Ninja Go. Oh my goodness.
Hang on. I think if we hang on a minute, I think something's gonna happen.
Okay.
Just
okay. I will just continue.
Oh my gosh.
Just I know it's just a feeling. It's just a feeling. I don't even know if I'm basing it on anything.
Are gonna cut it.
Are you hooked on that feeling?
Yes.
But yeah, like that moment too to close out the episode was just another thing of, oh man, so many things are happening. We are getting Ninja Turtles happening. What is happening? Like, so much of this show just was mind blowing.
Well, I keep thinking this is going to be over. Then things keep happening. So I keep thinking I should wait until it's over to make dinner. But apparently
there's a thing happening here.
And again.
The next mutation is so bad.
Okay.
That
Thank you, hon.
There's
there was no
talk amongst yourselves.
crossover again for Power
MJ
Rangers
saying hi.
until
Hello,
it really
MJ.
was one.
Talk amongst yourselves. Here's the topic, the worst part of the next mutation. Discuss.
You know, I never finished watching Next Mutation. I do want to, at some point, go back and finish it. I did watch a number
I
of
pulled it up on Netflix once, and I made it through 3 episodes. It was not good.
I made it through
Shell Shock turned
I heard a
Ninja
thing.
Turtles.
Thank you, Sean. I guess we are watching the next episode.
Yay. My favorite episode.
Keep this train going. I love it. Oh,
I like turtles.
That was additional $20 from Sean pushing us forward. Making a little Starman dance because he knows he's in space where he belongs. It's a happy little Starman.
I can hear Amber cackling from Missouri.
Yeah. Hey, feel free to invite her.
Austin gets that.
If she's around, invite her.
Bring them to the party. We are into the Shell Shock. Yes, I like turtles as well. As MJ has said multiple times, when we went on our honeymoon to Disney World, when we were over checking out the Living Seas aquarium, like I just melted when I saw that big leatherback sea turtle. I'm just like, hi turtle, hi turtle. Oh, it makes me happy. All right, these turtles make me happy. Let's watch them. Episode 4, Power Rangers in Space. Again, we are raising these funds for Fair Fight and New Georgia Project. If you want to keep this running, if you want to see beyond the Shell Shock, get to the secret of that locket.
If you want to get past the turtles,
then let's head on then keep on donating through that link. Again, that is streamlabs.com/Database Rangers Power Reviews. You can find it down below. Keep this going. I love it so much. And we are about to kick off Episode 4 of Power Rangers in Space. So, cue it up if you got it. If you don't know what we're doing right now, I don't know how many more times I can say it. We're going into Shell Shock. This is the 4th episode of Power Rangers in Space. And we are kicking it off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rangers in Space. Go! Go, Donnie. What'd you do?
It doesn't look like Power Rangers in Space. It looks like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in New York.
This is the best team up we've ever gotten.
On giving us so many amazing moments. Like Save Our Ship was a solid, establishment.
The Ninja Turtles don't think the Power Rangers are real.
Pretend,
And I love the look on her face, like, what are you even talking about?
They're not the last ninjas on this show, too. She believes that the Power Rangers are real.
Zappy, zappy.
Astronema is so petulant. And in a very different way than Divatox. Divatox was also petulant, but early Astronema is petulant in a different way. In a 2, 1, Rangers in Space. Set controls to outer space now, flying higher than ever before. Rangers in space. Go Power Rangers, go Power Rangers. Power Rangers, go, 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 fly, go, Power Rangers, Power Rangers, go, Power Rangers.
Meanwhile, on the ship, Galaxy Glider.
I love the Galaxy Gliders.
Astronema is definitely in more of the.
Check out our new toy, kids.
She has that spoiled princess kind of vibe to her in these early episodes before she really to him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it takes a little while for her to feel what Astronema is.
Yeah. She's very.
Yeah, I still love it.
Galaxy Glider.
Like she's kind of daddy's little princess here. Without
It takes a little while for the
So
princess.
those shoots,
Right.
do they even use the shoots that much after this?
Yeah, a
they're
few
going to the
times.
digital world.
Completely CG models of surfing rangers.
And you know what? I love it. I love the 90s CG. It's great.
It's a vibe.
Electrotram, which
Is
is
this the same compound that Reinforcements in the Future takes place in?
And this is interestingly not a Mega Ranger monster. You guys recognize that body?
I do not.
Yeah, it's Verox from Zeo, right? Repainted.
It's a Verox bounty hunter body.
Really?
I did a whole article about hybrid monsters on Morphin Legacy.
Yeah.
Yes, I know that monster.
Yes.
And the head is an unused Zeo monster.
Was it Ivy and Barra Police from
Interesting.
with Barra Police being one that we never got. The head is from a monster that we never got from
Power Ranger.
From Power Ranger Z.
Heck.
Dun dun.
Period.
By the way, I thought I was going to say it's extremely unlikely, but there may be a few people in chat who have absolutely no idea what's going on. I mean, as far as the Turtles, not the live stream or anything. Really quickly, after the popularity of the Turtles live-action movies and Power Rangers being really popular, Saban took a crack at the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles with a live-action series called The Next Mutation.
Yep.
As we've all kind of said, it's really bad. They made some changes that are not popular with Turtle fans. The main two being one you just saw right there, a female turtle, Venus de Milo, as well as the fact that the four turtles are not biological brothers, which is really unpopular with a lot of people.
Well, not at all.
The series, I believe, is still on Netflix if you want to watch it.
Yeah.
Like that's
a quick little explanation of what the heck turtles are doing.
Species of turtle, so they're not biological brothers.
Yeah.
I don't object.
Rise has become very popular, even though it was mistreated by Nickelodeon.
I don't object to the idea of a female
Me neither.
Ninja Turtle in principle.
No,
unfortunately,
I like her in concept.
the way they wrote her is also with Raphael being my favorite turtle. I spent this entire time being horribly annoyed.
I love that
I don't know if the
Andros thinks the turtles are sus.
Andros is me watching this episode.
For this episode, but the voice of Michelangelo on the Next Mutation series died recently.
Andros is like, whoa.
Ranger Vision is correct. They had to make them all unrelated so they could just hit on Venus repeatedly.
Well, yes.
There you go.
That is exactly the
He was a
This is all the guy turtles have to hit on the one girl
he
on the
was
team.
a Smurfette turtle, as MJ is saying off to the side. But yeah, I find it hilarious that Andros. I wonder with Andros, considering he's been taking care of Ranger his whole life, has a green armored alien taken a girlfriend of his before? It might be a legit.
Andros does not like turtles. By the way, I will say it's real nice having an orange hero on the show, Michelangelo. Good to see ya. Just saying.
I mean, how were they aware of the turtles before that? Have they seen...
They saw them as fiction.
The turtles didn't think the Rangers were real.
Which is a whole interesting thing. But you know
what those Salamanders do exactly? Did they create the turtles or transport them from another dimension?
Yeah,
or?
this is an interdimensional crossover, and they just know the movies?
It almost kind of looks like Ashana creates them when she zaps the sewer. The way they pop in.
Fair.
It's interesting.
Ugh, I'm so angsty right now.
By the way, not that this was challenging, but if you, I think the comics did a far better crossover between Power Rangers and Ninja Turtles.
I agree with that.
The final issue.
Sure, yeah. That was fun.
I think I only have the first 3 issues. I don't have because my Binge-watching comics stopped arriving during the lockdown and then never picked back up again. And so I kept wondering if they were going to start arriving again, and they never did. So
Was it 4 or 5 issues? I don't even remember.
Oh man,
5 issues.
I think
5
issues.
Was it 6?
It's 5, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I've been certified turtle-fied.
Yes.
Decca's a turtle stand.
Yes, and I love it. Like,
I just become Alpha 6 from Turbo in this episode.
Yeah.
That is the best description of what they did to Deca, yes.
Yeah. As much as you know, I've obviously shaped so much of my identity around Power Rangers. You know, my first love before Power Rangers was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I was a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles kid big time before Power Rangers came along. And so, regardless of, you know, debates of quality on this crossover, I was losing my mind as a kid. I did not care. This was great.
This was my first experience with the Turtles, so...
Sometimes...
I'm just realizing, her mask tied behind her head, turns into, this braid.
Yeah.
Because girls.
Just now realizing. Yeah. She needs a ponytail, I guess.
Sometimes when you're a kid, there's just this concept and you go, oh my god, this is everything I've ever wanted from life, even if it's horrible.
You're not being really critical, yeah, because oh my goodness, the Turtles and the Rangers.
I was thinking specifically, the X-Men animated crossover with Spider-Man animated. It's not very good. I love it anyway.
I don't even remember that.
Well, it's not very good.
It was during the animated series in the 1990s. Also, Astronema really does a great job establishing herself as a strong villain with this episode. It took all of Turbo for Divatox to even find the Rangers base and then decimate it. She infiltrated and took it over by the 4th episode.
I also love that this is the 4th episode. We already got our first wig change.
Yep.
Yeah.
We had it by the end of the 3rd episode.
Oh, yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, she even keeps that purple one.
Time.
Expectations for this show.
The Quantron top.
Skyrocket across the course of these episodes.
Mm-hmm.
And we have the taunting Quantron here. And now we have the power. Very much like
that's the only example of a Quantron talking.
But these first handful of episodes really set the bar for this season. The expectations are so strong right here, and
does it matter?
Yes, because I'd like you to throw out the garbage.
Oh, right now, I think. Oh, okay. Yeah, Scott, you were just sort of upside down. We were just seeing your hand for a moment.
Oh.
Oh, there you go.
I love TJ so much.
Just a great moment.
Thanks.
And she's just like, I don't know if I want to keep this with you.
Tournament so campy.
This is the last one.
She so played that up.
Okay.
And mind control turtles are clearly not as competent as regular Ninja Turtles.
How did they go through the tubes and end up in the shuttle?
The tubes can teleport. You can send you either to the shuttle or to the Galaxy Gliders. I believe during Andros' exposition at the beginning, it established that they could go either place. Whee!
What?
Oh, there's that.
Oh no, there's Chrissy crossed the lines. Hey, we got
Where's polarized magnetic fields?
Okay, physics teacher, tell us about how completely messed up this is.
And is it possible?
Now, as far as this polarized magnetic field, reverse polarization. Okay, reverse polarized doesn't really mean anything. It just means that it's in direct opposition to the polarization that you already have. I don't know what that would mean in this context, because that would be a directional thing, generally speaking. But I mean, the idea of a magnetic field in space is absolutely reasonable. There are concentrations of magnetic materials and all sorts of different particles throughout space. So I could absolutely believe that a bizarre magnetic field would exist. The idea that it wouldn't also impact their electronics in a more meaningful way is something to watch out for. That it would impact this spell without impacting the electronics is a little silly. But I can respect it.
It's magic.
But I do.
Okay. It's nice that Nicholas still in it.
I don't know how many of you have watched Voltron on Netflix.
I have.
One thing that I do rather love about that series is just the design work of how they make space just gorgeously just creative. There's so many wonderful designs of cosmic phenomena in that series that even if they're not fully realistic, I love the aesthetic and the wonder behind them.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much self-destructing in such a short amount of time. You'd think these episodes were written by Heinz Doofenshmirtz.
By the way, the megaship blew up 15 seconds ago, according to the timer. But that's an ongoing annoyance with TV shows like this.
Here's the thing: you need to recognize that when you cut away, you may be cutting away to parallel events, not necessarily sequential events.
True.
Basic editing principles.
Oh, and there's I was gonna say, if anybody noticed that Venus didn't have a weapon, it's because her weapon is magic.
Yeah, she has chi superpowers.
Magic?
You know what?
It doesn't automatically mean memory, but
I know people were pointing out the braid
She
on
had some
her
kind of
mask.
mystical ability.
One interesting thing that they did with those
Yes.
neck mutations.
Yes, work that boomerang.
Boomerang is great. Boomerang, you always come back to me.
I'll take this.
Her figure actually comes with that.
But if you look at the turtles, they all
Turtles
have
are gonna beat 'em
different
up.
lines on their face masks. Like if you look at Leo,
God, Turtle's personality.
Leo's mask covers the top half of his head entirely. You look at Venus's, and it covers just the eyes. Rat covers the eyes, but ragged. Mikey covers just the bottom half of his head, and
What the heck?
and Donatello's covers his whole head.
The inconsistency.
No, it's not an inconsistency. It's a deliberate design choice for distinction.
Design differences,
I see.
Differentiation between the turtles.
To make the bandanas different, I guess.
I love Cassie and Mikey working
I
together.
mean, the letters on their chests.
I like Donnie's bow. It should be longer.
I mean, keeping it short did.
I will say I like this fight
in terms of maneuverability. There we go.
I like how they team up. I like this fight.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's cool pairings.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. You know, and they kept it. They didn't link them up just by gender either, just by color. They mixed them up pretty well.
I do appreciate that.
But yeah, one of the things when you were mentioning Donnie's
Yeah,
stat,
it's easily been Venus and Cassie.
when you make Donnie's
Let's put the
stats,
pink one with the girl.
same thing with giving Leo the singular sword instead of just making things easier to work with.
Like, one of the big annoyances is that all 4 of the male turtles have the exact same personality.
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
And when you like the turtles and you know they have very distinct personalities.
Except the turtles.
But they're just, all 4 of them are Michelangelo. Oh, yeah, all right.
Really?
I mean, you do have the small touches of Leo is the leader, Don is the tech guy, you've got Venus is the mystical person, and Mikey is presented sort of as the heartbreaker here. Raph really has the least characterization in this.
Yeah.
Because he's usually the most over-characterized.
And like that's more roles than characterization. Like I would say, Donnie is the tech guy, but he's not a geek. Yeah, tech stuff.
And
they didn't really work on their personalities at all.
Also, I really do like the recurring motif of Andros and handshakes throughout. This is now 3 episodes in a row where Andros and a handshake is a meaningful moment.
Yeah.
Again, I stand by the touch starvation.
And he's learning how to interact with people. He's still uncomfortable, but he's finding ways to demonstrate trust. And this plays into that arc of his too, which is great.
This should have been a 2-parter.
Oh, Deckett just said.
It is.
Yeah.
Save Our Ship is part 1.
Yeah, that's true. We got that little lead in, which
like 1 minute, no. Full on 2
One part is enough. One part is enough.
Yeah.
Says you.
But, yeah, exactly. Just give us a whole series of this.
I would love it.
Turtles on Glider.
Yes.
Yes.
Surf is definitely up.
Cowabunga! We didn't really see their feet, so we didn't have to see what gliders they put them on.
I kind of wanted to.
Until Mikey.
Animatronics for a
just like
television show are pretty impressive.
And Raph is looking right at the camera.
Yeah, like they're not full on movie quality. I love that.
It's interesting that the episode where we are seeming to be stopping on starts with the words "never stop."
With the turtles, can we push past the turtles, or has this stream been shell shocked?
I think the stream. It's hard to say. I don't know if anyone's ready to.
Never stop searching for donations.
Yes.
Yeah, at least it didn't end on a
never stop searching for donations to get us to never stop searching.
At least we went out on a high note.
This was fun.
This was a lot of fun, and we raised $2,080.
Yeah.
That's $1,040 for each organization. Considering I wasn't even sure we would
I'll
make.
admit, it's not that I had a lack of confidence or anything, but in my mind, this was the turbo weekend stream. In Space was like, we might get there. Yeah. That'll be fun if we make it that far, you know. And to consider that we made it to In Space.
Technically speaking, this was our continuation of the Dino stream.
We made it through 259
and we made it through
episodes worth of content.
Season.
Yeah.
I mean, I really didn't think we were going to get past the Turbo movie. The fact that we made it to Turbo at all, and not only that, but we finished Turbo, that is fantastic. We have done so much.
Turbo and got to In Space.
Yes. Which is
fantastic.
So
both of these organizations are getting over $1,000 in donations.
Yes, which
That's
is
incredible.
And yeah, and I'll be on my end. I'll be contributing to make up for the PayPal fees in between, because PayPal always takes its cut out of things. So
I'll make their money.
I'll probably be rounding
Very
things
nice.
a little bit when the final donations and deposits.
So what are our total numbers over the 4 weekends, was it?
Over the course of the...
Oh, going all the way back?
Well, between the first two... The first stream was about 600, the second stream was about 1,400, and then this, 2-weekend stream has been over 2,000. So over the course of, these 250 plus episodes and
259 episodes worth.
Yeah, 259 episodes and 2 movies. We have managed to raise
movies
over $4,000.
That's awesome.
Over the course of these 4 weekends worth of live streams,
which
is just outstanding.
It is fantastic.
$600. We got the vote, $1,400 to spread the vote, and now an extra $1,000 each, $1,040 each to Fair Fight and New Georgia Project. So you guys have all really come through on all of this.
Yeah.
But yeah, Never Stop Searching would be the next episode if we were to continue. But just the fact that we made it this far is outstanding, and every episode of Power Rangers in Space that we have progressed through has just so much filled my heart with joy. I'm gonna close that door because I can hear MJ watching us in the other room, so I want to make sure it's not creating any echo. Thank you all.
So we want to maybe put a time on this to give everybody a couple more minutes, or start wrapping it up.
I can. Well, I will continue to speechify.
Like a 5 more minutes thing.
If you will indulge me, I will continue to speechify. No, I'll just go on for another 12 hours until you start going again. No.
I mean, hey.
We just won't have any additional Power Rangers to simul watch.
Just keep talking. It's fine.
But this has been such a remarkable journey over the course of these last couple months. Starting in September with just me trying to figure out how to even do this, and sending people and bringing people together on my phone. And now you guys really stepped up to kind of become a Ranger team here. Thank you to Morphin Legacy for having us here on this channel. Thank you for SENTAI for hosting us on his channel yesterday. Thank you to Sean for hosting us on his channel last weekend. Thank you to Second Batgirl for being the stream queen and really being my
stream queen.
If I'm the Zordon summoning the Rangers here, you have been my Alpha 5 throughout these 2 weekends, and I truly appreciate that.
If I had not just changed my title, I would be changing it again to...
And thank you to everyone else, Ray with Morphin Legacy, as well as Austin with Morphin Legacy, as well as Scott and Chris and Ranger Vision, and everyone who's there in the chat, and everyone who's been here with us throughout this process.
Thank you so much.
And thank you to MJ and also to my wife, Danielle, for keeping us fed during these ridiculously long streams.
Support staff.
Oh, yeah. Very important.
This is honestly one of our shorter ones.
Absolutely.
Yes,
probably the shortest because it's cut off.
But even then, we have been going for about 10 hours today. Well, not quite 10 hours, but close to it.
Not the donation, it's the journey.
And every day we just get a little bit more, and it keeps seeming like it's going to be over, and then people really turn up and demonstrate that that they care, that they love this franchise, and they want to, be a part of something bigger, being a part of making the world a better place, in whichever way you can, whether it's just providing the support of being there, whether it's providing the monetary support, whether it's volunteering in your own life, finding different ways to be a hero in your own life.
Did I hear something about keeping you fed?
Being
sharing the stream around.
cooking up some.
Oh, look at that.
To keep.
When I was using my phone to be on the call, I was having lamb chops with quinoa.
Yeah, like there's so many different things that
And do you remember the election? The election has not happened yet, so if you want to volunteer, there's phone banking, there's text banking, there are postcards. There are still plenty of ways you can help out. Both of the organizations we are donating to have a list of ways that you can help. Or donate to the candidates of your choice.
And if you live in Georgia, they are for, like, honestly, I've been getting texts from organizations where I keep having to sadly inform them that I am not local to Georgia as much as I volunteered. And for instance, they need people for count observation. So they keep having to deal with these recounts down there to make sure that their votes continue to be properly represented. There's other...
Yeah, that's been frustrating.
If you wish to volunteer, you can go to georgiademocrat.org. Is an example of another group that I've been getting information from because that's what I was volunteering for. If you search for the opportunities, you can find them. They are out there.
Yeah.
But Fair Fight, New Georgia Project especially, are currently working on that big outreach. And donations are something that we can do from here. Home banking is something that we can do from here. But if you live in Georgia, you have tremendous power right now and the ability to truly impact people's lives because you can engage in that direct outreach that we can't do from other states. So I'm hoping maybe I can continue to post good videos, providing people with more information on how they can make a difference, like I have with the last few. This fight is not over. The Rangers are still searching.
Never stop searching.
The Turtles still have their little power. Votes are continuing to get certified.
How long have you been sitting on these puns?
Approximately 3 seconds at a time.
How long have we been doing this?
Like, really?
Guess what, you guys? We're not done.
What, did we all long enough?
We are not done. Thank you, Ranger Vision.
Nothing is over.
It is not over yet.
Nothing.
This happens.
Never stop searching.
Every time I do I get into my little Captain America speech. I knew that it would be Ranger Vision for the additional $20. Thank you for that donation. It's so much appreciated.
You inspired it with your speech.
I've been trying to keep us going in a quick clip, but every now and again,
you held out long enough.
Gotta go for it.
We're watching. Never stop searching.
8:35 time.
Wait, hold up. I gotta. Yep.
Never stop searching. All right, people. If you had closed your Netflix, open it back up.
We'll do it that way.
Your cranium where it's stored. Crack that cranium back open. Put that DVD back in the slot. When I say cranium, I'm referring to the helmet case. Think not your head. Be safe, as you know. So get the DVDs out. If you deleted files, why would you do that? It's Power Rangers in space. Why would you deprive yourself of that? Undelete. Take it out of the trash. Dust it off. Open it up in your QuickTime. Let's go. Episode 5 of Power Rangers in Space is about to start, people. Never
Number 260.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rangers in Space. Go.
Yes, it would not be proper Power Rangers in Space episode without something stepping in to prevent cancellation.
Yes.
That is fantastic.
Yes.
Yep, that's on point.
Yep. Last second reprieve. we're working on mechanic things.
I love it. I love the
Wipe
galaxy.
down, push it over there. Oh, give it that streak free shine.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, look at all of these.
This plastic cutting board is telling me all sorts of things about planets. And I'm going to chop some onions on
black paper map.
it.
Okay.
But also, if you look at all these control panels, these are just decals. These are just straight up decals, but they work so well.
Yeah. But,
A lot.
yeah, they
Was
look
there
good.
seriously
Emotion.
Very convincing.
Emotion.
Well, no wonder it's a focus shot, because otherwise you'd be able to see that they're decals.
Was there seriously no life forms in that entire
That
galaxy?
toy is called a Hoberman sphere, by the way.
Also, who was filming this?
Yeah. Who's holding the camera?
First time out
Who's
of
doing
1,000
editing?
times we see this clip.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I sort of assume that it is sort of a third-person memory that he's kind of disconnected himself from.
What if it's just how the planet got
how
then?
That would be a good
But then
idea.
this
That
is
it.
through, this is through spoilers' eyes.
Yeah. And he just...
That was a very believable screen.
Like, Andros is just punishing himself over and over again for this. He does...
I caught the Homer.
He does...
Where'd you go?
He has left of his sister.
Oh, and you can see, if you know what's coming, you can see that shape so well.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, they gave us a good shot.
But
of
it
him.
also just, it's something where if you don't, when you do see that character later, you don't,
You're like, oh yeah, that's them.
The episode. But then you have some
There's
time.
that
Character,
second
but you don't.
la 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 la.
2, 1.
One
Right.
more time.
Goes to outer space now, fighting fires like anyone knew. Rangers, go Power Rangers.
Space shuttle flying, and then the logo in space.
Power Rangers, go Rangers, in space.
Oh, that's beautiful. If they're sleeping on the ship, where do their parents think they are?
Summer camp.
Especially since they still go to high school later in this.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, no, Mom and Dad, we're
They're
going
beamed up, obviously.
in January. Summer camp.
Weekend camping trip. We'll be back. Put that in the tube.
So
There's something
apparently,
about the
Power Rangers in space isn't really about their adventures in space. It's just them living in orbit.
Yep.
Kinda. Okay.
Like deep
So
rock.
I'm actually going to segue on that. There's something I have to admit. It's part of my Power Ranger story here, and I'm always a little embarrassed to admit it. When I was watching the show originally, I watched through Turbo, and then I saw the things that said they were going into space, and that's when I decided to stop watching the show, because young Ranger fan me was just offended that the Rangers were leaving Earth and they were going to go fight somewhere else because
What?
my sense of justice said that the Rangers are the defenders of the planet Earth, and I don't need to watch them go fight on some other world. That's garbage.
But they were
And then, like,
fighting
10 years later,
within
90% of this is on Earth, and it was one of the best seasons in the show's history.
They were
I'm like,
sent to
oh, that's a great reason
all
for me.
the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
We all make poor decisions when we're
That is a hot take.
Oh my gosh, alien egg. And
Like,
Space.
why does this even exist? I mean, it's fun, but...
Nightmare fuel.
No.
I like MJ's theory there.
Was going. Does my hand smell funny to you? Does my hand smell funny to you?
Oh, yeah. MJ says every ranger was telling their parents they were sleeping at a different ranger's house. 90s sitcom sneaking out style.
that is a good theory.
I do love the Professor Phenomenus because, I mean, aliens have been attacking Earth for years now. Like, His conspiracy theories are valid.
He's literally Doctor. He's literally Doctor Who's Wilfred Mott, but for Power Rangers.
Basically. But also, yeah. All the Rangers have just told their parents they're staying with Aisha's parents.
Yeah.
Like, who's Aisha? Does it matter? Her parents say it's okay. All right.
Yeah, it's just like weekend house parties. Listen. Oh, we need to get a watermelon, so we have some food in the truck.
Well, actually, when it comes to TJ and Cassie,
this is a good one.
They do have some flexibility there. Because here's the thing with TJ and Cassie. They were living with other relatives, reportedly. So they could tell the relatives they went back to their parents. They could tell their parents that they were still with the relatives. And just play with that for a good long while.
It's watermelon. Cut it open and we'll have some tasty fruit.
In Angel Grove, then go into the school and with, like, were they assuming that their parents withdrew them from Angel Grove High School? That they wouldn't have to do it themselves?
I don't know. I don't even know.
Oh, now we're playing hot watermelon.
Yep.
Oh boy. What? It was a watermelon the whole time?
That would knock you out. That would not crush on you.
Yeah, that would.
Yeah, that would hurt.
Knock you unconscious.
Watermelon knock you out. He's acting like that's what his suspicion was the whole time.
I know, right?
I'm both just like, why? Why did I?
Andrew fell asleep standing up.
And that's it for them this episode.
Andrew, you fell asleep leaning on a table. It's time to go to bed, dude. By the way, there's a bomb in your locker.
And for whatever reason, their whole little alien hunting adventure.
Oh, Carlos, you went in the wrong direction.
Yeah, you guys talking about someone playing.
Oh, nice landing.
The Rangers go down the chute. All I can think of is Henry Danger's, when they go up the tube.
Okay.
I know you're probably not watching that or Danger Force, but...
Nope.
Oh, I was going to say, Henry Danger Force, the superhero shows on Nickelodeon that they actually bothered to advertise.
That's true, and I've never seen either of them.
Unlike that other one they have.
Passing one.
Well,
it's like commercials a year.
The fact that Ecliptor
The theme of this episode seems to be
and operating is fascinating.
Clipper is kind of a creep in this episode. Sweet dreams.
This entire episode seems to revolve around what happens when people sleep.
This really makes him just so sinister right here.
My ear is the
Also, you can see they were still figuring out the lighting for the Dark Fortress as well, how dark to actually make the Dark Fortress.
Yeah, because the first episode is very light. It's very bright. And then they tone it down a little.
Like Aquitar also, which is... But the fact that Ecliptor was being presented at this point as going around behind Astronomer's back really kind of developed an interesting dynamic for them before you really seen them interact. They were still building out who these characters were and who Astronomer and Ecliptor were with each other. We had no indication of their, sort of familial relationship. Somebody opened up a bag of chips or something? What is that?
Wait, Andros isn't here? What? But he never skips out on omelet day.
But I'm just gonna say this though, Carlos, but this was not your information to tell.
No, it really was not.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's a queen.
Like at least not. I do kind of get the sense that like Andros is technically missing at this point, and this is something he can fill in. But it hasn't been that long.
Yeah.
Maybe a little later when he's like, "Whoa, he hasn't come back yet." Like, he might be looking for a sister.
Let's give him some space.
Or even
give me some space.
No, guys, this is a episode. I need to go by myself.
All the space. Give me all the space. I love the space.
Yes. We need to be in space.
Let's give him some space. Here, have DVD.
Meanwhile, on Andros' knockoff tricorder.
And I love how it has like a piece of an astromorpher embedded into it. It keeps a continuity of design on this simple little gizmo.
That's not a tricorder, Andros. This is a tricorder. I'll only open it for a second because it makes noise.
Ecliptor has his cape again.
Yes.
He's Alex Mack.
Hello, holodeck guy. Oh, your cape. Yes, we made it to Ecliptor's cape. Insert shoulder. The spalder, I think. Oh.
Yeah, Ranger Vision was just pointing out with Carlo. Remember, this is the guy who went full on in a soccer game against children. He has zero chiller patience.
That is correct.
This is true. It is kind of in character. Ooh, grinding him against those bars. Ouch.
Well, Ecliptor is just brutal. He really is. As much as we and
Ecliptor's not messing around.
It makes our understanding of his character later like such a contrast to these introductory moments, and I kind of love that.
And his head comes off. Okay.
Also, like, look at this general that we're fighting.
We get it, your
Spending
head.
a season of fighting. We finally have a general worth fighting.
Yeah, for real.
After 45, at this point, almost 50 episodes worth of, after a movie and 49 episodes of Elgar being like the closest thing we have to a lead general.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, we really
Ligon can't move in that suit.
haven't had one really worth fighting since early Goldar and Scorpina.
Like, arguably Rito in terms of combat.
Yeah, Rito in his first fight.
Only in his first appearance.
Yeah.
Your head exploded.
Whoa!
But in terms of actual intimidation,
Why don't you let me use power again?
Oh, send back.
Using his own hologramic head.
Coming off
Used like beam attacks.
Ecliptor's head floating around there reminded me of the Power Rangers Super Nintendo game where you fight that bone monster. I think Bones, maybe, but...
Oh, yeah, probably Bones.
And you wear him down to where he's just a head, and then you have to hit him, and that's tough.
Yeah.
Hitting a little floating head is tricky. Whoa. The CG on that Galaxy Glider coming in was weird. It kind of changed shape, and it was... The perspective, it was weird. Meanwhile, on Octopi, Carlos is dead. Oh, no, wait.
But yeah, for sheer intimidation,
knockoff tricorders.
We haven't seen anything like Ecliptor since first season Goldar, and it's like it's amazing that Rangers and Space manages to bring back so many great things from earlier seasons. You imagine things that are paralleled, but just take them in different directions.
There's 5 minutes left.
That's it? You promise?
Well, it's probably going to be wrap up, but
Okay, you have a half hour.
Yeah. Also, this is again one of our few cases of a Ranger getting seriously injured in battle.
Medically injured, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we see that happen a few times this season with Carlos injuring Cassie and
TJ getting his memory knocked out.
Yep.
Yeah.
But prior to this, when was the last time
Oh, Andros flashback.
battle like this?
Andros has serious problems with flashbacks.
Yep.
Which is why Pocky maintains that he has serious PTSD.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
just going to say, you could probably talk quite seriously about Andros and mental illness, everything he deals with and flashes back to. And
there is actually an episode of the Tokyo Ladies podcast where we discuss mental health of Rangers, and Pocky goes on about Andros for like a good 30 minutes.
As she should.
That's valid though, yeah.
Andros.
Like from the start, he didn't want a team because of spoilers as the stream goes on. What happens with Jane?
And not just Zane, but I mean, he had 4 extra morphers just lying around. That kind of implies that something pretty bad happened.
But yeah, but he didn't want it.
So many questions there.
Like, by that point, I kind of assumed that the rest of the team was dead and it was just him and Zane left.
Yeah, I was going to say, those morphers seem to have belonged to somebody.
Right.
You can imagine there was a whole team, and that even like when what happened to Jane happened, it was just those two. Yeah. He'd already lost some friends. You have to do the hand thing before you go down the tube, or doesn't matter.
This is a case of them getting their Red Ranger.
That is a good thing. Like, I would have loved to have had that as the original Space Rangers. I would have cared about that far more than the Psychos.
Yeah, exactly. I still need to.
Yeah.
Apparently, I am getting various comics that I have missed out on for Hanukkah and Christmas from my in-laws. So. Yeah. I do love that I am injured, but I'm determined and I will walk forward even though I should still be resting. That is such a good trope.
Yeah. I'm way too hurt to be fighting, but I'll find the strength somehow.
Because of the power of friendship.
I try to evoke that with how long I keep at these streams as best I can, even though I'm not actually injured. I'm not engaged in physical battle.
Shooting the giant monster with our little blasters isn't doing anything.
Yep. Yeah, bring in the mega ship here.
I mean,
okay, shooting it with spaceship lasers will probably do better.
Oh, really? Okay.
Andrews is still sad
because they already used that Megazord battle.
Yeah, that's probably why.
Pretty sure that we just saw the other half of that Megazord battle.
Yeah, that's 100%. The reason why was, he ran away.
Yep.
Elliptical bouncing exercise. I want that hoodie.
Yes, the space hoodies, yes.
Oh, you did telekinesis again.
I love the uniforms, but I want that hoodie. That's nice.
I mean, you did kind of use the telekinesis once per episode for the first handful of episodes.
Yeah, but then he stops at some point and
it quietly drops.
Gets forgotten.
Don't worry about it.
I mean,
one thing I always found interesting about that, they established that Andros is human. So it's not like an alien power he just has. It's an ability that theoretically anybody could learn.
Exactly.
Oh, hey, we're friends. All right, Jacob, get the speech ready again.
Shaking hands.
Speech us up another $20.
Reaching hands.
Well, we have the bloopers from
hands.
We're on a donation search, or else we'll have to stop streaming.
All right, so that is all we've been funded for so far. That was the 5th episode of Power Rangers in Space. Never Stop Searching. again, just this season, just I love it so much. I connect to it so hard.
And now we're on a satellite search for the next episode.
It's true. It's true. So if you do want to see us continuing to gush over Power Rangers in space and just how amazing it is, please donate now. For an additional $20, we will go through the next episode, Satellite Search. But everything that we are raising right now is going to Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project. We're splitting it right down the middle. These are two wonderful causes that really help to make sure that people can get their voices heard. And these are people who need the help. Georgia, as second back row,
I hate to interrupt you, but somebody's audio is echoing.
Yes, I'm getting some echo from something. I'm not sure what. I'm not sure whose it is. Maybe Scott, maybe Ray. I know you guys have both had a little bits of issues before.
No, I've got no sound.
Is it still echoing?
Okay, I think it may have been. Yeah, I think it may be Ray, because you turned off your mic and then you turned it back on, and yeah, now I'm not hearing it anymore. So yeah, Ray, it was coming out of yours. All right.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. So yeah,
Okay.
Here we are. Georgia is 49th in accessibility to vote. That is
And that's dropped statistically in the past couple of years.
And yeah, 49th, not as in, they're better at it than the other 48 states. It's a serious problem being able to have access to voting in the state of Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of work has been done by these two organizations, Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project. Fair Fight has been combating the problem, all of the measures that have been acting as barriers towards voting, engaging in very important legal battles on behalf of people of Georgia. New Georgia, it's New Georgia, so they're able to vote as well. Get them registered, get them informed, get them the resources that they need. Don't forget, as much as, I live in upstate New York. I live in a fairly suburban region. Like, when I need to go vote on election day, I just go down to, the local community center, and there's, 2 people in line, and I go in and out. That may be the way it is for a lot of people in a lot of areas, but in regions
like
Georgia,
I had similar experience voting.
Yeah. In Georgia, you have lines that last for 11 hours. You have people who require all sorts of identification, having a driver's license seems like such a nice, simple thing as an ID, but you need to have money to buy one, to pay for one. You need to have access to a DMV, and you need to have access to transportation to get there. DMVs get closed down. People are positioned in such a way that the people who are most underrepresented in their governments are positioned as far away as possible.
Especially in specific counties, you have to drive a very long time to get a license. And it's specifically for older black voters who might not have ever had a license. The new requirements to get an ID that is accepted are a lot stricter than they are in other states. It is incredibly difficult. And I know my wife just went to renew her license. She already had one, and she had to make an appointment only because of COVID. When I went to renew mine, I had to take a day off work, and I sat there for hours. And a lot of people cannot afford to do that, and they can't afford to take off a day to stand in line and vote.
Pandemic.
Especially during a pandemic, especially if you need childcare, especially if there is no access, if the polling places are not available via public transportation. There are more stops on the A line in New York City than on the entire Atlanta metro.
Yikes.
I counted.
That's what we call voter suppression.
Yes. Limitations of transportation, limitations of time and access and resources, they make it difficult for people to vote. let's not forget all sorts of voter roll purging. There are plenty of people who are registered to vote and then lose their right to vote.
Yes.
Not due to any action that they have taken, but simply due to bureaucracies where simple bookkeeping errors on the parts of the agencies that are supposed to be assisting them with these rights, keeping them from the right to vote. A lot of people of color, people of marginalized populations, they have names that include apostrophes or hyphens, or combinations of consonants and vowels that the more dominant cultures aren't as familiar with, and so they make errors in typing them in, and then when they compare the voter registration to the ID they have in their system, and things don't match because this one has an apostrophe, this one doesn't, this one has a hyphen, this one doesn't, this one has an extra N, this one doesn't, because somewhere along the line somebody didn't know how to properly represent someone from a different culture. Those people lose their right to vote as a result. And thousands of people have lost their rights to vote in Georgia that way. And it's not fair, and that's why these clauses are so important. They make sure that if you've been purged unlawfully, that your right to vote is restored.
Not to mention people who are turned away at the polling place and who are trying to get their right to still cast a provisional ballot.
So many of these things seem benign in terms of how they come to pass. It's like, oh, it was just an error. It was just, trying to keep things clean. It was just trying to be more efficient. But you look at whenever you try and do these things, you need to always remember people are impacted. And usually it's the people who need representation the most. They're the people who are underserved by their governments, the people who have grievances that need redressing. These are the people that we're trying to give a voice to. These are the people we're trying to represent. These are the people who should be making those decisions for who represents them in the United States Senate. And these should be the people who have the sway to decide what the shape of the United States Senate is. We want to make sure that these people have that representation they deserve. Because when they are represented, it makes all of us better informed. It provides a more just society for the rest of us. Like, whenever somebody is excluded, it weakens the whole. You have fewer people working together. You're splintering a community. And you don't want that to happen. You want your full Ranger team. You want to be able to assemble your Megazord, your Ultrazord, your Gigazord, whichever it may be. You want to get as many people together and understanding one another as best you can. And that doesn't happen if people can't be represented, if people are trapped in their trailer park homes where they can't have no means of transportation away, where they have no means of where they might not even necessarily have a defined address. This is a definite issue for people on Native American reservations as well. There are so many things that we take for granted in our day-to-day lives when we aren't facing specific hardship. We focus on the hardships of our day-to-day lives, and everyone does have challenges that they go through, and it's important to recognize those are always, of course, still valid, but they don't invalidate the hardships that you're not experiencing. And when you assist those people, it feeds back. It makes for a better society. It makes for a better world. Even if you're at the top of the food chain, when you try and consolidate everything for yourself, you're cutting off the people who support your empire, whatever it may be. We can't have it be focused on selfishness and greed when we have such an interconnected society. We've had people in these streams from all over the world, basically. We've had people we've had people from different countries in our chat. We have talked to guests from the other coast. Just yesterday, we were being hosted by someone from Puerto Rico. Mark Litton is all the way on the west coast in California. Campbell Cooley visited us for one of our Mighty Morphin streams, and he lives down in New Zealand. You know, we are all connected. What impacts you know, our most marginalized community makes us weaker as a whole. You know, and if you're worried, oh, but what about the people who are at the top of the food chain? We can't help people by tearing them down. Those people up there, they have the power, they have the strength, they are not in danger like the people at the bottom are.
Not by a long shot.
They have the ability to protect themselves. They've insulated themselves from so much, while all these others are left out in the cold. And I know it's pretty warm down in Georgia, but you know, we are.
Oh yeah.
We are constantly experiencing.
Winter refuses to happen here.
There's so much going on right now in this world, and we are at such a pivotal moment in our history, in the history of our lives, in the history of our country, in the history of our world. We're going to see over the course of this next decade what sort of species will continue to survive, what aspects of humanity will continue to survive. I say this again, not to scare you. I say this to hopefully inspire you, to make you recognize that these heroes that we have been crowing over and expressing our glee over, like, we can be them. We can be those people who are facing those impossible odds, those people who are overcoming these challenges, these people who are sacrificing time and effort and energy because we know it pays off and makes it worth it for the people who come next. As we said, Power Rangers in Space, they went all out with that season, and because of that, there have been over 20 more seasons since then. We go all out now. We guarantee future generations that don't currently have true guarantees. And it comes down sometimes, every now and again, there are battles going on all across the universe. You know, okay, yes, we know that Phantom Ranger is chasing after the Divatox to save Zordon. We know the Alien Rangers are defending Aquitar. We know that the Machine Empire is invading over here, over there, the Vika Galaxy, But sometimes you are in a position, a pivotal position, to be able to sway the tide, to guarantee the future. As I keep making the comparison, you know, although there's the sacrifice of Zordon's tube, in this case, it's the sacrifice of our time and energy. Not too much, since we are having so much joy in it. We can cause things to ripple outwards. This is such a pivotal moment because we know where our actions can have the most impact, and it's so rare to have that. We live in this big interconnected world where we don't know where to direct our efforts. We know there are so many different threats, so many different causes that are so important and so necessary. We have this global pandemic going on. We know there are people suffering in other countries, and we don't know where to direct our energies. And those are worthy causes too. And if you have the time, you have the energy, you should absolutely help them out too. I'm not saying you shouldn't. Just saying that we have a moment right now where we know this will have a decisive impact in a way that few things do. And it's on a timeline that few things have. There are most things in this world you need to fight and fight and fight, and you don't know where the end of the fight is. This one, we have until January 5th to decide this election. That's how much time we have for this runoff election. And that is freeing in a way, because you know you can see the end of the tunnel and you can run towards it, and you can get everybody together on this train that we're on, uniting everyone, bringing those powers together. That's what we're doing here. And that's what we've been doing here for these last few months. We've been directing our efforts towards where they can have the greatest impact. And And do I believe that by ourselves we've been able to completely change things? No. But together, we can be representative of the efforts that other people need to be taking as well. There are millions of people. There's over 1 million people in this who are subscribed to this channel, and that is insane to me. Coming from a channel that only has about 3,500 subscribers. Thank you to my 3,500.
Me.
100th subscriber, Batgirl. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
I did not think that, I would be talking to this group of people, and I know they're not all in this stream at once, but hopefully you guys are finding this and discovering this and understanding what is it and how you can be heroes like you've seen in your Throwback Thursdays, and that you've lived through your childhoods, that you're in your nostalgic hearts. You can be them. It doesn't necessarily need to be a nostalgia. It doesn't just need to be something from the past or something from your imagination. You can live that life where you're making an impact. And here right now, it's just every little dollar that you put in for every person that you tell.
And sometimes it is the little things, the one thing you do, the trash you pick up, the $20 you donate. Maybe that is something that will make a difference in someone else's life, and that will help us save the world, because it is who is.
I'm just kind of okay. There we go. Sorry, you were saying.
It is not something that any one person can do all by themselves. It is a collaborative effort, and we all need to work together to do this, because it is not just one hero that's going to show up, as much as, a lot of us love Kamen Rider. It is a team effort, and everyone needs to do their part. And you can only do what you can do, and if what you can do is spread the word, see if you've got any friends left who have not yet donated to this. If you can text bank, if you can make phone calls, if you have relatives in Georgia and you're not sure if they're planning on voting, give them a phone call. Do what you can, because this is what we have seen in the last 4 years has been
frightening. Been concerning.
Yeah. And in Georgia, the governor election 2 years ago was run by the person who is currently our governor, and it was far less votes was the difference than the amount of people who were purged before the election.
There was a ton of disenfranchisement that went on.
People in power will always try to maintain their power whenever possible. People in power will try to disempower people who do not support them, thinking that their way is the best way, and they can justify that because, well, they don't know what's good for them. But more often than not, people in power don't know the struggle that other people are facing. And they don't get to find out that struggle if they don't listen to them. And we want to make sure that those voices are heard.
Democracy is run by making sure that everyone has a voice. If you are trying to prevent people from voting, then you are not in favor of democracy. People need to vote. And I know that this is something that gets said a lot, but I don't know how to tell everyone that they should care about other people. And I yell this a lot, but other people's lives matter, not just our own, and you can make a difference now in other people's lives.
Thank you. Yeah. And I don't know what more there is to say on that. Again, if you do choose to donate, even if it's just $1, and tell a friend, we've still got that link open. Every additional $20 adds another episode, but every additional dollar helps someone. And every additional dollar gets split between Fair Fight and New Georgia Project. Those make those voices heard. So, if you'd like to do that, even if it doesn't get us any more Power Rangers in space, even if it just is because it's the right thing to do and it helps someone, please, by all means. And if we are at the end of this road, that's okay too.
Thank you, Hit Monkey.
Gasp!
Guys, we are at 21:20. We got another last minute save with our dramatic speech. Thank you so much.
No wonder they call them charity marathons. They keep talking.
I don't know how many more of these I have in me, but I love you all so much.
Seriously?
It's working. It's working. We have to keep up.
How many episodes are we supposed to get through on this day before? What was the original split? 21.
Right now we're looking at going into the 6th episode, and then there are 8 more episodes left after that before the next Marklet. Oh my goodness! Welcome, Hit Monkey. Yeah, you came in just in time. Oh my goodness!
You literally just saved us.
Honestly,
once again, save the in-space stream from cancellation.
Each time that this happens, pulling out these speeches, I know it's going to keep being difficult each time it happens.
You know what? I'll do the next dramatic speech.
No, well, I mean, you are absolutely welcome. It is your state. But I also want to thank all of you for this is part of I think all of us are on our own journeys to be the best versions of ourselves. And every time that you put another little dollar in after I do these little speeches and you pull another one out of me, I think it is helping me on my own personal journey to be the best version of myself. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
So,
woo!
All right, here we go. Episode 6 of Power Rangers in Space. We are on the satellite search. So cue it up. Pull those downloads back out of your trash bins. Get that
One last time.
account you thought that you'd canceled in the last 10 minutes. Pull back those DVDs out of the shredder. I don't know why you're putting them in there. That cost you money. We are going to kick off
actually blend DVDs.
episode 6 of Power Rangers in Space, and I'm going to do when I say Power Rangers, go is the word for the play, by the way. When I get to the go, that's the play part. So, let's kick this off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rangers in Space.
In space.
Oh, we got a pair of Velocifighters going after that Nasada. Oh, loving that continuity.
No. It's crashing into two pairs.
Jerky little animation.
Another new wig!
Wig 3.
We are on episode 6, and this is wig 3. It's amazing.
I mean, queen of fashion.
I once again
stand. 2.5 episodes per wig.
And remember, her red wig doesn't come on until she's brainwashed, so she's probably...
I once again stand by wanting either a legacy figure or a Barbie doll with multiple wigs.
He's back. We did get Andros and 2-pack in the Lightning collection, but sadly she does not come with interchangeable wigs.
I know, which is so sad.
What I'm hoping is that she gets an individual
Just the one
release
hair.
eventually with a different wig or something.
Rangers.
Go fly, go Power Rangers, fly, go Power Rangers, logo from in space.
Also, gotta love Alex McClipter. in that shot in the opening credits. I think that's a good name for that move. The Alex McClipter.
Yep. Man, I forgot how much of this Judd Lin wrote.
This was his baby in so many regards. Like, you know,
I'm
like
I'm taking off my glasses.
This journey because they took
This
it.
is magnum opus.
Sorry, help me, Rangers. You're my only hope. Bless them.
The previous episode, but apart from that, we don't get another episode written by John Fletcher, aka Mark Litton. Well, that's the next episode that we have that's not written by Judd. Judd writes
Warp Speed.
At this point, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh,
that's an 8-episode run of Chip Lin episodes, which is just remarkable.
Quantrons, you're not sweating. What are you doing?
You know, I guess when it came down to it, they spent a lot
By the
of
way,
good
I was
money.
going to mention earlier, but Quantrons very high up on my grunt list.
Oh yeah, I was talking about them earlier about how such a clean design while also being almost certainly.
We're watching episode 7.
What was that?
Yay!
We're watching episode 7.
We got another
2140.
Speech for it this time.
Thank you, Hit Monkey.
Oh, Hit Monkey.
Oh, this one.
Oh my goodness. Thank you. Killing it, man.
I love the fact that the change in Sean's hairstyles is never even like established or referenced. It just happens.
Never acknowledged. Ever.
Women in their fashion, basically.
She is the fashion queen.
Have a new look. I mean, the Rangers, the girl Rangers are changing their hairstyles every episode too.
Yeah.
Also, it's to match her brother who's wearing multiple hair colors at once.
It's true. Like, I swear. I swear, like blonde streaks. Like it's almost like it's a culture thing for KO35 that you need to have some level of bleached hair. Because even Taekwa, in Zane's Destiny and Countdown to Destruction, who works alongside Kinwon, who Kinwon has full gray hair. Taekwa has dark hair with blonde highlights as well. And of course Zane has his fully blonde hair. Corone, fully blonde underneath her crazy wigs. Nice. I love this dog fight. Just every episode they're having new ideas.
I was gonna say, like, the CG and like the model work in this definitely is noticeably not great, but there's just something about it. It's like epic cheesiness.
There's an energy to it.
Space battles are always fantastic.
Yeah. There we go. They were really playing with what they could do right here.
Mm-hmm.
And also, these are all Earthers alongside him. They're just like, this is.
Pretty sure it's that shot.
Wow. And this is amazing. I gotta love they're going back to basically that same planet from before. That is totally Jupiter, but not Jupiter.
What are you talking about?
Thing.
In this case, it's I believe, if I'm correct, this is Calderon that they're on right now, right?
Yes.
Sure.
Where did they come up with the name for this planet? Who knows?
Is it in the Dagobah system?
Calderon, if I am to understand the situation correctly, Calderon, I believe, is named after Ray Calderon, who was the owner of Ranger Central for years. He was a Power Rangers fan. Who I think was known enough in the
Wait, are those the Vasquez Rock?
That lava.
No way.
That lava. Yeah, I'm pretty
that
sure Vasquez Rock. That CG lava though, that's the best.
Okay,
Looks
so
so-
important question. Would you rather the Power Rangers franchise name a villain after you or a planet after you?
Ooh, that is a good question.
For the record, villain.
I think I'd go planet actually.
Yeah? You want Planet Sean?
I like the idea of being a place
No, it'd be
where things can happen.
Planet
By the way,
Saldar.
Not just Ranger Central, but Ranger Board as well.
Yes.
Ray Calderon was webmaster of both Ranger Central and Ranger Board, which were both connected back then, back in the day. And it's kind of easy to forget that those existed back in 1998. Ranger Board has been around for such a long time. Although it was very in its very early stages back then.
See, I hung out at that point more on the fan.
You want to wipe that off?
Why does it seem like the men get to wear more jewelry than the women?
I don't see the problem.
Oh, but you were
Because
saying
Tommy and Jason had their earrings. I think Eldar has earrings right now.
Yeah, that's true. He's got some long.
So you know what? Power Ranger says, "Fuck your gender roles." There you go.
Honestly.
Anyway, what I was going to say was back in the 90s when I was vaguely involved with Power Rangers fandom, it was mostly by reading fanfic, and a lot of those old archives are completely gone now, and the fic is lost forever, and it's very sad.
My extent was I would occasionally look stuff up at the local library because that was where my internet was, and I remember around this time reading the Power Rangers online archives, maintained by one Amit Baumick, who you guys might remember as the writer of Forever Red. Another one who was one of the first big Power Ranger webmasters. Alongside Joe Rovang as well, who, to my understanding, is also from Georgia.
He is. He actually lives about half an hour away from me, and we were, when I was trying to find out if he was available for this stream, we ended up just deciding that we will get lunch again once it is safe to once again, have lunch with people. So,
right.
And he was actually last time we met up, he actually gave me his Astro Mega ship, and it's so nice.
It's so great.
Wow.
I was like, after he sort of retired from the Writer's Guide to the PR Universe, Chris Monero actually reached out to me to try and pick it back up after I had impressed him with my trivia performance at Power Morphicon. And so I almost ended up being the new webmaster for the Writer's Guide to the PR Universe, but I was in college at the time, so that kind of prevented me from really being able to take that over.
Sure, I have already donated about $100 in the last 2 weekends. I am sadly tapped out. But yes, F your gender roles.
Yeah.
My apologies for the full curse.
All right. So somebody out there, if you can donate into the swear jar on behalf of Second Batgirl. I know that's not my channel.
That will need to happen.
I think that's a great excuse, though.
And yes, go libraries, says the librarian.
Because right now we are at 2140. Let's keep it rolling. Let's get about 2160 maybe.
We got this one and the next one. Gotta keep it going. Oh, so wait, I just want to... So we completed our satellite search. We will find a ranger among thieves.
Yeah.
But when push comes to shove, we need more donations.
Yes, for push to come to shove, we do need those donations.
You touch my locket!
Hold the locket.
How dare you touch my jewelry?
And it's amazing to me that, not picking up that was connecting to the locket that Andros had. In retrospect, it's like, oh man, this is so relevant. But
Well, they did.
Sorry, Sean, you were about to say?
Oh, yeah. Or no, I was just like,
Pew!
I just noticed how they kind of had Andrew, the one who would notice the most, off to the side.
Right.
Man, they all get dramatically injured so many times.
I mean, if someone shoots at me, I'm just gonna be like, just like dramatically falling.
For a second, I thought you were going to stick those in a bra. Like, that looked like exactly what you would have to do. Yeah.
Well, one of the big things here
Put
was
these right here.
we had no reason to assume that she had a background identity that would be uncovered.
I mean, now the long lost secret sibling is just something you kind of expect if you've got a human villain. But at this point, it was, oh my god.
You know, you see a assume,
This is kind of kinky.
Oh, the idea that she's actually a teenager like them hadn't even come across my mind. Every villain we'd met was now old. Why wouldn't she?
And yeah, the Rangers being all tied up like that.
Nice pocket, Elgar.
And here we go. That telekinesis paying off again.
It's like weird. I don't remember him actually having telekinesis when it's so used in these first couple episodes.
Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't remember this one.
It gets overshadowed by
yeah, but we're still
Yeah.
to the ground and have CG lava at us, so we gotta do something about that. We could probably just pull these stakes out of the ground, but the lava is actually a monster.
Yep. Claw hammer. Claw.
It's just shrimp.
Did you draw any of these?
Oh yeah.
Did you draw claw hammer?
Let me see what I got here.
Yeah.
Like the last few, as I said before, I barely even drew Cat Sword or Eagle Sword. Golgoyle, I barely even started. Count Nocturne, not really. I was kind of, you can tell I'm kind of zoning out a little bit with Turbo. And then, here we go. I started to get back into it again a little bit. Claw Hammer and Electro Tramp. I was starting to pay a little bit more attention again.
Nice.
Electro Tramp was only on there briefly. Claw Hammer I got a little bit more detail on. And then the next two monsters are very well detailed. But you're going to have to stay tuned to see those guys.
Whoa, I like this transformation.
Yes. The automated transformation where Alpha mans the Megazord is amazing.
Icon.
That's
Your
pretty
favorite
great.
thing ever.
Listen, the Rangers are busy.
This
been at this a while. Rangers is like, wait, what?
You didn't do this just once, you did this twice.
So
we're just really well matched.
And almost died the second time.
So few seasons where the Rangers are constantly on the ropes, quite like in Power Rangers in Space, and it makes it so much better.
Mm-hmm.
Like the only other, maybe you could compare Alien Rangers, maybe in terms of them constantly being on the ropes and being in a continually hazardous situation. But this has less awkward searching for water thing. As much as Alien Rangers has some great stuff in it, and obviously that is Pocky's 100% jam. For me, it's Power Rangers in Space. That is where my heart lies. And
for many people,
season 2.
This is a brutal sword fight, by the way.
It really is.
Because it's not being Rangers. When it's just Alpha and
wow.
Look at
that's
this.
actually kind of impressive.
There we go. Astro.
Use the Force.
You beat me to it.
What they're doing here, yeah.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
100%.
And then shoot yourself in the wrist.
I mean, this is already Power Rangers Star Wars.
He has a robe and a laser sword, and he regularly visits hives of scum and Andros is functionally a Jedi.
Andros is a Jedi.
And he has telekinesis, so
Yeah.
he just
He knows the ways of
literally
the Force.
called his weapon to his hand. I mean, we are straight into Obi-Wan with the lightsaber in Phantom Menace there, or Luke several times, or...
Yep.
Battle damage, Astro Megazord variant.
Also, I do feel the need to point out, though, Clawhammer is, as far as we can tell, just part of the indigenous population here. They're kind of...
Gotta love when part of the strategy is repeatedly taking them on.
A little bit of an issue there, but also...
Ow!
This is a brutal...
This is pulling things off this monster. And then body slams. Oh, God.
Whoa.
They just
through wow.
Dino.
Oh,
Astro Megazord has no chill, man.
Lava. Forget your finishing splash. I'm just gonna throw this thing into the lava.
Like,
well, my suit doesn't actually have pockets, so I don't like. It's really weird how I was holding on to him in the first place.
I will admit, this is one of the fun things about Elgar this season is the fact that Astronema genuinely can't understand how someone this incompetent has made it this far.
I mean, same. I don't blame her.
I would
Oh, there's still...
Why didn't we ever see Squirrely? That could have been a monster of the week.
Oh, they helmeted because they're talking to the guy? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
That's nice. We had to keep our helmets on because and now we power down.
There you go. Maintaining those identities. It's good stuff.
Unfortunately, this one was fried. We're not going to be able to turn this one back into Redbox. We're going to have to pay for this one.
Yeah, I know.
Redirect it.
Does contain the entirety of Power Rangers in space. No spoilers.
So it's true. Like, they're leaning so much into the fun of their new environment, and I love it.
To be fair,
I love how that room in the back doesn't pretend to be an elevator.
In this little moment, close sword on, I wonder.
I am just saying, if I was suddenly on a spaceship with a holodeck, I would...
For the first time in hours, we can go on to the next episode without
I was going to
any...
say, everybody, we're the next episode, so we're going to go right into a... I already forgot. Ranger Among Thieves.
Yes, Ranger Among Thieves is coming up next.
It's like one of the few episodes where we actually see them in high school still.
Yep. It's this one and One Push Comes to Shove are, I think, the only ones that's
it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
This one and Push Comes to
Maybe
Shove.
I'm
Ready?
real quick.
A little moment in between. Oh, I'm paused right on Android's computer thing.
All right.
All right, here we go. Are we ready?
Yes.
One last time, one more time.
Let's
once again, we're on the last episode.
It's the end of the stream as we know it. Until next.
Might be the theme.
If you can, in the chat stream.
Let's
more episodes.
More time.
We can't say it strongly enough. Push
There's more to go.
once again come to shove.
$720 more to go. I want to keep on streaming.
Yes.
Push has come to shove. So if we want
Please
push
don't
come
teach us
to
how
shove,
to say goodbye.
we gotta push some donations. Shove them in there.
Teach us how to say
We're
goodbye.
trying to push the show.
I cannot make up a full-on Hamilton spoof in this moment, but I'm trying. All right, so
I want to be in the stream where it happens. Stream where it happens. The stream where it happens.
Want to be in the stream where it happens.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, welcome, Chris. I want to see a Rachel McPhee. He's the push just a greater right invasion. I want to be in the stream where it happens, but we need some more donations. So, I'm so glad that actually rhymed. I love that Craterite Invasion rhymed with some more donations. That worked very well. And if you would like to donate, please do so through streamlabs.com/database Rangers Power Reviews. The link is below. It's rolling. We have been yanked out of cancellation so many times, and we just want to keep on going. We just love Power Rangers in Space so much. About to kick off episode 7. What you got? Let's go episode 7 of Power Rangers in Space. I'm going to do the countdown, and on go, that's when you know time to hit go. So, ready?
I know, but make sure to say go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rangers in Space, go! Fading in on the
Holodeck. Computer.
I love that Simi deck.
Red versus.
And it's the same fight against with the Stingray monster.
Yeah, it's unfortunately the holodeck simulator only comes with one monsters. The others are available downloadable content, $2.99 a piece.
Yes, yes. Oh my goodness. Yes, paper play Simi.
I hear the season 2 update will come with a few more, but we're still waiting on that.
Oh, by the way, once again, with you know how much I love those. I love talking about those mini playset toys back in the day. And there was a mini playset of the Astro Mega Ship too, and again, I loved it. And it came with, I believe it may have came with a Mega Tank. Oh, I don't even remember anymore. I gotta look those up.
I had the Mega Tank as a kid.
Mega Tank.
You would.
Ooh.
We're still an episode away from the Mega Tank. If you want to see a Mega, need to donate.
Tails. Ashley with the pigtails.
Okay, yeah, that's adorable.
Also, peak 90s.
That's quite a look she has there.
Okay, first of all,
it's not quite dress code with the midriff.
I'm amazed that she's getting away with the midriff bearing underneath that shirt. But on the other hand, if that was like cami underneath, like a full cami, like that would have been right out of my freshman year of high school. And I do love that they are leaning into the chokers and the butterfly clips, because as the only cis woman in this stream currently, they have. I give Power Rangers like
Rangers in place.
They've done some pretty good job on the fashion. Which was something I kind of regretted when we got to, Megaforce, and it's just Gia has one outfit and that's it.
It's just the leather jacket.
Which at least, makes cosplay easier, but...
Sure.
True.
I remember when we got the Dino.
I mean, I wouldn't know anything about wearing the
gagged by more than one outfit.
All right, let's bring out the sketch for Voltage Hall.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
This is where I think I finally started kind of getting the hang of it here.
Oh, that is really good.
Nice.
Now I'm solidly.
That is quite good.
12 years old.
You're invested.
I'm starting to get a handle on how elbows and fingers work. Because let's face it, a lot of those earlier hands are awful. Everyone hates drawing hands.
Oh, yeah.
Oh God, Andrus with the banana.
That's adorable.
That's a look.
If you could peel a banana.
I kind of also love
yummy. This girl knows a mark when she sees one. Let's take the banana. You've taken a bite of.
Why would I want that milkshake? You've already been drinking from it.
Seriously.
That's not a good deal.
How about you buy me a milkshake?
I mean, also,
I know, right?
Buy me. He must be
I bet
perfect.
you this milkshake. This is my. What does this guy have to gain from betting him that milkshake?
Nothing. He just loses the milkshake.
Bragging rights.
What happened if Andros hadn't made that shot? Would he have just like
Get nothing?
I guess I get to keep my milkshake.
You gotta buy me another one.
When you're
He
skilled.
wagers the banana.
Yeah, I have 2 milkshakes.
Okay.
Meanwhile, both Skull and Phenomenus are looking for a rabbit.
I'm gonna put this out here. I'm gonna put this out there. Professor Phenomenus and his perhaps to the untrained eye attitude has become far too real in this the year of 2020. And
Oh,
it's actually
yeah.
a little unsettling.
Oh, yes.
Hey, Ranger Liz!
He was ahead of his time.
Ranger Liz!
Trash can
Ranger Liz!
Ranger Liz!
Skype, please. We are on our last episode that has been funded so far. But if you want in on the Skype call, let us know. Yeah, old guy who thinks he knows what science is and insists that everything that you see with your ordinary eyes aren't really those things. Yeah, that has an uncomfortable level of context now in 2020.
Coincidence? I think not.
Like, I'm
Oh, Andros is naive.
Fish out of water.
Please tell me that nobody ever introduced Phenomenus to Facebook. Please tell me nobody ever did that.
Fanning died.
Oh.
Look him on Parlor.
You know who I wonder if was on message boards with Professor Phenomenus, though? Mr. Burley.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
So that would be wholesome. That would be wholesome interaction there.
Like, I wonder if Mr. Burley was his student.
But I really, like, part of me believes that, he just does not get gum. I mean, not that I ever really like gum, but, part of me is, like, terrified of the idea of Professor Phenomenus discovering the internet and falling down conspiracy rabbit holes. It's scary. Welcome, Morville. We are on a Ranger right now. We are discussing it. We are loving it. Feel free to jump in onto Netflix if you would like to watch at the same time as us. We're almost 7 minutes into the episode now, and it's just Power Rangers in Space is just such a joy.
Andros just doing a not even more act of goodness. That also showcases the irony of him totally not understanding the situation he's in.
Yeah. Like, he's so standoffish to people. He doesn't know how to socialize.
Same.
But he just does the right thing in the moment. He recognizes the right thing to do in the moment when he sees it. He doesn't always see it.
Car. Why are you still in that one?
But yeah, we are again on Ranger Among Thieves. This is the 7th episode of Power Rangers in Space. We are almost 8 minutes in now. So if you want to watch alongside,
Bunny one.
means. And feel free to comment in the chat. Let us know what you think.
Oh, it scared off that poor bunny.
And if you want to keep this still going, donations
It's
can be
running off to Grid Battle Force.
/database Rangers Power Reviews. An additional $20 will add another episode after this. We are near the end of our stream if we don't get more donations. So we're right on that borderline.
Push has come to shove.
You know, speaking of Beast Morphers, one of the many characters I have in Final Fantasy XIV is a bunny girl named Zoe Reeves. And her
Nice.
her mount that she gets to ride is named Jax.
Nice.
Nice.
Like, we are in the middle of nowhere, sir. Where are you going?
I've been meaning to point that out for like 4 days.
Rocket. Dun, 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 dun.
This, in many regards, interesting sort of seeing the parallel here right now between Space today and the beginning of Turbo yesterday, where we were first looking at how Justin was first introduced and had a bunch of those focus episodes early on to sort of get him integrated into the cast. And now we're doing a similar thing here with Andros, but it's into a very different set of episodes because of the different tone of the show and the different nature of the character. And it's fascinating seeing those contrasts.
Liz, do you play 14?
I don't know what that is. Oh, Final Fantasy 14.
Okay, well there is a group of Toku fans that I play with. It myself, Aaron, who used to run Spandex Report, and a few others who are also involved in OC Remix and things. So we run raids usually Saturday nights, technically right now, but I'm here instead. And hello, Pure Nodi.
Andros, like, not all things are good. Oh no.
Liz, if you are ever interested in playing, I have reached the point where I will bribe people to play. But currently you can go through episodes.
Yeah. I like how
I love his reaction.
in terms of dog and then
the slow turn.
Oh
no,
he didn't.
Ah! That's a jump scare. Don't charge me. Ew.
He's a monster. What are you supposed to say? Excuse me, can I attack you?
Yeah, we can all use a little despicable.
I held you in the spine.
That lifting above the head
Yes, sir.
actually intimidating.
I happen to be a monster. Would you mind if I roughed you up a little bit? That'd be grand.
Voltage Hog is also making a great impression right here because we haven't had this sort of intimidating monster in quite some time, where it's like
all the Turbo ones are
straight up, like it's not just it's a monster we run. It's this monster is lifting me up over his head and is going to mess me up and is shooting out electricity. I am genuinely in danger.
Oh no, he's making me not tell the truth, or oh no, he's throwing bets at me.
Help that person. I love this stuff. I love when regular people show that goodness. It's like we have to help them, even though we're totally out of our league.
Yes.
And sound object fight.
Yes.
Grab something to throw.
And
we would see this art perfected in Dino charts with shovels.
And I think this is also another. There's so many things in Power Rangers that you can parallel to real life, and as bizarre as the show often is, you look at what they're doing right now, and you need to recognize that, as I've said before, people are not defined by just any individual actions, but by the sum total of their actions. You can be making bad choices and then choose to be better. You could be making good choices and then make poor choices afterwards. Also, slick move by Andros right there.
Yeah, the little okie doke, little crossover, getting away with it led.
Fine.
We've talked about Ranger actors who have inspired us through their characters and who have done great works, perhaps as like EMTs and things like that, but then gone on to then support very damaging causes. And there is that mixed question of, how you emotionally deal with that person and your relationship, and we are recycling that shot of Ecliptor marching in from because that shot was this shot also was used in Save Our Ship, which is hilarious.
Yeah, and it's weird because it's the second form of Ecliptor without the cape,
which they never acknowledge because in the American footage they only use that modified form. They don't use his first form, which is very interesting.
Mm-hmm. I guess they didn't have the suit or something.
Yeah, just like you can recognize that it is okay to criticize people who were once your heroes when they're not taking heroic action. It is also okay for if you were someone who wasn't taking heroic action before to then start taking those positive actions. It doesn't erase. It doesn't mean that you don't still have more things to make up for, but it means that you don't need to be locked into that identity.
Look at Bulk and Skull and how they've grown over the seasons, and how they started out as bullies, borderline sexually harassing the Trini. Okay, slightly more than borderline.
Yeah.
And how we then get to them saving the world multiple times, being heroes, doing good. People can grow and change.
I think their scene in the Countdown Part 2 is just so telling of their character development.
Really is.
Oh, is that the Quadro Blaster? I love the Quadro Blaster because it's such a unique concept to have a combined team weapon that doesn't combine all the weapons.
Yeah, it's fun.
And Quadro, because 4.
Yeah, we've never.
They think they're clever.
Only 4-part weapons. I think we've seen, with the possible exception of the Z-Rex blaster, because it later has black modified on there as well as white.
Dino Charge had you could combine 3 of them into one and 2 into another, and then they combined all together.
Doesn't RPM do something similar?
That was the straight
up
Star Trek phaser sound effect.
That's true. But yeah, well, any team that
Cassie's
had
weapon there
start or 3 Ranger start had most of them had the 3 Ranger combo weapons and then a 2 Ranger combo weapon. Those came together. This is very rare in that it's a 5-person team, but 4 of them have their own separate weapon from the Red Ranger.
Well, the Spiral Saber is just so awesome it makes up for not combining with it.
It really does.
Yeah, it doesn't need to combine with the other weapons. It can be its own thing.
We can't figure out how to stick it on there, but it's fine.
Yeah, it's got a great booster mode. I love it. I love that you have those 2 blasters as a result.
Mm-hmm.
Although Astronomus staff is just as cool as the Spiral Saber.
The Rat staff is pretty great.
Throw the sword. Here's a great strategy to throw. Well, if you played Breath of the Wild, when you throw the weapon, it's double damage.
I still need to finish Twilight Princess. It's been about 14 years. I need to finish that.
Dang.
I have not successfully beaten a Zelda game all the way through since Link to the Past, so...
And this...
I'm actually replaying Breath of the Wild right now. That's why that was fresh on my mind to make that reference.
Again, we're seeing somebody who chose to continue to make poor actions facing consequences, while the people who chose to change their actions and to report they're the ones who are having a second chance. It's not too late to take those actions. This was something that I didn't finish, but I had been working on a while back and just didn't come together. But I was.
Whoa!
I never got
the Spiral Saber.
Because you can see, I never got the handle done, and it's a little old and beat up right now. But it was coming together.
Good work on that, though. So
I did.
There
came together pretty well for the little bit I was able to put together.
And fish piping, right?
Yeah, some
Fish
sort of
tank
tubing.
piping?
Yeah, that was it.
Neat. I'll help y'all get back on your feet.
Yeah. And Adele, and this really is a great episode for Adele, too. She only has a few moments, but she delivers it.
I wish she was in more episodes.
The one in position to give them a chance to do better.
I also want to point out...
You're reformed, so I'm trusting you with a vehicle.
Okay, trusting them with the vehicle, I think, is a little much. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
But...
Well, you've been redeemed from being car
Yeah,
thieves for
that's
about
coming.
5 minutes. Okay, here, you drive the thing.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, you can walk or take a bike. Or take a bus.
I mean, I once
my van.
without paying, and drove away, and then realized we forgot to pay, drove back, offered to pay them, and they just said, hey, it's fine, you can just take it. You know, you were honest enough to come back, and they just let us keep the pizza. So, sometimes honesty in that respect does pay off, because you've demonstrated you're capable of being trusted with that specific thing, even if you're given
watch.
And again, we're having these little what comes next. I love it.
Oh yeah. Serialized. Let's go into the next. Oh, whoops.
But
That's not how you spell Mashugana.
oh, those two are just being cute right now. It's great. But this brings to mind the concept of punitive justice versus restorative justice, and it's a concept that a lot of people have discussed over the years, and comes up in school as well. Like, you know, right now there's there's always been sort of a debate on whether detention is effective, or if you instead want to try and find a way for the student to make right the things they made wrong.
Hey, Pantu.
Hey, welcome, Pantu to Pan. Good to see you.
Hey, Amber.
Hey, Amber.
Our
Hello.
third grade co-host.
Amber.
Is Amber interested in giving us a reprieve?
Yep. We have you came in just
before the speech begins.
Last of
Second
our
Metro turn.
For, but every additional donation works towards adding another episode to our list. Right now, we've raised a grand total of
Push has come to shove.
That gets us through the first 7 episodes of Power Rangers in Space, which we just watched the 7th episode. And so
You
an
missed us
additional
watch Shell Shocked.
$20 would get us to our 8th episode. And we are trying to see if we can just keep pushing through by sheer force of will.
Keep pushing and shoving. Because push has come to shove.
Yes.
I have plenty of sheer force of will. Why doesn't that go toward the donations?
Sadly, we cannot turn that into actual cash that will go to these organizations.
We have spent these last several days raising funds for Fair Fight and the New Georgia Project. Sorry that you missed Shell Shocked, Amber.
When we end the stream, you can always catch up and watch it afterwards, since it should be recording.
But yeah,
it is recording, so you get to hear my reaction of stopping it for 20 minutes.
Make sure that people can have access to voting in light of the Senate runoff elections coming up in the course of the next month. Again, December 7th is the final date for registration. January 5th is the date of the Senate runoffs. Those will decide who has control over the Senate moving forward, that has control over legislation, or presidential appointments, and the decision that will be made as a result of this election will ripple out throughout the world. So this is a very focused attempt to try and make an impact by making sure that all of the marginalized people in Georgia, which sadly rates 49th out of 50 states for accessibility to the vote. This is to make sure that all of those marginalized people have the ability to vote, have their voices heard, so that we can make sure that the shape of our future is shaped by those who most badly need to have their voices heard. Did I just hear another gas?
We have $3, so we are now $17 away from another episode. So
$10 away.
Oh.
Closer.
Well, again, every little bit helps. So
Absolutely.
every little.
We are at 2143.
Very much appreciated. We've been reveling in the glory that is Power Rangers in space. We just finished up Ranger Among Thieves, and I loved how it not only demonstrates how restorative justice does seem to be a more positive outcome for all involved, and the punitive justice that we're most familiar with dealing out, and even arguably blowing up monsters is punitive justice in a way. But also it demonstrates one of the things that I really love about Power Rangers, where the thing that inspired these car thieves to change their ways was not threat of police, was not worry about getting in trouble. It was seeing somebody set a good example. And that's what Andros did for them. He showed them, look, there's right, there's wrong. This is the right thing to do. This is the wrong thing to do. It's sometimes as simple as that. I know there are a few times in life where it is that simple. But when you have somebody who can make things simple for you, when somebody can present you that good example to counteract the bad examples that you may be exposed to in your lives, we all have negative influences in our lives, and that's at an interpersonal level. That's we see people in great positions of power who have negative influences over our lives, whether directly upon us or upon people we know, encouraging them to make poor decisions. And so the best way to counter that is to be a positive example. Help people make the right decisions, make positive decisions that don't harm others, that make lives better. This is one of the reasons that we've been going through and watching all of these episodes, to remember the heroes that inspired us, and so that we can also, in terms of just this sort of marathon of revisiting these wonderful episodes and talking about them, it's exhausting. It is an endurance trial, and it's our commitment to making positive change. That's why we keep bringing it up. We're trying to be those positive influences. We are trying to be, for you out there watching us, the kind of positive influence that the Power Rangers were for us. And we hope the Power Rangers were that kind of positive influence to you as well. And sometimes being a positive influence isn't just doing the right thing, but letting people know when there's a proper when there's an opportunity to do the right thing. And we have a great opportunity right now, because there's so many different problems in the world, and it's so rare when you have something that is so clear in terms of its timeline. We know that it's not something that is necessarily a forever fight in this moment. We know that the deadline for these runoff elections is January 5th. We know where to focus our efforts. It's on the state of Georgia. That's much more focused than trying to save the whole world at once. So having that understanding of, we have a clear target that can ripple out and make a big impact, we should take that opportunity. And we've been doing that all throughout, raising these funds. And if you're able to contribute to that by donating as well, or by informing others so that they can help out, or maybe volunteering, we would love to if we're able to help inspire you to do that, to be a hero, to be a Power Ranger. That's what we're all trying to be. And I feel like I stole second Batgirl's thunder, because it was supposed to be her turn to make a speech.
I was going to say, wasn't it her turn to do the speech?
I was going to do a dramatic
speech. I'm sorry.
I was going to do a dramatic.
I was going to do the dramatic speech.
You can. You know what? And part of it.
You can still do it. We still need $17.
let the
Well,
voices of
we're
work.
about to hit that cutoff point. Well, not about to, but we're getting really close.
Yeah. So sometimes it means knowing when to step aside and let the voices who are most directly impacted by these challenges speak up. So please, by all means, my Georgian Ranger fans.
I mean, Database Ranger covered a lot of what I was planning to say, and about how it is the little individual actions that help make a difference, that can make the difference, and again, that is a collaborative effort that we all need to do to try and work harder to change the world, to be better people, to respect others' rights, to fight to have a working democracy here. And Georgia is a wonderful state, and I have lived here for nearly 14 years now. And I came from New York, and it was a very, very big change. But this state is so fantastic, and one of the things that has been argued since the entire time I've lived here is that Georgia has not always been a red state. Georgia has been a voter suppression state. And over the last few years, people have worked so hard to reach out, to get new voters, to encourage people that they should be voting, that the system is not fundamentally broken, that we can still make a difference. Is the are we down?
Oh, I don't believe so. Are we? You tell me.
I think she's talking about Stray Labs.
Oh, okay.
Ranger Liz in the chat was kind of getting us to stall and trying something, and she says it's not working.
Okay.
Okay.
And Georgia has worked so hard to try and get better. Ooh. Well, thank you, Ranger Liz.
Thank you, Ranger Liz.
There it is.
We are now
Push
at...
has been shoved.
Oh, thank you, Amber.
Oh, thank you, Amber.
Hey, Ray, Austin, I
okay, so
think after this episode, it might end up being cut off, like, at least after it, so if we keep making stall tactics like this, yeah.
I guess the question is, do we want to watch one more episode now, and if we wake up in the morning and there's more donations, keep going? Or do we want to try again and have to wake up early in the morning?
All right. I want to take a quick look at something real quick. I know we're in the last few minutes here. So I want to check on something, because I think somebody told me that it archived more than I thought. So I'm going to double check that.
Yeah, I remember that being mentioned when it was being hosted on my channel, that it went over the amount of time that we thought was going to be recorded.
Yeah.
Yeah, while we're looking into this, Liz said something great in chat. She said, I want my LGBTQ plus friends to have allies in the Senate.
Actually...
And that is very...
Yeah, I went to that video. It looks like the half hour ended up cut off after all.
Let me just say that one of the things that has always bothered me since I moved down here has been that the willingness of people to write off the entire South, forgetting that it has one of the largest populations of people of color, forgetting that there are queer people who live here, there are trans people who live here, who have been fighting for years.
Yeah.
And we just telling us,
I think I saw you mention something about... Yeah. Or like the South, why don't we just let the South secede? You know? That's really such a defeatist attitude.
It makes me crazy every time I hear that, because what we need to do instead is deal with with all of the gerrymandering that keeps it so that there's all of South Georgia is split into this weird, strangely shaped district that prevents any sort of true representation.
I'm a South Georgian, and we've got some weirdly shaped counties down here. I'll tell you that much.
I mentioned last week I drive through a town that I literally refer to as KKKville, because literally KKK people live there. I drive through there every day on my way to work. And I pass giant flags that are... Yeah, I'm sure you can get where I'm going. Right. But even as I drive through that town, I see people with far more Democratic candidates as well, signs, than I saw 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And change can happen. We just need to work on it and not just give up on entire areas. And I know when I still lived in New York, I had that attitude because I did not understand. But being down here, there are so many people who have been working for so long and who have been fighting against everything. And trying.
From living in a blue area to a predominantly red area, it's harder to have that mentality of, these people have been here fighting for change, but I don't realize that because I just see the color of the votes on the electoral map or whatever.
I mean, I grew up on Long Island. Long Island went red.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Long Island went red. Both Nassau and Suffolk County.
That particular part, yeah.
I mean, Nassau was barely, it was 50 to 49%. But even New York, one of the most supposedly liberal states in the country. And there are those areas everywhere. And we need to reach out to everyone, but right now the place where the difference can be made is here in Georgia. And these organizations that we are getting to donate so much more than I ever dreamed to makes such a big difference. I honestly did not...
I didn't think we'd make it in space, even when we talked about it.
I didn't think we were going to make it to Turbo.
But we just keep giving people the opportunity to turn out, and they've been doing it.
And I am so grateful to everyone in the fandom who has stepped up for this, especially you, Jacob, for running this for so long and for letting us help and for making a difference in my awesome, awesome state, which I do love, even if I do live in a very red area.
Yes.
But even in, you know what, I am in a queer interracial relationship, and even here, I can still walk down the street holding my wife's hand.
I'm glad you feel comfortable doing that.
I mean,
that is important.
We are looking into buying a house, and the place that would be slightly more convenient to both of our works, we're not moving there for a reason. But the city that we do live in, we've never had any trouble, and it's fantastic, and you can figure out where I live by what I'm about to say. We literally had Nazis invade my town on my birthday a couple of years ago, so some Google will literally tell you exactly where I live. And the town stood up against it, even here in this area that went, I believe...
Georgia has some nice people in the country.
I believe we went 68% really red in this last election. But even here, like, people stood up and said no. And we were not a second Charlottesville like I was afraid we were going to be.
Yeah, I mentioned that in the last stream, how my county was 60% red, and I was actually surprised that it was that low. That, like, a surprising number of people in this county stood up and, you know, said it was time for change. But tying into what the background said, Georgia has some of the nicest people in the country. You know, like, I've lived a couple other places, and just the people I live around are some of the best people I've seen. Even if you disagree on certain things, you know, just really friendly people.
All right, so something that I've been doing while we've been having this nice little chat is I may be running my Skype call through Streamlabs now so that I can save maybe what's happening when we go past it, so that I'll have a copy.
I mean, if we do another episode, we're going to run over the 12 hours.
Exactly, which is why I'm sending it over to my YouTube channel so that I have a copy of.
So clarifying,
it doesn't save here.
I know we got 2 donations there. Where are we at? What are we?
It's at 63.
We are at 2163, which will get us to the end of episode 8.
Okay.
And about 2 minutes of episode 9.
So we're just push comes to shove.
Yep.
Sorry,
by the way, I'm just popping that in.
So are we 17 from episode 9?
Yep.
Because it's basically an episode a minute.
I mean,
a dollar is a minute.
All right. So if you folks want to see the Craterites invade, you must donate to their invasion cause.
If you want to break the simulation.
Yeah. If you hated that holodeck.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that this is the last one for tonight. So if you want us to wake up early tomorrow and continue this stream and be there instead of Database Ranger doing his grading that he needs to do.
Yeah,
Sunday.
All right, is that yes? Okay, so just so you know, because this does tend to cut off at that 12-hour mark, and we have a half an hour before it does that. I am currently saving it anyway, so even if it does cut off at the 12-hour mark, it is still saved somewhere.
Woo! We are saving.
It's just going to be saved in a slightly different format. I'll have to edit it a little bit in post and put it back up. But, and I'll probably be fairly choppy in the meantime. I probably just got choppier just now.
Yes, you did.
I will be choppy.
A little bit, but it's all good. No,
and hopefully,
audio's coming through smooth, and that's what's important.
But yeah, it is being saved right now. And I will just sadly be a tiny little icon in the corner during this saved version, which is its own kind of fun. But hey, we are working with what we got, and I think that this is our way we can keep this going. So let's not worry about those arbitrary 12-hour deadlines. Let's keep this train going. We've got another fantastic episode of Power Rangers in Space.
You almost said Power Reviews, didn't you?
Push has come to shove.
Hosting that. That's what I'm used to hosting. But now it's not that. It's Power Rangers in Space. So let's keep it rolling with episode 8.
In space.
Shove. And we are.
Push has come to shove.
So get that ready on your end. We are kicking it off soon.
Do it up. Do it up.
Ready for the go. I'm
Do
giving
it up.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rangers in Space. Go.
Oh, it's Adele.
Hello, Adele.
She could have had it all. Oh,
and
those tails.
You understand.
Cassie said, "I'll see your
overalls
and raise you just." Oh, I'll see your pigtails and raise you overalls.
It is the most
It's like a kindergartner.
You know why she's dressed that way.
Goodness.
Although my video is choppy, I hope my audio is still fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Oh,
and here's Cassie in her pigtails to just match SENTAI footage.
Exactly. She's wearing.
Cassie tells Ashley, "Those if you want to see pigtails, these are pigtails."
Oh, big time, yeah.
Oh, Phenomenus has drawn a crowd. He's wearing a microphone on his head that he was wearing at the end of the last episode.
That's just
nice continuity.
He always wears that microphone on his head.
And he's got a jar of Windex. This will make your windows real shiny.
I feel like this press conference is not fully earned. I'm not sure.
They're walking like they're on the moon, even though they're on Earth.
Those spacesuits have cuffs. Why do those spacesuits have open cuffs? They didn't even try and tuck them into the boots.
How does he manage to afford a lab at the top?
It's kind of tall, though. Oh no! He drops the. Oh, we saved the Windex.
That's so ridiculous.
We need this Windex to clean all of those windows.
This whole mad scientist thing. Also, Astronema, you are wearing a trench coat while also still having your super extra wig, and it's amazing.
Okay, first of all, that wig is amazing.
Yes.
If that was your hair, you would be showing it off.
Rangers in space. Set controls to outer space now, flying higher than ever before. Rangers in space.
I appreciate the Toku cat dancing to the theme song.
Go Power Rangers.
Yes. She doesn't appreciate it, but like
in space.
Okay, bye.
So, and this is like one of our. This I believe is our last appearance.
Meanwhile, at Angel Grove High School, Ashley couldn't even keep up with the pigtails, so she just pinned all her hair up.
Yep.
I have said this repeatedly, but I still want a figure with all of her wigs.
So vaguely yellow.
Ashley, what are you wearing on your
I also feel like I think it's worth pointing out that like
Jenny C, you are a hero.
Jenny C.
Are we continuing tomorrow morning then, I believe?
Oh my goodness.
Because we are at $2,200 right now.
Oh my goodness, Jenny C. You're such an all-star.
Jenny C, you are amazing.
This button-up shirt.
Oh.
Oh, how many episodes is that going to shoot for tomorrow?
MJ says, "Don't get in trouble with your grandfather with all these donations."
Well,
but
yeah.
thank you so much. Oh my goodness, can't believe we're at 20.
That is
gets
clearly not the story.
That will get us to the Wasp with
That
the
book
Heart.
isn't even.
I love Wasp with the Heart.
Yeah,
Table.
It's my favorite.
Also, yeah.
Wasp with the Heart. I was going to say, Jacob, Wasp with the Heart is a
I'm
really
literally
great
Wasp with
story tying into what you were talking about.
There's always a chance that you can kind of make things better.
Redemptive punishment.
Restorative justice. Make it right.
Now let me just say that this episode pisses me off on a fundamental level because the entire point of this...
We understand why.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, we definitely understand why with the blackmailing and...
Yes, and this is my...
extra.
My entire shtick is that I run a feminist podcast, so I am going to...
Wait, you run a feminist podcast?
I know, I run a queer, feminist, intersectional podcast, so this is my thing that I do. So I am going to point out, please, 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 the fact that this happened at all, like that we are showing being blackmailed into dating someone. Like, do not do this. Never, ever do this. Like, you are not being a good wingman boy. You are being a horrible, horrible human being right now.
Yes.
You hate to
Well,
see
I
it.
mean, he's wearing a three-piece suit to high school, so that, you know, there's some questions to be asked there.
That's not
kind of sus.
No, there's no best.
There's no best.
Requires the best.
Oh, well, okay. He went to Men's Warehouse before school is what I'm saying.
I mean, I knew a kid back in college who wore a suit every Tuesday just because he felt like he wanted to have a suit.
I knew this one person in college who went who wore Also, I love that their names are Lenny and George. I'm just going to say that quickly.
Yes, I was waiting for something to say.
Okay, but I knew one person in college who wore pajama pants every single day to class, except on days where it was a test where he wore a three-piece suit. And for finals, when he wore a tuxedo complete with opera glasses.
Oh my goodness, I love it.
That's too much.
That is just the right amount.
Now that is just being extra.
That is
Jenny
just right.
in the chat, I'll be there for Wasp with the Heart. Couldn't pass up on it. Is tomorrow also going to be on this channel?
I believe so. If we continue.
Yeah, we can have it on this channel.
Now the issue is, if we do cut things off soon, then I don't know if we have enough time tomorrow to get through all the remainder of Power Rangers in Space. If we keep having all these last minute.
And the thing is, the last minute donations aren't going to be a thing in the 9 in the morning when this thing starts. So you're going to want a few episodes before everybody starts waking up. You got to get donations in now, or you're going to get 2 episodes tomorrow, and then it's like
a little bit.
You know what? Let's just keep going through Wasp with a Heart then, and see where we are then.
Because we wanted to try and see if we get to the Brilliant State, so we could still get.
What's that city, all right?
I will.
Elephant.
We are $80 away from getting to talk to Mark Litton about writing the episode that introduced Darkonda. Just saying. We are $80 away from that right now. And I don't know about you. I want to the first episode with Darkonda. Oh.
I'm going to try to avoid commenting too much on the symbology here against an elephant monster. And the connotations of that. Maybe we're all fighting an elephant-themed monster right now.
Just a little bit. Hey, Elephant Titan. This one came out, I think, I like that.
Oh, that came out really awesome.
Oh.
I gave him a little elephant knocking over the skyscraper for his name there. This was when I started to really get back into it again. You can tell how much more I was
that hat.
Power Rangers with these episodes. I was putting more effort into getting through to the ends of the So if you want to see my drawing of Waspicable and Sting King.
Sigma through idiot here.
Oh my goodness, I just realized. It didn't until I said it just now, I didn't realize how it sounded. You know Sting King in Wasp with a Heart? It's a pun on him having a stinger, but it just sounds like the word stinking. How did I never think of it that way?
Please, my God. And bye. We're going to shoot at you a few times. Go.
She's reveling in the chance to be. Yeah. Just get out of his potential line of sight.
That was a great. She goes to morph. She hesitates. She goes to morph again, and he wakes up. Good little triple check there, guys. Oh, let's run over into the.
Yeah, he's got the cape again.
Cloud.
And here we have again.
I'm in a cloud. I have a cape.
The flip door is so dicey here.
Wait a minute! I saw him and he had a cape. I can use the camera in my head.
Yep. Because they all have those technology.
Well, let's run through these studio hallways and get out of here.
That I-beam, I'm pretty sure, was made of foam. But this is one of the reasons that I feel like we can keep raising funds for Power Rangers in Space, because there's so many episodes as we keep working through here where it's like, no, this is my favorite.
Let's hide in the plutonium room.
This is my favorite episode. We can't not hit that. Oh my goodness. The security.
Oh yeah, that's gonna happen for a lot of people. Why the plutonium reactor?
Why?
And it's overheating. This does not make the first bit of sense.
Building with the restaurant, nothing about this situation makes sense.
Oh, sure, that is delightful with that being the secret in Meg Ranger. I really do need to watch that eventually.
Overheating.
Oh.
It's going to have a meltdown, which probably shows why it was a bad idea to have it in a building with a restaurant.
But guys, not only will the next $80 get us to the introduction of Darkonda, but do you know what the next $20 will get us to? Do you know who we'll get to see again with only another $20? Do you know who's going to appear again with only another $20 donation?
Spider-Man.
Back in the show.
Get out of here.
With only another $20 donation.
Are you like a Phantom Ranger stan or something?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean,
I'm not sure.
How does Jacob feel about Phantom Ranger? Or I mean, that would be like asking me how I feel about Adam.
There's so much.
He's so good. I love the fact that I get to portray him in my show.
I'm trying to do the math for how much it would take us to get to Always a Chance, but
there we go.
More than I have right now, sadly. Although we are fairly close to getting the return of Justin.
We are.
There's always a chance we could get there, but I don't know.
$20 gets us Phantom Ranger. $80 gets us Darkonda.
Okay, but how much money gets us Waspicable? That's the real question.
Oh, we are at Waspicable now in terms of funds, which is
love it. That's amazing.
But
that is what Jenny C got us to.
Thank you, Jenny C. MVP.
$20 will get us to Phantom Ranger. $80 will get us Darkonda. $120 will get us to Onyx.
What gets us to Psychos?
Oh, Psychos. Where are the Psychos at? Psychos are episode 41. We still need another.
Oh, that's going to be a few hundred at least.
Yeah,
we're at 2,200.
Will get us to the Psychos.
How much will?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So let's blaze it right to the Psycho Rangers.
Get there. I love this in-space minivan, by the way.
Colby Strong. We got it. Let's blaze this. Goodness.
By the way, I know this is a common annoying because point out that Cassie and this guy have probably already been exposed to ridiculous amounts of radiation.
Yeah.
So another $160 will get us to. Will bring back Justin. Like that's the thing about Power Rangers in Space. Every step along the way, we have another big milestone for something that somebody loves.
Mm-hmm. We're saying
they've been sitting near a malfunctioning reactor for like 20 minutes. They'll be fine. Star Trek was really
untouched.
Really long before lethal exposure. Like lethal is the only thing that happens with exposed radiation.
I will admit, like when I was, when I was 13, when I was like 12, 13, watching Power Rangers in Space, thinking of what my ideal car would be someday, it would be to own a minivan that I could restyle into a mega tank.
Of course you would.
That is what I wanted.
I mean, that's style.
That is just a gorgeous vehicle. Wouldn't you love
Not sure how you could mount a crane arm on it.
I would like to see it, though.
Yes.
We let the pressure out of the Windex bottle, and now it's okay.
Yes.
Fire the Saturdaysers.
Oh man, Saturdaysers. Oof.
I was biting my tongue about dealing with a big, ugly elephant. No relation to current events.
We gotta do what we can.
I'm not saying we're in an age where elephants causing problems, major conclusion.
I love everything.
Through the nice little shot through the van there.
no.
This is a giant building falling down in the middle of the city.
Lenny is done. Lenny's had enough. Lenny's just gonna sleep and dream of rabbits. But why?
those laughing through their mental trauma.
Just like we are so lucky that construction in Angel Grove is so cheap. And that this building was apparently made.
Can we talk about that for a second?
We can talk about what?
Well, that was a cheap instamorph. They just cut away and suddenly she was morph.
No, she said let's rock it. They just didn't show the morph.
I mean, she said let's rock it.
And it
they just
cuts to her more
doing anything for her.
A little bit.
Like the rings.
The Mega Ranger monsters were also just a nice step up from the Turbo Ranger monsters were just Car Ranger monsters were just very surreal,
intentional because goofiness.
But here we're getting into twisted.
Turbo Ranger. That was also a Sentai.
These people are much better.
I've never seen any Turbo Ranger monsters.
Yeah, sorry, Car Ranger. Car Ranger was what I meant.
I do appreciate that they made that joke even all the way in Gokaiger.
Actual Sentai, so waiting.
But yeah, the Nijire are just some pretty nice, solid monsters.
Who let that horse loose in the hospital?
Oh, snap.
Now Cassie tell them both to go away.
Yeah.
Okay, I am going to rant because all he had to do was ask. You can ask, but you do not also reward bad behavior when someone has manipulated you into going on a date like that.
He was really fast. Yeah.
I'm like,
All right.
Remember, girls love to pull flowers out of literally nowhere.
I mean, it is impressive. That's what obviously all women love stage magicians. We've established, right? That's the way.
Yes.
And this is super shitty because no one should go out with George because he is a horrible person.
Oh yes. Okay, you know what? This
throw Ashley into a double date.
This is payback for Bobby.
I can buy that as being
payback for Bobby.
Excuse me, Cassie.
Like, are we in agreement that right there is payback for Bobby?
I can buy that was payback for Bobby, considering
because Ashley deserved that.
No one deserves to go out with a guy who would in fact
deserve that and that.
Blackmail you with your.
Have to go out with George, but she does to an extent deserve to be placed in an awkward situation regarding,
I don't know about that, Shara.
Improper representation of
Shara and the cat. She did like him in the first place. Meh.
I mean, she did not really know who either Lenny or George were when it started.
Yeah.
Lenny did turn out to be a halfway decent person who just let George manipulate him into it. But that is also why you need to call out your friends when they are being examples of toxic masculinity and trying to have you do something that is there. And that is the responsibility of everyone, and also especially guys, because a lot of times cis straight men in particular do not listen to women when they speak up. And one of the things I have always appreciated is when guys call out other guys on poor behavior like what we saw in this last episode. And yes, I am on my soapbox, but this is my entire shtick, so.
Yes. Sometimes you just gotta say, do
Hey,
not.
no, that's fine. Hi, Jennifer.
Not cool.
Hello, Jennifer.
Hey, Jen.
Hello, Jennifer.
But yeah. And you know, the thing is, and he was being scared of being turned down. Women are scared of being killed.
True.
So, especially when she was put in a situation of being on a date with someone who has already shown that they have zero respect of their boundaries.
Yeah.
Like,
It's a dicey
it is a very dicey situation, and I do my best to